Made by Shredder Fanfiction. Like, subscribe and hype video.
In this fanfic, the MC is reborn as Peter Parker's brother. He at the start is also bitten by the spider that bite Peter Parker, and thus also becomes Spider-Man. His suit is Black Spider-Man. Will Peter still go through the same with another Spider-Man by his side? Peter Parker Spider-Man acquired a range of arachnid-based powers after being bitten by a radioactive or genetically engineered, depending on the universe, spider. These powers include superhuman strength, speed, agility, and durability, along with his signature spider sense.
Marvel, Reborn as Peter's brother, what? I'm also Spider-Man. Chapter 1, 2 Bites in Queens. I woke up gasping. The last thing I remembered was metal and asphalt colliding. A truck, bright headlights, a horn I never had time to hear fully before it crushed everything. That should have been it. End of story. But instead of silence, I opened my eyes to a ceiling fan whirring lazily above me. The plaster ceiling was old, the corners browned from years of water damage. It wasn't my old apartment. It wasn't my city. The wallpaper, the creak of the floorboards, the muffled voices downstairs, I knew them all even though I had never been here before. This was Queens. The Parker house. I sat up fast, my pulse hammering. The room was smaller than I expected, modest, cluttered with stacks of textbooks and laundry baskets. My hands smaller too, younger, softer than I remembered. That's when the door opened. You up? Peter Parker leaned into the room. His hair was a little unkempt, his shirt a size too big, his expression somewhere between nervous and distracted. I froze. Seeing him like this before everything hit harder than the truck had. Yeah, I said quickly. My voice wasn't mine, but it was steady. Peter stepped in, scratching at the side of his head like something was bothering him. Then his fingers pinched at his hair, and his eyes widened. Ugh, gross. He pulled his hand back and held a squirming spider. It was shiny, black, small enough to crush between fingers but distinct enough for me to recognize. A black widow. Where did you even? Peter muttered, already tossing it away with a flick. He shook his hand, grimacing. The arc of its fall landed right on me. I barely had time to register before its fangs pressed into my arm. The pain shot sharp and immediate. I hissed, clapping my hand over the bite. Seriously? Peter's eyes widened. Wait, did it bite you? I forced a breath through clenched teeth. Pretty sure, yeah. He looked horrified, guilty in that awkward way only Peter Parker could pull off. I didn't mean to throw it at you, I just... It's fine, I cut him off, shaking my head. My arm throbbed like fire under my skin. Relax. Not your fault. He lingered, shifting from foot to foot. His curiosity flickered through the nerves. That was Peter, always overthinking, always wondering. He didn't know it yet, but that spider had just rewritten his life. Mine too. I leaned back against the headboard, gripping my arm. The world felt suddenly louder, sharper, like everything had been turned up a notch. This was happening. Dinner that evening was quiet. Aunt May had cooked chicken and vegetables. Uncle Ben sat at the head of the table, the newspaper folded beside him, his reading glasses tucked into his shirt pocket. His presence was steady, grounding, the kind of authority that filled the room without needing to raise his voice. Peter poked at his food absent-mindedly. He looked pale, distracted, like he hadn't slept in days. You're quiet tonight, Aunt May said, looking between us. Just tired, Peter mumbled. Same, I added quickly, stabbing a carrot with my fork. The heat from the bite hadn't left me. It crawled through my veins like it was reshaping everything inside. I kept my head down, hoping neither of them would notice how my hands trembled when I reached for water. Uncle Ben cleared his throat. Tired or not, you boys should focus on school. The world doesn't wait for anyone to catch up. Peter gave a faint nod. I swallowed hard. Every word Uncle Ben spoke struck with a weight I couldn't ignore. I knew how limited his time was. Every lecture, every smile, every casual piece of advice, it all felt like a countdown. I forced myself to eat, though every bite tasted like ash under the fever riding me. That night, the fever didn't let up. I lay awake, sweat beading across my forehead, my muscles twitching like they had too much electricity running through them. By midnight I couldn't stay in bed anymore. I stood, pacing the room, clenching and unclenching my fists. My senses felt sharper, alive. The hum of the refrigerator downstairs, the creak of wood in the hallway, even Peter's restless shifting in the next room, all of it reached me clearly. I placed my palm against the wall, half joking with myself. And then my hand stuck. My breath caught. Slowly, carefully, I pulled and the wall pulled with me. My feet left the ground. My whole body was hanging there, suspended like it was the most natural thing in the world. For a moment I just stared, caught between disbelief and the surge of excitement flooding my chest. Then the connection broke, and I dropped back down, landing on the carpet with a thud. "Everything okay?" Peter's muffled voice came from the next room. "Yeah," I called back, a grin tugging at my lips despite the sweat plastering my hair to my forehead. "Just, stubbed my toe." Silence, then Peter's soft laugh. I sat against the wall, staring at my hand. The bite mark was nearly invisible now. But what it had left behind was undeniable. I wasn't normal anymore. Neither of us were. The next morning, Peter looked as rough as I felt. His shirt wasn't buttoned right, his backpack straps hung uneven, and his eyes were shadowed by exhaustion. "You look like death," I said as we walked down the street toward Midtown High. He shot me a sideways glance. "Yeah, well, so do you." "Fair." He hesitated, chewing on the inside of his cheek. "Do you feel weird? Like, different?" I raised a brow. He was fishing. Testing the waters without admitting anything. "Different how?" I asked. He fumbled. "I don't know. Just different." I smirked. "Yeah. But then again, I've always been better looking than you." Peter groaned, pushing his glasses up his nose. But the flicker of suspicion didn't leave his eyes. He knew something was happening to him. He just didn't know what. Not yet. Midtown High was its usual chaos. Students clustered in groups, chatter bouncing off the walls. At the far end of the hallway, Flash Thompson and his pack of friends had already set their sights on Peter. "Hey, Parker!" Flash called, grinning wide. "Nice shoes. You borrow those from Goodwill?" The crowd laughed. Peter ducked his head, muttering under his breath. I stepped forward, planting myself between them. "Funny. You spend all that time thinking of insults and that's what you come up with." Flash blinked, thrown off. His grin faltered. "Who are you supposed to be?" "His brother," I said flatly. "And unless you want to find out how easy it is to trip in those shiny sneakers, I'd back off." The words were smooth, calm, but they carried an edge I didn't bother hiding. Flash scoffed, puffing out his chest. "Whatever. Guess being losers runs in the family." He shoved past, his friends snickering. Peter gave me a look, half grateful, half embarrassed. "You didn't have to do that." "Yeah, I did," I said casually, tugging open my locker. The handle bent under my grip like it was made of tin foil. I froze. Peter froze. I let go quickly, forcing the door open like nothing happened. "Cheap school budget," I muttered. But Peter didn't look convinced. His eyes lingered on the warped metal, then on me. For a long moment neither of us spoke. We didn't have to. We both knew something was changing. Chapter 2, Brothers on the Wall. School dragged. Every second inside Midtown felt heavier than usual, like the day refused to move forward. The more I tried to ignore the crawling energy in my body, the more obvious it became. My senses were sharper. My reflexes quicker. I could hear the click of a pencil 3 rows away. I could feel the way the ball of my foot gripped the classroom floor better than before. Peter noticed his own changes too. He tried to hide it, but the way he fumbled his books, the way his eyes darted around, the way his hand lingered against the desk, he was processing it. When the last bell rang, he didn't walk home immediately. Instead, he lingered, waiting for me. "You feel it too," he muttered under his breath once we were outside. I smirked. "What, you mean how I can practically hear Flash's ego from a block away?" "Not funny," Peter said, adjusting his glasses nervously. He glanced around at the clusters of students still heading down the sidewalks. "I mean something's wrong. Or not wrong. Just different. With me. With you." I shoved my hands in my pockets, keeping my pace easy. "So what, we suddenly win the genetic lottery and you're scared of it? Sounds like a good deal to me." Peter gave me a sharp look. "This isn't a joke. That spider, it bit both of us. That's not normal. We don't even know what it did." "Guess there's only one way to find out," I said casually. "Test it." Peter blinked. "Test it? How?" "After dinner," I said. "We'll find out together." Dinner was another quiet one. Aunt May asked how school was. Peter muttered something about math homework. I cracked a joke about cafeteria food tasting like cardboard. Uncle Ben reminded us both to study. But under the surface, both of us were itching to leave the table. By the time dishes were washed and May and Ben were watching television, I gave Peter a look. He caught it, nodded faintly, and slipped upstairs with me. "Okay," he said once we were inside our room. "So what exactly are we doing?" "Whatever this is, it's not just in our heads," I said. "You felt it all day." "I felt it too. We need to know what we can actually do." Peter fidgeted with his hands. "And you want to test it here? Where else? You want to rent a gym?" I leaned against the wall, grinning. "Come on, science fair project of the year. Let's start small." Peter hesitated, then gave in with a resigned sigh. "Fine. But carefully." "Carefully," I repeated, amused. We started with the wall. Peter stared at it for a long time, muttering calculations under his breath like physics was going to give him courage. Then he placed his hand flat against the paint and pressed. It stuck. His breath hitched. He pulled, and the wall pulled back. "Okay," he whispered. His other hand followed. Then, awkwardly, one foot. He looked like a nervous cat stuck halfway up a tree. I laughed. "You're overthinking it. Just climb." "Climb? Climb?" Peter hissed. "This is insane. People don't just..." But he didn't finish the sentence. His body carried him higher, hand over hand, foot over foot, until he was halfway up the wall near the ceiling. He looked down, wide-eyed. "Oh my God!" "Your turn," I said, stepping up. I pressed my palm against the wall. It gripped like a magnet. My other hand followed, then my foot. It felt natural, almost too natural, like my body had been waiting for it. I moved faster than Peter, my pace smooth, easy. In seconds I was hanging upside down near the ceiling beside him. "Show off," Peter muttered, clinging like his life depended on it. "Not my fault I'm better at this," I teased. This is impossible," Peter breathed, staring at his own hands. His voice cracked with excitement. We're defying gravity. We're actually..." I cut him off, grinning. Yeah. Nerd out later. Let's see what else we can do." Strength came next. We grabbed a chair from the corner of the room. Peter wrapped his fingers around the leg and lifted. The wooden frame cracked under his grip, the leg splintering like it was paper. He yelped, dropping it fast. "Sorry. Sorry," he whispered frantically, glancing toward the door. I picked it up next, testing the weight. My hand squeezed, and the wood snapped like a twig. Peter's jaw dropped. "We're strong. Way stronger than we should be." "No gym membership required," I said lightly. He frowned, anxious. "This could be dangerous." "Or useful," I countered. He shook his head. "We don't even know the limits. We can't just..." But he froze mid-sentence. His eyes widened. "You felt that too, didn't you?" I asked quietly. It hit both of us at the same time. A buzzing sensation deep inside, a sudden flare of instinct. The air felt charged. Peter's head whipped toward the open window just as a bird flew past. His body had reacted before his brain did. I smirked. "Spider sense. Pretty handy." Peter touched his temple, overwhelmed. "It's like an early warning system." "Yeah. Which means we can't be caught off guard anymore." Peter sat heavily on the bed, burying his face in his hands. "This is insane. We're not normal anymore. We're like superhuman," I offered. He flinched at the word, but didn't deny it. After a long silence, he looked up. His eyes were bright now, shining with that mix of fear and curiosity that defined him. "We need to study this. Document it. If we're going to understand it, we need to experiment. Hypothesize. Testimony." I tilted my head. "What are you suggesting?" Peter hesitated, then reached for his notebook. His pencil scratched across the page as he started sketching. Lines, formulas, diagrams. His brain was already moving faster than his nerves could keep up with. "Webs," he said. "If the spider's abilities transferred, then theoretically, webs are part of the package. Except we don't have spinnerets." "Speak for yourself," I joked. Peter ignored me, focused on the page. "But we can simulate it. A mechanical device. Web shooters. If we design them correctly, we can project a fluid strong enough to support our weight, sticky enough to adhere to surfaces, but also dissolvable." "All right, Mr. Scientist," I said, leaning over his shoulder. His sketches were messy but sharp cylinders strapped to wrists, triggers connected to palm sensors. "Looks doable." "It's not just doable, it's necessary," Peter insisted. "We can't just climb walls. If we had webbing, our mobility would be exponential." "Big word," I teased. "So when do we start?" Peter blinked. "You're serious? You actually want to build this?" "Of course I'm serious. You draw the plans, I'll help make it happen. You've got the brains, I've got the charm. Perfect combo." Peter rolled his eyes. "Charm isn't going to help us fabricate synthetic webbing." "Don't underestimate me," I said with a smirk. "Charm gets us resources." He muttered something under his breath, but the spark in his eyes gave him away. He wanted this badly. The rest of the night passed with us scribbling designs and calculations. Peter dug out his old chemistry set, muttering formulas under his breath as he calculated tensile strength, viscosity, and elasticity. I threw in comments here and there, poking holes in his plans until he refined them sharper. "Needs to be strong enough to hold a person, but not so brittle it snaps under strain," Peter said, chewing the end of his pencil. "Sticky, but controllable," I added. "We don't want to glue ourselves to a wall by accident." Peter adjusted his sketch. A pressure-based trigger in the palm would work. Simple squeeze mechanism. Adjustable nozzle for spray pattern. "Sounds messy," I said. "Efficient," he corrected. By the time the clock hit midnight, we had something that looked like an actual plan. Crude, rough, but real. Peter sat back, staring at the page with wide eyes. If we can build this, if it actually works. I leaned back too, grinning. Then we'll be swinging across the city before Flash can even spell his own name. Peter laughed nervously, shaking his head. You're ridiculous. Maybe. But you're smiling. And he was. Chapter 3, Oscorp's Bright Halls. Field trips at Midtown High were rare enough that the entire school buzzed about them days in advance. By the time the buses rolled up in front of Oscorp Industries, half the kids were pressed against the glass like it was a theme park instead of a corporate research building. All right, single file, let's move, the teacher barked as the students poured out onto the sidewalk. I stepped off the bus behind Peter. He adjusted his glasses, his eyes darting everywhere, drinking in the sleek glass panels of the skyscraper towering above us. His excitement was barely contained. Oscorp, he whispered. Do you know how advanced their tech is? They're on the cutting edge of everything. Relax, Einstein, I said, smirking. You'll have plenty of time to drool inside. Peter shot me a nervous glance. Could you maybe not embarrass me today? Embarrass you? I'm here to make sure Flash doesn't shove you into a centrifuge. Peter groaned, but his lips twitched in a half-smile anyway. The group shuffled through the entrance. Inside, Oscorp was nothing like the dusty labs at Midtown. Everything gleamed under fluorescent lights. Polished white floors stretched into clean corridors lined with glass walls. Behind them, researchers in coats moved like clockwork, working with equipment worth more than our entire school. Whoa, one student muttered. This place is insane, another said. I kept my hands in my pockets, careful not to brush against anything. With the way my strength had been acting lately, one wrong touch and I'd crush a railing or snap a door handle in front of half the school. That wasn't the kind of attention I wanted. Our guide, a tall man in a dark suit, introduced himself quickly and started walking us through the facility. He kept his tone professional, but the words slid past most of the students who were more interested in the shiny machines than the actual science. Peter, of course, clung to every syllable. Oscorp is currently leading research in biogenetics, materials science, and advanced chemistry, the guide explained. He gestured toward a display of mechanical components behind glass. Some of these prototypes will serve as the foundation for technologies you'll see in the next decade. Peter scribbled in his notebook furiously, already filling pages with diagrams. You really brought a notebook? I muttered, leaning over. Of course, Peter whispered back. You think I'm going to forget this? Look at that tensile cable display, that's industrial grade, and they've miniaturized it for lab work. I grinned. So this is your Disneyland? More like NASA, he said seriously. The group moved on, eventually gathering in front of a glass case that held a mechanical armature. The guide's tone shifted, pride creeping in. This is one of Oscorp's more promising projects, high-tensile polymers designed for strength and flexibility. The goal is to mimic natural structures while maintaining industrial-grade durability. These strands are capable of supporting several tons of weight, while remaining thin enough to be spun into near-invisible threads. Peter's eyes widened. He pressed closer to the glass, practically glowing with excitement. This is it, he whispered. What? I asked, keeping my voice low. He pointed at the strands inside the case. This is the missing piece. Synthetic webbing. If we could replicate even a fraction of this formula, it'd be perfect for the web shooters. I glanced at the display. The threads shimmered faintly under the light, wound tightly onto spools. They didn't look like much, but I knew exactly what Peter meant. Sticky enough? I asked. Probably stronger, he muttered. If they've figured out adhesion, this would be ideal. We'd need to modify it for our needs, but it's possible. It's actually possible. His voice cracked with excitement, and for once he didn't care who heard. "Parker," Flash's voice cut in from behind. "What are you, in love with this string?" The kids around him snickered. Peter flushed, stepping back. It's just interesting." "Yeah," Flash said with a smirk, "interesting for losers." Before Peter could sink any lower, I turned, planting myself between them. "Hey Flash," I said lightly. "You ever think maybe you're compensating for something? You talk a lot for a guy who failed bio." The laughter turned. This time, it wasn't with him, it was at him. Flash scowled, his pride dented, but he didn't bite back. "Not here, not in front of staff." He shoved his hands in his pockets and turned away. Peter gave me a look, somewhere between grateful and annoyed. "You didn't have to." "Yeah, I did," I interrupted. "Now keep drooling over your string." His lips twitched again despite himself. As the tour continued, I started noticing the strain in my own body. My muscles were restless, twitching under the surface. My senses were overwhelmed: the hum of machines, the chatter of students, the faint chemical scents that clung to the air. Every detail pressed in too sharply, and I fought to stay composed. Halfway through, my spider sense flared. It wasn't danger, not exactly, but a sudden jolt of awareness that made me freeze. The group kept walking, but Peter noticed immediately. "What?" he whispered, stepping back toward me. "Nothing," I muttered, forcing a grin. "Just tripped over the smell of bleach." He frowned, but the guide was calling for attention again, and Peter didn't push. I exhaled slowly, clenching my fists. If I wasn't careful, someone would notice. By the time the tour ended, Peter's notebook was overflowing. He'd filled every margin with diagrams of tensile polymers, nozzle mechanisms, and pressure triggers. His hands shook with excitement as he flipped through the pages. "This is it," he whispered as we walked back toward the buses. "This is exactly what we needed. They're polymer strands. They've already solved the strength-to-weight ratio problem. All we have to do is figure out adhesion, and..." "Slow down," I said, amused. "You're going to overheat?" He ignored me, still scribbling. "We can do this. With the right chemicals, we can actually synthesize it at home. I think I already know which compounds to try." I raised a brow. "At home? You mean in the same house Aunt May keeps her flour and sugar?" Peter winced, but pressed on. "It's the only way. If we can make even a small amount, we can test the shooter prototype. And if it works, then we're climbing walls and throwing webs," I finished for him. Peter finally grinned, pushing his glasses up. "Exactly." That night, back in our room, Peter spread his notes across the desk. He was in his element, muttering formulas, drawing schematics, comparing Oscorp's polymer specs to what we could realistically make at home. I leaned against the wall, arms crossed, watching him. His excitement was contagious. For once, the nervous, awkward Peter Parker wasn't nervous or awkward at all. He was confident, focused, alive. "We'll need a base polymer," he said, pacing. "Something elastic but durable. Maybe polystyrene. Then we modify it with a bonding agent, cyanoacrylate, maybe? And..." "English, please," I cut in. "Glue," he translated, exasperated. "Superglue. Basically. If we can mix it correctly, we might get the right adhesive properties. Then it's just about making it shootable." "Shootable," I repeated with a smirk. "Very scientific term." He shot me a look. "You're not helping." "Sure I am. Moral support." He groaned but kept scribbling. "We'll need tubing. Springs. Something compact. Maybe old watch parts for the trigger mechanism." "Watch parts I can get," I said. "You focus on the goo. I'll get the toys." Peter muttered something under his breath but didn't argue. We worked until the house was quiet, until Aunt May's footsteps upstairs stopped and Uncle Ben's voice on the television faded. Our first prototype sketches were a mess, half ideas, half nonsense, but they were ours. Peter stared at them with the same intensity he'd stared at Oscorp's glass displays earlier. "We can really do this," he whispered. I grinned. "Yeah. We can." Chapter 4, Junk, Screws and Secrets. The morning after the Oscorp trip, Peter didn't stop scribbling in his notebook. During breakfast, he nearly dropped toast into his orange juice because he was too busy writing equations in the margin. Aunt May noticed. "Peter, dear, your food's getting cold," she said, placing a gentle hand on his shoulder. "I'll eat it," he mumbled distractedly, pencil scratching. I reached across the table, stole his toast, and bit into it. Problem solved. Peter snapped his head up. "Hey!" Aunt May raised an eyebrow. "Play nice, boys." Uncle Ben lowered his newspaper, eyeing me. "You're going to grow into a troublemaker if you keep that up." I swallowed the toast and smirked. "Too late." Peter groaned, dragging his notebook closer. "Can you not? Can you eat breakfast like a normal person?" I shot back. Aunt May sighed fondly and shuffled back to the stove. Peter returned to his furious scribbling, muttering about tensile strength and viscosity. I leaned closer, just enough to annoy him. "You really think you can make spider string in the kitchen?" He didn't look up. "Not string. Polymer webbing. And yes, if I can get the compound right." "Cool," I said. "Then I'll get the hardware." That finally made him pause. "What hardware?" "Shooters. We can't exactly throw goo with our hands. You build the recipe, I'll build the launcher." Peter hesitated, chewing on his lip. He didn't like when plans got messy. But his eyes flickered to the half-broken toaster on the counter, then to the toolbox by the back door. "We're going to need parts," he admitted. "Parts," I repeated. "Lucky for us, I'm very good at raiding junk drawers." That afternoon, when May and Ben were distracted with errands, Peter and I slipped into the garage. It was cramped, dimly lit, and stacked with years of old boxes, tools, and forgotten gadgets. Dust clung to the shelves. Peter wrinkled his nose. "It smells like paint thinner in here." "Better than the gym locker room," I said. "Come on, let's dig." We started pulling through piles. I tossed aside bent nails and rusted screws while Peter carefully examined every wire and spring like they were museum artifacts. "Look," he said suddenly, holding up a dismantled wristwatch. "The spring mechanism, it could work for the trigger." I glanced at it. "Looks like garbage." "It's not garbage," he shot back, defensive. "This is perfect. Small, compact, reusable." Fine, I said, grinning. "Watch parts, check. What about tubing?" Peter scanned the shelves, then darted toward a dusty box. He pulled out an old ballpoint pen, clicked it, and studied the ink tube inside. "Hollow plastic. If we cut it and link several together, it could channel the fluid." "You're scary when you're this excited," I said. He ignored me, stuffing the pen into his bag. I dug deeper and found an old pair of safety goggles. I put them on and turned to him. "How do I look?" "Ridiculous," he muttered without looking up. "Good ridiculous or bad ridiculous?" He sighed. "Bad." I tossed them aside and pulled out a handful of small screws. "These any good?" Peter examined them. "Yeah. For fastening the frame together." "Keep them." We raided every corner of the garage, filling Peter's backpack with broken electronics, spare wires, springs, screws, and anything vaguely tube-shaped. By the time we were done, his bag was stuffed. Peter zipped it shut quickly when we heard the front door creak. Boys! Aunt May's voice called. You in the garage? Peter panicked, nearly dropping the bag. Hide it. I shoved it behind a toolbox just as May poked her head in. She smiled warmly. There you are. What are you two doing in here? Nothing, Peter stammered, his voice cracking. Just looking. Looking for what? She asked. Stuff, I said smoothly, stepping between her and the bag. School project. You know how it is. May tilted her head, suspicious but too kind to press. Don't make a mess, she warned gently before retreating. Peter exhaled sharply. That was close. I grinned. You almost fainted. I did not, he hissed. Sure. You're shaking. Shut up. We carried the bag upstairs once the coast was clear. Peter dumped the contents across his desk. Wires, screws, pen tubes, broken watch gears, scraps of metal. It looked like a junkyard exploded. This is, he started, trailing off. Beautiful, I finished, leaning back against the bed. Peter shot me a glare. Unusable, unless we organize it. Fine, Mr. Perfectionist. Organize away. He started separating everything into neat piles, labeling them in his notebook. Springs in one corner, screws in another, wires laid carefully along the edge of the desk. His focus was razor sharp, his muttering constant. Trigger mechanism needs to be compact. Frame has to strap to the wrist, maybe Velcro or adjustable bands. Make it sleek, I said. If it looks lame, I'm not wearing it. Function over style, Peter snapped automatically. Style is function. He ignored me, scribbling designs. Hours passed. Peter worked like a machine, sketching and resketching the shooter design. I helped when I could, holding pieces steady while he tested them, tightening screws when his hands shook, cracking jokes to keep the tension low. Pass me that spring, he said, pointing. I tossed it to him. Heads up. He fumbled, nearly dropping it. Stop doing that. What, making your reflexes better? You're impossible, he muttered, fitting the spring into place. And you're welcome. We worked until the sun dipped low and the room filled with the faint hum of the desk lamp. By the end, we had something. Crude, uneven, held together with tape and determination, but something. Peter held it up carefully. It looked like a bulky wristband with tubing running along the underside and a small nozzle at the palm. It's not perfect, he said, voice trembling slightly. But it's a start. I grinned. Looks like the ugliest bracelet in Queens. Peter shot me a look. You're not funny. Yeah, I am, I said, leaning forward. So how's it work? He adjusted the spring mechanism nervously. If I'm right, a small squeeze here should pressurize the chamber. Once we have the fluid, it'll eject through the nozzle. Sounds like a squirt gun. Basically, yeah, he admitted. Except instead of water, we're shooting spider string. Polymer webbing, he corrected automatically. Spider string, I insisted with a grin. Peter groaned. You're impossible. That night, we hid the prototype carefully under Peter's bed. The fluid wasn't ready yet, he still had formulas to test, but the shooter itself was real. Crude, but real. Peter lay back, staring at the ceiling. If this works. It'll work, I said confidently. You don't know that, he argued. Yes, I do. He sighed. You're insufferable. And you're still smiling, I pointed out. He turned away quickly, but I caught the grin before he could hide it. Chapter 5, First Web Formula Attempt. The next morning, Peter was up before anyone else in the house. I knew because I woke to the sound of glass clinking and a low mutter that definitely wasn't Aunt May making breakfast. I pushed myself up, rubbing at my eyes. You trying to invent breakfast in there? Peter didn't look up. He sat hunched over his desk, goggles on his face, a messy array of beakers, test tubes, and powders spread across the surface. His chemistry set was open, pieces spilling out like he'd torn through it in a rush. "This is important," he said, distracted, adjusting the flame of a small alcohol burner. "I think I've got the ratios close this time." "Close to what?" I asked, stretching lazily. "The web fluid formula," he said simply, as if that explained everything. I squinted at the setup. "You're seriously cooking up spider juice before breakfast?" "It's polymer synthesis," he corrected sharply. "Not whatever you just said. And yes, it has to be done carefully. One wrong ratio and it won't hold." I grinned, climbing out of bed and walking over. "So basically, you're making glue in a cup." Peter huffed, trying to block me from messing with his setup. "It's more complicated than that. Way more complicated. If I'm right, it should be flexible, elastic, and adhesive. If I'm wrong..." He trailed off, peering anxiously at the beaker. "Then it'll blow up in your face?" I asked. "No," he snapped. "Maybe. But probably not." "Comforting," I said. We kept our voices low. Aunt May was humming in the kitchen downstairs, and Uncle Ben's footsteps occasionally passed the hall as he moved between the bathroom and their room. The last thing we needed was them walking in and seeing their nephews making science experiments that looked like they belonged in a bad movie. Peter adjusted the flame again, staring at the beaker. The mixture inside was faintly cloudy, bubbling slightly. He muttered numbers under his breath, tapping his pencil against the notebook that already had half a page of formulas scribbled down. "Okay," he said. "We've got polystyrene as the base. Added a cyanoacrylate bonding agent. Now we need a stabilizer. Something to keep it from crystallizing." "Like what?" I asked. He bit his lip, scanning the desk. His hand darted to a small jar of white powder. "Borax." "Borax?" I raised an eyebrow. "Isn't that laundry stuff?" "Yes," he said quickly, already measuring some into a small dish. "But it works as a cross-linking agent. I read about it once. It should keep the polymer chains from getting too brittle." "You're really out here making spider string out of laundry powder," I said. "Polymer webbing," he corrected without missing a beat, pouring it in carefully. The solution fizzed. Peter adjusted the flame nervously, his eyes wide behind the goggles. Come on, come on." We both leaned in. The bubbling slowed, the liquid thickened slightly, becoming syrupy. Peter's face lit up. "It's working. The viscosity's higher than water, but not solid. This might actually..." He reached for a stirrer to mix it, and the solution immediately hardened into a brittle lump. Peter froze. "No, no, no." I laughed. "Congratulations! You made rock candy." Peter groaned, slumping in his chair. "It crystallized too fast. The chains bonded too tightly. It's useless." "Not useless," I said, picking up the hardened lump. "Makes a great paperweight." He shot me a withering look. "Not funny." "It's hilarious," I said, setting the lump down. Round 1, Chemistry 1, Parker 0. But Peter wasn't about to give up. He adjusted his notes furiously, muttering under his breath. "Okay. Less borax. Maybe try glycerin as a stabilizer instead. Aunt May keeps some in the medicine cabinet." "You're going to rob the house for this, aren't you?" I asked. "It's not robbing," he said defensively. "It's borrowing." "Right. Like you borrowed my headphones last week and they mysteriously vanished." I said I was sorry about that, he snapped, cheeks flushing. I smirked. "Sure you did." Peter ignored me, scribbling down a new formula. He set up the beaker again, carefully measuring out the base polymer and bonding agent. This time, he added a small amount of clear glycerin. The mixture bubbled again, slower this time. Peter stirred gently, watching with intense focus. "Come on," he whispered. This time, it didn't harden immediately. Instead, the liquid thickened into a sticky, viscous gel. He lifted the stirrer, and a long strand clung to it, stretching without breaking. His eyes widened. "It's elastic." I leaned closer. "Looks like snot." "It's working," he said, ignoring me. He poked it, watching it stretch and cling. This is the right track. It's sticky, flexible, and strong. If I can refine this." He grabbed his notebook, scribbling furiously. "Viscosity's close. Elasticity needs to be higher. Maybe a different stabilizer." I reached over and flicked the strand. It snapped back, splattering across his goggles. Peter yelped. "Hey!" I grinned. "Field test successful." He peeled it off his face, glaring. "You're impossible. And you're welcome for proving it sticks." We worked for hours. Peter tried mixture after mixture, adjusting ratios, swapping stabilizers, muttering non-stop. Some hardened too fast. Some stayed liquid and refused to solidify at all. A few turned into foul-smelling sludge that had us opening the window before May came up to complain. At one point, Peter slumped back, groaning. "This is impossible. I don't have the right equipment." "Or maybe you're just bad at cooking," I said, smirking. He glared. "It's not cooking. It's chemistry." "Chemistry cooking," I corrected. "Big difference." Peter muttered something under his breath and returned to the notebook. But eventually, after more than half a dozen failed batches, he found something that looked promising. The mixture stretched without snapping, clung tightly to surfaces, and dissolved slowly when exposed to heat. Peter's hands trembled as he lifted a strand with tweezers. "This might be it," he whispered. I raised a brow. "You're sure?" "No," he admitted. "But it's close." I leaned back, grinning. "Well, let's find out, then. Load it up." We pulled out the crude prototype shooter from under his bed. Peter carefully filled the tiny chamber with the gel-like substance using a syringe. His movements were shaky but precise, his face pale with concentration. "Okay," he muttered. "If this works, it should fire a short strand. Just a test." "Or explode," I added helpfully. "Not helping," he snapped. He strapped the shooter to his wrist, adjusting the bands. His finger hovered over the palm trigger. "You ready?" I asked. "No," he admitted. "But I'm doing it anyway." He pressed. A thin strand shot out of the nozzle, flying across the room and sticking to the wall with a faint thwip. Both of us froze. Peter's mouth fell open. It worked. I stared at the strand. It clung firmly to the wall, taut and solid. Then it sagged, snapped, and fell to the floor in a gooey mess. Peter groaned, ripping the goggles off. "It degraded too fast. The adhesive broke down." I grinned. "Yeah, but for 5 glorious seconds, you were Spider-Man." Peter glared, but I could see the spark in his eyes. He was excited, even through the failure. "We're close," he muttered. "So close. I just need to stabilize it longer." "Then you'll get it," I said simply. "You're stubborn enough." He didn't argue with that. Chapter 6, Ratio after Ratio. The next 3 days turned the bedroom into something between a workshop and a bad science fair project. Aunt May had no idea half her kitchen and medicine cabinet had been stripped. Uncle Ben's toolbox looked lighter every morning. Peter's desk had disappeared under rows of beakers, jars, and notebooks, and I was banned from eating on my side of the room after I dropped a sandwich crust too close to one of his test tubes. Peter was relentless. He barely slept. Every hour after school, he sat hunched at the desk, goggles digging into the bridge of his nose, hands shaking from nerves and excitement as he tested mixture after mixture. By the time I woke up on the fourth day, he was already muttering over a fresh batch. "You ever stop?" I asked, yawning. "No," he said flatly, measuring out powder. I rubbed my face and leaned back against the headboard. "You're going to give yourself a stroke before you even finish." He didn't look up. "Do you want this to work or not?" I grinned. "I'm not the one who enjoys sniffing glue fumes at 6 in the morning." Peter ignored me, stirring carefully. The first attempts weren't much better than before. Batch 1 sagged immediately. Batch 2 hardened into brittle glass. Batch 3 stuck so hard it ripped the finish off his desk when he tried to peel it off. Peter hissed, panicked. "Aunt May's going to kill me if she sees this." I leaned over, chuckling. "Don't worry. Just tell her you invented industrial strength tape." Peter shot me a look. "Not funny." "It's hilarious." By the second evening, Peter was running on pure frustration. He paced the room, waving his notebook like it was a shield. "It's the cross-linking agent," he muttered. "It has to be. The ratios are wrong. Too much and it crystallizes, too little and it dissolves too fast." "Or maybe you're just bad at math," I said, sprawled on the bed with my arms behind my head. He whipped around. "I'm not bad at math." "Then prove it." He groaned, dragging his hands down his face. "I need lab-grade materials. The stabilizers in this kit aren't enough." "You're still making progress," I pointed out. "At least it isn't blowing up in your face anymore." "Not helpful," he muttered, scribbling numbers furiously. I sighed and sat up. "All right. Let's do it together. You handle the brain work, I'll handle the grunt work. You point, I pour." Peter hesitated, then shoved the notebook at me. "Fine. Measure exactly 0.2 grams of this powder." "Exactly." I picked up the jar, smirking. "What happens if I make it 0.3? "Don't you dare." We worked like that for hours. He barked numbers and instructions, I teased him while doing the measuring, and together we went through batch after batch. The air grew thick with chemical smells, and the waste bin filled with failed strands. Finally, on the fifth try that night, something clicked. The mixture came out clear and sticky, stretching into a fine strand that clung firmly to the edge of the beaker. Peter tugged with tweezers, and it didn't snap. He pulled harder. Still held. His eyes widened behind the goggles. "It's strong. Really strong." I leaned over and flicked it. It wobbled but didn't break. "Not bad, Parker. Not bad at all." He grinned faintly, excitement pushing past exhaustion. "It's close. If it holds for more than a few minutes, this might be the base formula." "Let's load it up," I said. "Not yet," he argued. "I need to test adhesive duration, tensile strength." "Or," I interrupted, strapping the crude shooter to my wrist, "we cut the nerd speech and see if it actually works." "Wait, don't." Too late. I loaded the gel into the chamber, aimed at the closet door, and pressed the trigger. A strand shot out with a sharp thwip, smacking against the wood and sticking firm. "Ha!" I shouted. Peter blinked, stunned. It worked. I tugged the strand. It didn't come off. I pulled harder, bracing my foot against the floor. The door creaked but the web held. Peter's mouth dropped. That's incredible." "Yeah," I said smugly. "Now you say thank you to your favorite lab assistant." "You're not my favorite anything," he muttered, but he was smiling. For the next 2 days, Peter refined the formula even further. He adjusted the stabilizers, swapped out different solvents, and tested durability. I tested it in less scientific ways. Check this out, I said, firing a web at the lamp and yanking it across the room. Stop it! Peter yelped, diving to catch it before it shattered. This is supposed to be controlled. It is controlled, I said innocently. I controlled it into your hands. You're impossible. Thanks. Peter groaned but went back to scribbling. By the end of the week, we had something that actually resembled real web fluid. The strands were strong, elastic, and adhesive enough to hold against walls for hours before dissolving. Peter tested meticulously, timing each strand, recording data in his notebook. I tested by firing at anything in reach. You're wasting it, he complained as I swung the chair toward me with a web line. I'm stress testing, I said. You're annoying. And you love me for it. He muttered something under his breath but didn't argue. One night, after another round of testing, Peter sat back heavily, rubbing his eyes. We're close. It's still unstable if it's too hot, but otherwise this might actually be it. I leaned back on my bed, hands behind my head. Told you you'd crack it. He looked at me, exhausted but smiling faintly. You were right. Say it louder. No. I grinned. Fine. Then let's get serious. We've got shooters, we've got fluid. Time to see what these babies can actually do. Peter hesitated, chewing his lip. You mean outside? Yeah, I said. Field test. No more hiding in the room. He looked nervous, but the spark in his eyes gave him away. He wanted to. We'll need to be careful, he muttered. Careful's my middle name, I said. That's not true. It is now. He groaned. You're the worst. And you're still smiling, I said again. Chapter 7, The First Night Out. The plan came together without much talking. It was late, the house quiet, Uncle Ben's snores faint down the hall and Aunt May's television show murmuring low in the living room. Peter was sitting at his desk, staring at the prototype shooter like it was a loaded weapon. I leaned back on my bed, arms behind my head. So, we sneaking out, or are you going to spend the rest of your life staring at it? Peter's leg bounced under the desk. We can't just sneak out. Why not? It's dangerous. That's the point, I said casually. We've done the desk tests, the wall tests, the chair pulling tests. Now we need to see what happens outside. Real surfaces. Real conditions. That's how you know if it actually works. Peter hesitated, chewing his lip. If Aunt May finds out. She won't, I interrupted. You think I haven't snuck out before? Relax. We'll be back before they even know. He groaned, rubbing his forehead. This is such a bad idea. Yeah, I said, grinning. That's why it's fun. 10 minutes later, we were sliding the window open as quietly as possible. Peter wore the shooter on one wrist, I had mine strapped to both. He clutched his notebook in his other hand, because of course he did. You're really bringing homework? I whispered. It's not homework, he hissed back. I need to record everything. You're impossible, I muttered. And you're reckless, he shot back. Good thing we balance each other out. Peter rolled his eyes but didn't argue. We climbed down the trellis into the backyard. My body moved with ease, sticking to surfaces without effort. Peter followed, awkward but steady. The night air was cool, the street quiet. We slipped down the alley, staying in shadows until we reached the open street a block away. Peter adjusted his glasses nervously. Okay. Where do we even start? I smirked, pointing up at the nearest brick wall. Up. Peter stared at the wall like it was Everest. You're kidding. You climbed it in the room, I reminded him. Same thing. Just higher. That's a big difference, he said nervously, staring up. Don't think. Just do it. I pressed my palm to the wall, let my fingers stick, and started climbing. My body moved smoothly, effortlessly. Within seconds, I was halfway up. I glanced down and grinned. Come on, Parker. He groaned but followed. His movements were shakier, his grip tighter, but the wall held him. Step by step, he climbed, muttering under his breath the entire way. This is insane, this is insane. But he made it. We reached the top of the building and pulled ourselves over the edge, landing on the rooftop. Peter collapsed onto his knees, panting. That was, oh my god. That was insane. Not bad, I said, standing easily. You didn't fall. Gold star. He glared at me, but his lips twitched like he was holding back a smile. The rooftop was wide, the city stretching out in every direction. Lights glowed in the distance, cars passed below, the hum of life constant but far away. Peter stood, adjusting his glasses nervously. Okay. First test, distance. Finally, I said. He opened his notebook, flipping to a fresh page. I'll record. You shoot. Of course you will, I muttered, raising my wrist. I aimed at a rooftop water tower across the street and pressed the trigger. A strand shot out with a sharp thwip, arcing across and sticking firmly to the metal surface. Peter's eyes widened. It held. That's at least 20 feet. I tugged. The strand stayed tight. I grinned. Your turn. Peter swallowed, adjusting his own shooter. He aimed carefully, his hand shaking slightly, then pressed. The strand shot out, sticking to the same tower. His jaw dropped. It worked. I clapped him on the back. See? Not so hard. He scribbled in his notebook furiously. Adhesive strength seems consistent. Distance is acceptable. We'll need to measure tensile load next. Or, I interrupted, stepping toward the edge, we can test it the fun way. Peter froze. What do you mean? I pointed at the web line stretching across. Swing. His face drained of color. No. No way. That's suicide. Not if it holds, I said casually. You don't know that. Only one way to find out. Before he could argue, I leapt off the edge. Are you insane? Peter shouted after me. The web line pulled taut, my body swinging out over the street. For a heart-pounding second, I thought it might snap, but it held. I swung wide, my feet barely brushing the street below, before arcing back toward the building. I released at the peak, flipping and landing back on the rooftop with a grin. Peter stared at me, pale and horrified. You could have died. But I didn't, I said smugly. And it was awesome. You're insane, he muttered. And you love it, I shot back. He groaned, rubbing his forehead. It took another 10 minutes of arguing, but eventually Peter agreed to try. He wrapped his web line tight around his wrist, muttering equations under his breath, and stepped nervously to the edge. Just don't think about it, I said. Jump. That's terrible advice, he hissed. Best advice you'll ever get. He groaned again, then leapt. The web line stretched, his body swung, and for a second he screamed. But then he realized it held. His voice cracked as it turned from fear to shock. He swung wide, legs flailing, before managing to release and tumble back onto the rooftop. He rolled across the gravel and sat up, panting hard. That was, oh my god. I grinned, pulling him to his feet. Told you. His hands shook, but his smile was wide. That was actually incredible. Welcome to the club, I said. For the next hour, we tested everything. Webbing to pull objects. Webbing to stick across alleys. Webbing fired at different angles and surfaces. Peter timed every shot, recorded how long the adhesive held, muttered endless notes. I focused on pushing him, making him climb higher, swing further, test harder. At one point, I fired a web at his notebook and yanked it away. "Hey!" he shouted, chasing me across the rooftop. "Observation, Parker runs slow," I said, laughing. "Give it back. Make me." He dove at me, and we ended up tumbling across the rooftop, both laughing despite ourselves. By the time we finally stopped, the city was quiet. Our shooters were nearly empty, and Peter's notebook was filled with data. He sat back, exhausted but smiling faintly. This actually works. The fluid's stable. The shooters function. We did it." I leaned back, grinning. "Yeah. We did." He glanced at me, eyes shining behind his glasses. "Thanks. For helping." I smirked. "Don't get sappy on me, Parker." "I'm not," he said quickly, cheeks pink. "Good. Because tomorrow, we do it again." He groaned, but the smile never left his face. Chapter 8, Threads of Identity. By the time we climbed back into the bedroom window, our arms and legs were sore, our shooters were nearly empty, and Peter's notebook was crammed full of observations. He still wasn't done, though the second his feet hit the carpet, he dropped to his desk chair and began scribbling in his cramped handwriting, muttering about tensile strength, adhesive consistency, and flight trajectory. I flopped onto my bed, stretching out with a groan. "You're worse than the teachers. Just once, enjoy the win." Peter didn't look up. "This isn't about winning. We need to know the limits." I grinned. "We already know the limits. The limit is me swinging past you and making you scream like a girl." He snapped his notebook shut and glared. "I didn't scream. You screamed." "Shut up." I chuckled, folding my arms behind my head. The room smelled faintly of chemicals and dust from the shooters, but another thought was starting to settle in my mind. Climbing walls, swinging through alleys, sneaking out at night, we were way past normal. And normal clothes weren't going to cut it anymore. I turned my head toward him. "Hey! We need suits." Peter frowned, confused. "Suits? Yeah. You think we can keep running around in jeans and t-shirts? One rip and Aunt May's gonna start asking why you've got half your wardrobe shredded." His brow furrowed. "But suits? That's necessary," I cut in. "Come on. You already designed shooters that shoot spider string. You think costumes are where you draw the line?" He hesitated, chewing on the inside of his cheek. I guess. But what would they even look like?" I sat up, smirking. "I've got ideas." We waited until the house went completely quiet. Aunt May and Uncle Ben's bedroom door shut, the television off, the hum of silence filling the hallway. Then we pulled out paper, markers, and whatever scraps of fabric Peter had stashed away from old school projects. Peter sat cross-legged on the floor, sketching nervously. His first draft was simple, just a bodysuit with a mask, plain and functional. I leaned over, grabbing a red marker. "Nope. Needs color. You're too boring." He frowned. "It's not supposed to be flashy. It's supposed to be practical." "Practical doesn't sell," I said, dragging the marker across the page. I sketched a rough torso, filling it with bold red across the chest and blue down the sides. I added gloves, boots, and a mask with large white eye shapes. Then, right across the chest, I drew a spider emblem. Peter stared at it. "That's actually not bad." "Not bad?" I scoffed. "It's perfect. Classic. Iconic. You'll thank me later." He rolled his eyes. "You really think in branding terms?" "Always." Peter shook his head, but he didn't erase it. Instead, He carefully copied the design in cleaner lines, refining it with his obsessive detail. He muttered about fabric types, ventilation, and mobility as he worked. "And mine," I said, grabbing the black marker. Peter blinked. "You want one too?" "Obviously. We're in this together. You get red and blue. I'm going black and white." "Why black and white?" "Because it looks cooler." "That's your only reason." "Do I need another one?" He groaned but didn't argue. He handed me a sheet of paper, and I sketched quickly, a suit shaded dark black with a bold white spider emblem stretching across the chest and into the arms, white patches over the eyes of the mask. Sleek, sharp, nothing extra. Peter studied it. "It does look cool." "Exactly. But it's not practical for hiding." "You're the one who hides," I said. "I'll take style." He sighed, but the corner of his mouth twitched. The next challenge was fabric. We raided every drawer and closet we could without waking May and Ben. Old sweatshirts, bed sheets, scraps from Peter's old sewing kit. Peter spread it all across the floor, frowning. "This isn't good enough. We need spandex or something flexible." "Yeah, well, unless you've got a secret deal with Oscorp's tailor, we're working with what we've got." He adjusted his glasses. "We can make do. Stitch the sheets for the base, use sweatshirt fabric for the gloves and boots. It might work." "Might." "Definitely," he corrected quickly, though his voice cracked. We set up in silence at first, threading needles and cutting fabric. Peter handled most of the stitching, his hands careful and precise. He kept muttering about seam strength and stretch. I handled cutting and adjustments, occasionally tying knots or holding pieces in place while he worked. "You ever sewn before?" I asked. "A little," he admitted. "May taught me when I was younger. Just basic stuff." "Explains why you're not stabbing yourself." He shot me a look. "Do you ever stop talking?" "Nope." He groaned but didn't lose focus. The red and blue suit came together slowly. Peter measured and remeasured every seam, patching together pieces until the body took shape. He added a mask last, cutting holes for white eye lenses made from thin plastic we stole from an old folder. He held it up nervously. "It's not perfect. The stitches are uneven. The fabric isn't right." "It's perfect," I said firmly. He swallowed, staring at it like he couldn't believe it was real. Meanwhile, I hacked my way through the black and white version. My stitching wasn't neat, but I didn't care. I focused on getting the shape right, cutting long pieces of black fabric and adding the bold white spider emblem across the chest. I used white cloth for the eye patches, a little bigger than Peter's. Peter watched me work, horrified. "You're butchering it." "It's called improvising," I said. "That's not improvising, that's ruining." "It's called character," I argued. "Not everything has to be textbook perfect." He groaned, burying his face in his hands. "I can't believe you're making this." "Can't believe you're jealous," I shot back. "I'm not jealous." By the time we finished, it was nearly 3 in the morning. The two suits lay across the bed, one red and blue with a bold spider emblem, the other sleek black and white. Peter stared at them, awe creeping into his tired face. "We actually made these." "Yeah," I said, grinning. "Not bad for a couple of high school kids with scissors." He hesitated, then picked up the red and blue suit. His hands shook slightly as he held it up against himself. I held mine up too, grinning wider. "Suit up." Peter groaned. "It's 3 in the morning." "So?" He sighed but didn't stop smiling. We changed quietly, careful not to make noise. The fabric stretched awkwardly in places, but it fit. I pulled the black mask over my head, the white eyes narrowing my vision just enough to feel sharp. Peter adjusted his mask nervously. I look ridiculous. You look awesome, I said honestly. Classic. He flushed under the mask, tugging at the gloves. It's too tight. Better tight than sag it. Stop talking. I laughed, webbing the mask in place. All right, Spider-Man. He stiffened. What did you just call me? Spider-Man. It fits. He hesitated, then said quietly, it does fit. I grinned. And me? Call me Spider-Man too. That's awful, he muttered. Fine. I'll workshop it. He sighed, shaking his head. Chapter 9, Almost Caught, Then Free. The suits were finished. Peter's red and blue hung neatly across the back of the chair, while mine black and white, stitched less neatly but no less proudly rested folded on the bed. It was nearly 3 in the morning. Our eyes were heavy, but the air between us buzzed with the same restless energy that had been there ever since we first touched a wall. All right, I said, pulling the mask down over my head. Let's do this. Peter hesitated, still fiddling with the gloves of his own suit. Do what? Go out, I answered like it was obvious. Field test, but in costume this time. He stared at me through the mask's white eyes, shifting from foot to foot. At 3 in the morning? Are you insane? Yes, I said cheerfully, adjusting my wrist shooters over the gloves. Come on, Parker. You designed the gear, built the suit, cracked the formula. Time to see if it all works in style. He groaned. This is such a bad idea. You've said that about everything we've done this week. And I've been right every time. And yet here we are. I spread my arms, grinning beneath the mask. Peter opened his mouth to argue again. Knock. The sound hit both of us at once. Sharp. Sudden. Right against the bedroom door. We froze. Boys. Aunt May's voice carried through the wood, soft but alert. Are you still awake in there? Peter's face went pale behind the mask. His whole body went stiff. Oh no. Oh no, oh no, oh no. Relax, I whispered. Relax, he hissed back. We're in costumes. We're dead. Knock, softer this time. Peter? MC's name? It's very late. Peter's hands shot up, panicked. Hide. Hide. What do we do? I tugged my mask back off and ripped the suit halfway down to my waist. Calm down. Peter scrambled in circles, yanking his gloves off and nearly tripping over his own discarded jeans on the floor. She can't see this, she'll think. That we're insane. I asked dryly. Yes. I sighed, grabbed his shoulders, and shoved him toward the bed. Get under the blanket. Now. He flailed, clutching at the suit still hanging half off his body. I can't just. Do it, I snapped, pulling his mask off and tossing it into the drawer of his desk. I swept the notebook on top of it, disguising it with loose papers. Peter dove under the blanket, the red and blue fabric bunching awkwardly around his legs. I threw the black and white suit under my pillow, yanked on an old t-shirt from the floor, and sat casually on the edge of the bed just as May turned the handle. The door cracked open. Her kind face appeared, framed in the dim hall light. Why are you two still awake? It's late. I smiled innocently. Couldn't sleep. Beside me, Peter made a muffled sound under the blanket that might have been agreement or might have been suffocation. May frowned softly. It looks like Peter's already in bed. Yeah, I said smoothly. He was tossing and turning, so I was just talking to him. You know, keeping him company. From under the blanket came another muffled noise that sounded suspiciously like help. May's brow furrowed, but her tone stayed gentle. Don't keep him up, dear. You both have school in the morning. Got it, I said, nodding. She lingered a moment longer, eyes flicking over the messy desk. For a terrifying second, I thought she'd step inside. Peter's notebook sat open, fabric scraps still peeking from beneath it. But she only sighed. Try to clean up tomorrow. Good night, boys. The door closed. We both stayed frozen, waiting until her footsteps retreated down the hall. Then Peter exploded out from under the blanket like he'd been drowning. That was so close, he hissed, ripping the rest of the suit off. She almost saw everything. Relax, I said again, chuckling as I pulled the hidden suit from under my pillow. She didn't see a thing. Because you almost gave her a heart attack lying like that. It worked, didn't it? He groaned, clutching his head. We're going to get caught. We're going to get grounded forever. Not if we're careful, I said, pulling the mask back on. Now, where were we? Oh yeah. Field test. Peter looked at me like I was insane. You still want to go out after that? Especially after that, I said cheerfully. Suit up, Parker. He groaned again, but this time he didn't argue. 10 minutes later, we were climbing out the window again. This time, in full costume. The night air hit different with the mask on. Every sense felt sharper, every sound clearer. The fabric clung to my body, flexible enough to move but tight enough to make me feel streamlined. Peter moved awkwardly beside me, tugging at the gloves and shifting the mask as if it itched. This feels weird, he muttered. You look great, I said. Trust me. I feel ridiculous. You always feel ridiculous. Now come on. We scaled the trellis easily, our fingers sticking firmly to the wood. Within seconds, we were on the roof of the house, crouched against the shingles. The neighborhood stretched out beneath us. Street lamps glowed, cars were parked neatly along the curbs, and the distant hum of the city whispered in the background. Peter crouched low, his movements nervous. Okay. Just careful testing. No swinging across streets yet. Sure, I said. Careful. I fired a line at the chimney and flipped myself onto the next rooftop before he could blink. Peter groaned. You're impossible. Catch up, I called back. He muttered something but followed, firing his own line. The thwip echoed faintly in the quiet night as he swung awkwardly, landing on the roof beside me with a thud. He stumbled, nearly tripping, before catching himself. Smooth, I said. Shut up, he muttered. For the next hour, we tested the suits. We climbed walls, the fabric holding up against rough brick. We fired webs at lampposts, billboards, and even a passing bus, though Peter nearly had a heart attack when I suggested hitching a ride. Stop it, he hissed, yanking me back before I could grab hold. You'll get us killed. I'll get us a free ride, I countered. Not funny. It's hilarious. He groaned but didn't stop smiling under the mask. We swung short distances, leaping between rooftops and sticking landings that felt smoother every time. The suits stretched well, no tears, no rips. The masks narrowed our vision but gave us just enough coverage to feel anonymous. Peter stopped every few minutes to jot in his notebook, pulling it awkwardly from under his suit. Adhesive strength consistent. Fabric flexibility acceptable. Eye lenses fog slightly. Needs adjustment. I leaned over, peering at the notes. Looks awesome. That's not data, he muttered. It's the only data that matters. At one point, I perched on the edge of a tall rooftop, the black fabric blending with the night. Peter climbed up beside me, panting. This is insane, he whispered, looking out at the city. We're actually doing this. Yeah, I said, grinning under the mask. And it's only the beginning. He adjusted his glasses under the mask, still nervous, still awkward, but I could hear the excitement in his voice when he muttered, "This is incredible." Chapter 10, The Match Idea. Morning sunlight pushed through the blinds, too bright for how little sleep we'd gotten. My whole body ached from the rooftop run, but my grin hadn't faded. The suit had worked, the shooters had worked, and for the first time, the city had felt like it belonged to us. Peter, on the other hand, looked like a corpse dragged into school clothes. He slumped over the kitchen table, poking at his cereal like it had wronged him personally. "You look terrible," I said, dropping into the chair across from him. He shot me a tired glare. "You kept me out until 3 in the morning. And you loved it," I said, stealing a piece of toast from the plate. Aunt May bustled around the kitchen, humming to herself as she washed dishes. "Eat, Peter. You need your strength." "Yeah, Pete," I said, waving my toast. "Eat your Wheaties, future champion." He frowned. "What are you talking about?" I smirked, leaning back. "Wrestling. I heard about a competition in the city. They pay for people to get in the ring. 3 minutes with the champ and you walk out with cash." Peter blinked. "Cash? Cold hard cash," I said. "Enough to buy actual materials instead of raiding Aunt May's sewing kit." Aunt May turned, frowning. "What's this about wrestling?" "Nothing," Peter said quickly, panicked. "Nothing," I echoed smoothly, grinning. She gave us a suspicious look, but Uncle Ben walked in just then with the paper under his arm. "Morning, boys." "Morning," Peter muttered, sinking lower. "Morning," I said casually, finishing my toast. Ben unfolded the paper. "Big wrestling event tonight downtown. One of those gimmick shows. Looks like they're letting locals in the ring for some prize money." I kicked Peter under the table. His head snapped up. "Sounds dangerous," May said quickly, her voice full of concern. "Harmless," Ben said with a chuckle. "It's all staged. Still, a lot of energy in those crowds." Peter gave me a sharp look. I raised my brows and mouthed, "Told you so." By the time we left for school, the idea was stuck in my head. Peter tried ignoring me the whole walk, clutching his backpack like it could shield him. But I didn't let up. "Think about it," I said. 3 minutes. That's nothing. We've already taken falls higher than the ropes." "It's not about falling," he muttered. "It's about getting punched in the face by some guy twice our size. We've got wall crawling and spider sense." "What's he got?" "Elbow pads." Peter groaned. "This is a terrible idea." "Which is why it's perfect," I said, grinning. He adjusted his glasses nervously. "We can't just walk in and do it." "Sure we can. We've got costumes, we've got abilities, we've got nothing to lose." He sighed. "Except our teeth." At school, Flash and his gang were louder than usual. "Hey, Parker!" Flash shouted down the hall. "You look like you fell down a flight of stairs." "What happened?" "Trip over a book." The group laughed. Peter ducked his head, muttering something. I stepped up beside him, smirking. "Funny, Flash. You practice those lines in the mirror, or do they just come to you?" Flash sneered. "Stay out of it." "Make me," I said, voice calm but edged. His jaw tightened, but the teacher's voice called from down the hall, and he backed off with a glare. Peter sighed as we walked away. "You're going to get us both killed one day." "Nah," I said lightly. "We've got better odds than anyone in this school. That's why we should wrestle." He groaned, pressing his palm to his forehead. "You're not going to let this go, are you?" "Nope." By the end of the school day, Peter's nerves were shot. He muttered formulas and equations under his breath, trying to bury himself in science to block me out. But I kept pushing. "It's just one match," I said as we walked home. "In, out, cash in hand. Nobody gets hurt." "You don't know that," he argued. "Yes I do. No, you don't. Yes, I do. You're impossible. And you're still thinking about it, I said, grinning. He groaned again, pulling his hood over his head. After dinner, I leaned casually against the doorframe of our room, arms crossed. So, about tonight. Peter shot me a glare from his desk. No. Yes. No. Yes. Why, he demanded, exasperated. Why are you so set on this? Because, I said simply, I want to see what happens when Spider-Man steps into the ring. And I don't want to do it alone. His mouth opened, closed, then opened again. Spider-Man? That's not even our name. It's yours, I said. Mine's still a work in progress. Point is, we're a team. You're not letting me go in there without you. Peter ran his hands down his face. You're insane. Insanely persuasive, I corrected. He groaned, burying his face in his arms. But when we pulled the suits out an hour later, he didn't stop me. You're seriously going to wear that into a wrestling ring, he muttered, holding up the red and blue. Absolutely, I said, tugging my black and white mask over my head. You'll be the crowd favorite. I'll be the mysterious one. This is ridiculous, he said, but he was pulling on the suit anyway. Ridiculously awesome. Stop saying that. Never. Sneaking out was easier than the first time. Aunt May was asleep, Uncle Ben was still reading downstairs. We slipped out the window, landing softly on the trellis and disappearing into the night. The city was louder tonight, traffic buzzing, people crowding sidewalks. Posters hung on walls advertising the match, Crusher Hogan. 3 minutes in the ring. $100 to anyone who lasts. I slapped the poster with my palm. There it is. Easy money. Peter tugged at his mask nervously. Easy? Crusher Hogan is huge. And we're spiders. Do the math. He groaned. I hate you. No, you don't. The arena was packed. The smell of sweat, popcorn, and cheap cologne hit us as soon as we slipped inside. A makeshift ring stood in the middle, lights glaring down on it. The crowd roared as Hogan flexed his massive arms, taunting challengers. 3 minutes, the announcer bellowed. 3 minutes with Crusher Hogan, and you walk away with $100. Peter froze at the edge of the crowd. We can't do this. We're already here, I said. No backing out now. He groaned, clutching his mask. This is the worst idea you've ever had. And yet you're still standing here, I said, dragging him toward the sign-up table. The man behind it looked us over, raising a brow. What's with the costumes? Branding, I said smoothly. We're crowd pleasers. Peter groaned under his breath. The man shrugged and scribbled our names down. Fine. You're up after the next guy. Don't cry when Hogan breaks you in half. Wouldn't dream of it, I said, patting Peter's shoulder. Peter muttered furiously, we're going to die. Nope, I said. We're going to win. Chapter 11, 3 minutes with Crusher. The roar of the crowd was deafening. The lights glared down on the ring, painting everything in sharp contrast. Sweat, popcorn, the sour tang of beer, the whole place smelled like every sporting event I'd ever seen on TV, only louder and cheaper. The announcer's voice boomed through the crackling speakers. Next challengers. 2 for the price of 1 tonight, folks. Straight outta Queens, give it up for Spider-Man and his partner, the Black Spider. I raised my arms, grinning under my black and white mask. The crowd howled, a mix of cheers and laughter. Peter shuffled beside me in his red and blue, tugging at his gloves nervously. They called me Spider-Man, he whispered sharply, his voice muffled under the mask. Yeah, I said, nodding. Told you it fits. And you're Black Spider. It works, I said. It's lazy. Crowd doesn't care, I shot back, waving at them again. The crowd ate it up, some booing, some laughing. A drunk guy in the front row yelled, "Nice pajamas." Peter sank lower. "This is a mistake." "Nope," I said cheerfully. "Best idea I've ever had." Across the ring, Crusher Hogan flexed his massive arms. He was a mountain of a man, veins bulging, his bald head shining under the lights. He sneered when he saw us, leaning on the ropes like we were the punchline to his night. "You kiddin' me?" His voice rumbled like gravel. "They're sendin' me kids in tights now." The crowd roared with laughter. Peter stiffened beside me. "Shredder." "Relax," I said. "We've got this." The announcer's voice cut in. 3 minutes in the ring. If these two last, they split $100. Let's see what they've got against Crusher Hogan. The bell rang. Ding. Crusher stormed toward us, all muscle and fury. His arms swung wide, aiming to grab us both in one go. "Move," I muttered. I sidestepped smoothly. Peter squeaked under his breath but managed to roll clumsily out of reach. Crusher's hands grabbed nothing but air, and he stumbled. The crowd laughed harder. Crusher turned, face red. "You think that's funny?" "Yeah," I said, tilting my head. "Hilarious." He roared and lunged at me. This time, I let my spider sense guide me. The world sharpened, and I ducked just before his arm swung over me. I tapped his back with my finger. "Missed," I said casually. The crowd howled with laughter again. Peter scrambled to his feet. "What are you doing?" "Putting on a show," I said. "This isn't a show." "Of course it is." "Look at them," I said, nodding at the cheering crowd. "They love it." Peter groaned. Crusher came again, this time faster. His hands reached for my throat, but I hopped back, bouncing lightly on my feet. His movements were heavy, slow. Too slow. "You're a big guy," I said. "You ever think about cardio?" The crowd roared. Someone shouted, "Run circles around him." Crusher's face twisted. He swung wide, aiming for my head. I ducked, spun behind him, and gave him a light shove. He stumbled forward into the ropes, bouncing back awkwardly. The crowd went wild. Peter tugged at my arm. "Stop making him mad." "He's already mad," I said. "Might as well enjoy it." Peter groaned again. "All right, Parker," I said, glancing at him. "Your turn." "What?" "No." "Yes." Before he could argue, Crusher turned toward him. Peter froze, panic in his eyes under the mask. "Do something," I hissed. I don't." Crusher lunged. Peter yelped and leapt straight up. His hands caught the top rope, his body flipping awkwardly over Crusher's head. He landed clumsily on the other side, stumbling but upright. The crowd gasped, then erupted into cheers. "He jumped like a frog," someone shouted. Peter adjusted his mask nervously. "I didn't mean to." "Do it again," I said. "No." "Yes." Crusher turned, furious, but this time Peter's spider sense kicked in. His body moved before he realized it, sidestepping the lunge and sticking his hand out. Crusher tripped over it, sprawling across the mat with a heavy thud. The ring shook. The crowd went insane. Peter froze. "Did I just?" "You did," I said, grinning under the mask. "Nice one, Spider-Man." Crusher roared, pounding the mat as he pushed himself up. "You little brats!" The announcer shouted into the mic, his voice struggling to be heard over the cheers. 1 minute down, and the challengers are still standing. Looks like Hogan's got his hands full tonight. Crusher lunged again, but this time both of us moved. I darted to the side, Peter ducked under his swing, and we ended up on opposite sides of the ring. Tag team! I called. Peter groaned. You're insane. Good answer, I said. We circled Crusher together. The crowd was chanting now, stomping their feet, clapping. The energy buzzed through the arena, electric. Crusher charged at Peter, but I swung a web at his ankle. The strand hit, tugging just enough to trip him. He fell forward, arms flailing. Peter yelped but leapt again, flipping out of the way. Crusher slammed into the mat face first. The crowd exploded. Peter whipped his head toward me. You used the webs. Just a little, I said. Relax. Are you insane? They didn't see, I said quickly, pointing at the cheering crowd. They think you flipped him. Peter froze, then glanced at the roaring stands. His voice dropped, quiet but shaken. They think I flipped him. Exactly, I said. Play to it. The announcer shouted, 2 minutes gone, 1 minute to go. Can they last the full 3? Crusher staggered back to his feet, his face red and furious. He bellowed, charging at us both this time. I looked at Peter. Together. He hesitated, then nodded. Crusher swung wide, arms outstretched. We split, darting to opposite sides. His swing missed both of us, and before he could recover, I fired another web at the ropes. It snapped taut, pulling him sideways. Peter didn't even think this time. He ducked low, swept his leg out, and Hogan tripped straight over him. The giant crashed onto his back with a thunderous slam. The ring shook. The crowd leapt to their feet, screaming. The announcer bellowed, 3 minutes. They've done it. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Spider-Man and the Black Spider. The bell rang. Ding. The arena was chaos. People shouted, clapped, whistled. Peter stood frozen, staring at the crowd in shock. They're cheering, he whispered, voice barely audible under the mask. Of course they are, I said, raising his arm high. Look at you, Spider-Man. The people love you. He stumbled, overwhelmed. I didn't even. You did great, I said. He blinked behind the mask, stunned. We did. Backstage, the promoter shoved a crumpled bill into my hand. $100, like promised. Don't get cocky, kids. Hogan was off his game. Sure, I said smoothly, pocketing the money. Peter tugged at my arm. We shouldn't have done this. It's too risky. And yet, I said, patting the cash, totally worth it. He groaned, but he couldn't stop smiling under the mask. Chapter 12, Uncle Ben Notices. We slipped back into the bedroom through the window just after midnight. My suit was half hanging off me, Peter's red and blue balled up in his hands like it was radioactive. The $100 bill sat snug in my pocket, crumpled but real. Peter threw his mask onto the desk and collapsed onto the bed, groaning into the blanket. That was insane. That was actually insane. Correction, I said, peeling off my gloves. That was awesome. And we won. He rolled over to glare at me, hair sticking to his forehead with sweat. We could have been crushed. Do you realize how close? We weren't, I cut in. We had him wrapped around our little spider fingers. Admit it, Parker. That was fun. Peter flushed, his mouth working, but no words came out. Thought so, I said with a grin, tugging off the rest of the suit and stuffing it under the mattress. We were halfway into changing back into regular clothes when the floorboards creaked. Both of us froze. A knock followed, firm, steady. Peter. Uncle Ben's voice, calm but clear. Peter went pale. Oh no. I shoved the last of the fabric under my pillow and yanked on a hoodie. Peter scrambled into a t-shirt, his hands shaking. He tried shoving his red glove deeper into the blanket, but it stuck out. I kicked it under the bed just as the doorknob turned. Uncle Ben stepped in, wearing his old grey sweater and slippers. His glasses hung low on his nose, and he folded his arms across his chest. "You boys are still awake?" Peter sat bolt upright. No. I mean, yes. Kind of." I smirked, leaning back casually on the bed. "Can't sleep? Big night." Ben's eyes narrowed slightly. "Big night?" Peter panicked. "Homework. Lots of homework." "At midnight?" Ben asked, his brow arching. Peter stammered. It was science homework." Millimeter HM. Ben's gaze shifted between us, steady, patient. "You two have been acting strange lately. Sneaking around, whispering, not sleeping. And tonight, you're home late." Peter swallowed hard, gripping his blanket. We weren't." I jumped in smoothly. "We were just hanging out downtown. Got caught up." Ben's eyes moved to me. "Downtown? At this hour?" "Relax," I said casually. "We're not kids anymore." "You are kids," Ben said evenly. His tone wasn't sharp, but it carried weight. "That's exactly the problem." Peter squirmed beside me, shrinking into himself. "We weren't doing anything bad," he said quickly. Ben studied us for a long moment. His eyes softened, but the crease in his brow didn't fade. "You're keeping secrets." Peter looked like he was about to crack into pieces. I stepped in again before he could spill something dumb. "Everyone keeps secrets. Doesn't mean they're bad." "That depends on the secret," Ben said, his voice steady. The room went quiet. Aunt May's footsteps padded faintly down the hall, and a moment later she peeked her head in. "Everything all right?" she asked gently. Ben turned his head toward her. "They're fine. Just restless." Peter forced a nervous laugh. "See? Fine." May gave us a worried look but nodded, retreating softly back down the hall. Ben shut the door, leaving us in the heavy silence. He walked a few steps closer, then sat down in Peter's desk chair. "Peter," he said, looking straight at my brother. "You're exhausted. Your grades are slipping. And now you're sneaking out at night. Talk to me." Peter's mouth opened, then shut. His hands twisted in the blanket. I can handle it." "Handle what?" Ben asked gently. "Everything," Peter whispered. "School, people, Flash." He trailed off, shrinking into himself. I leaned forward, breaking the tension. "He's fine. I'm fine. We're both fine. We just needed to blow off steam." Ben's gaze shifted to me again. "Blowing off steam doesn't explain the lies." I smiled easily. "You want the truth?" "We went to see a wrestling match." Peter's head whipped toward me, horrified. "Shredder." I ignored him. "That's it? Just a wrestling match? Got caught up in the crowd, stayed out too late. Big deal." Ben's expression tightened. "A wrestling match?" "Yeah," I said with a shrug. "You should have seen it. People going nuts over a guy throwing people around." Peter groaned into his hands. "Why would you tell him that?" he whispered. Ben studied us both again, then sighed. He leaned back in the chair, running a hand over his face. "You're both teenagers," he said finally. "You want excitement. You want to feel bigger than the world around you. I understand that." Peter peeked through his fingers. "You do?" Ben nodded slowly. "I was your age once too. I remember sneaking out, doing things I thought were harmless." He paused, his gaze steady. "But you have to think about the consequences. Every choice you make ripples out. It affects you, your family, the people around you. Peter looked like he wanted to sink through the floor. We're not hurting anyone. Not yet, Ben said quietly. But you will if you're not careful. I leaned back, arms crossed. We're careful. Ben gave me a long look. I hope so. The silence stretched. Then he stood slowly, pushing the chair back. Get some sleep, both of you. You've got school tomorrow. Peter nodded quickly, almost too quickly. Yes, Uncle Ben. I gave a casual salute. You got it. Ben's eyes lingered a moment longer, searching, then he turned and left, closing the door softly behind him. The second he was gone, Peter rounded on me. Why would you tell him about wrestling? Because it's better than him thinking we're robbing banks, I said easily. He's suspicious now. Did you hear him? He knows we're hiding something. He's not suspicious, I said, lying back on my bed. He's concerned. Big difference. Peter groaned, flopping onto his own bed face first. We're dead. He's going to figure it out. He's going to find the suits, the shooters, everything. Not if you stop freaking out, I said. Relax, Parker. We've got this under control. You don't get it, Peter mumbled into the blanket. He's smarter than you think. He always notices. Always. I closed my eyes, smirking. Then we'll just have to be better liars. Peter groaned louder, burying himself deeper in the blanket. The next morning, May fussed over us at breakfast. You boys look tired, she said, setting plates of eggs down. Peter coughed nervously. We were just up late studying. May frowned. Again? You can't keep this up. You'll make yourselves sick. I leaned back casually, sipping juice. We're fine, May. Just dedicated scholars. She gave me a look. You're dedicated to something, that's for sure. Peter nearly choked on his eggs. Uncle Ben lowered his paper, his eyes sharp but calm. They'll be fine, he said simply. As long as they remember what's important. Peter's fork clattered against his plate. He didn't meet Ben's eyes. I smirked, covering the tension. Don't worry. We're model citizens. May raised her brows but said nothing. Ben's gaze lingered, steady and unreadable, before he returned to his paper. On the walk to school, Peter hissed at me under his breath. He knows. He definitely knows. Good, I said. Keeps us on our toes. This isn't a game. It is if you're good at it, I said with a grin. Peter groaned, pulling his hood over his head. Chapter 13, The $1,000 Offer. The city moved underneath me, steady and alive. I crouched on the edge of a low rooftop, the black and white suit clinging comfortably as the night air pressed against me. Below, traffic buzzed in tired lines. Neon signs flickered across old brick. People hurried along the sidewalks, heads down, too focused on their lives to ever look up. That was the thing about rooftops, you could sit up here all night and never be noticed. Almost never. I shifted, pulling the mask slightly higher to breathe easier, when a sharp voice broke the rhythm of the night. Hey! You up there! My head snapped toward the sound. A lit office window, third floor of the building across from me, glowed bright against the dark. A man stood inside, leaning halfway out. His suit was wrinkled, tie loosened, hair slicked back with the faint shine of cheap product. I recognized him instantly, the wrestling promoter from the other night. He squinted at me, then grinned wide. I knew it. Thought I saw you in the crowd. You're one of those kids from the Hogan match, aren't you? I tilted my head, grinning under the mask. Depends who's asking. He barked out a laugh and waved me down. Don't play coy. Get over here. I fired a line, swung across, and landed on the ledge just outside his window. He stepped back, startled for a moment, then recovered quickly with a wide grin. You really do stick to walls, he muttered, half impressed, half unsettled. You're full of tricks, hey? I crouched casually, mask down again. You wanted something? He jabbed a finger at me, grinning. Yeah. You and your little red and blue buddy were the talk of the house last night. Nobody's seen Crusher Hogan humiliated like that in years. You two packed the place. I smirked. We were good, weren't we? Good. He laughed. Kid, you were great. And that's why I'm here. Hogan's mad as hell, but the crowd? They loved it. They want more. They're asking when Spider-Man and what did they call you? Black Spider. I gave him a flat look through the mask. Creative, right? He chuckled awkwardly. Yeah, well, names don't sell tickets. But the suits? The flips? The whole act? That sells. I leaned forward slightly. So what's your pitch? His grin widened. He reached into his coat pocket and pulled out a folded stack of bills. He waved it dramatically, the edges crisp. $1,000. Cash. For one more match? The words hung in the air, heavy, tempting. I whistled low. That's a big jump from 100. Yeah, well, you earned it, he said quickly. The crowd will pay double just to see Hogan get embarrassed again. And if you boys put on another show like last night? Kid, you could make a career out of this. I sat back on my heels, grinning under the mask. 1,000, hey? Not bad. Behind me, footsteps scraped against the roof. I turned my head. Peter climbed up from the fire escape, still in his red and blue suit, mask pulled half up to reveal his worried face. What's going on? He asked, eyes darting between me and the promoter. The promoter lit up. Ah, perfect. Spider-Man himself. Just who I wanted to see. He waved the bills again. $1,000, kid. You and your pal go a second round with Hogan, the crowd gets a show, you walk out rich. Peter froze. What? 1,000, I said, grinning at him. Cash. Peter's eyes widened, his mouth falling open. That's insane. That's more than Uncle Ben makes in a month. Exactly, I said. Think about it. We could buy real fabric. Real lab equipment. No more raiding May's sewing kit. Peter's face twisted. We can't take this. Why not? I asked. Because it's dangerous. His voice cracked. We barely made it out last time without exposing ourselves. You used your webs. If anyone noticed. Nobody noticed, I interrupted. You don't know that. The promoter looked between us, clearly amused. You two always argue like this. Peter flushed bright red. Stay out of it. The man held up his hands, laughing. Hey, no skin off my nose. You want the money or not? Peter shook his head violently. No. Absolutely not. I tilted my head at him. Peter, it's $1,000. Do you realize how much that is? Yes, he hissed. That's why it's too much. It's wrong. This guy doesn't care about us. He just wants to make money off us. The promoter chuckled again. Smart kid. But he's not wrong either. It's entertainment. You give the people a show, you walk away with more money than you've ever seen. Harmless. Harmless. Peter snapped. You call Hogan slamming us into the mat harmless? You lasted, didn't you? The man said smoothly. Peter groaned, running a hand through his hair. This is insane. We can't. Relax, I cut in. We can handle it. We proved that already. Peter turned to me, eyes sharp. You're actually considering this? Of course I am. He gaped at me. Shredder. Look, I said, voice calm but firm. We're broke. You're genius level smart, but you're working with scrap metal and laundry powder. We can't keep testing like this forever. Money changes that. Money makes us better. Peter's hands curled into fists. It's not worth it. The promoter cleared his throat, sensing the tension. Look, I'll make it simple. Tomorrow night. Same arena. 1,000 for showing up, win or lose. 2,000 if you win. Peter looked horrified. 2,000. I whistled again, grinning wide. Now you're talking. Peter turned on me, desperate. We can't. We can't do this again. Uncle Ben already suspects something. If he finds out. He won't, I said. He always finds out. Peter snapped. The promoter slipped the cash back into his coat, smirking. Think about it. Don't take too long. Hogan's still mad, and the crowd's hungry. They want you boys back in the ring. Could be the start of something big. He gave us a little salute, then ducked back into the office. A moment later, the light in the window flicked off. The rooftop fell into silence. Peter rounded on me immediately. You can't be serious about this. I crossed my arms. I'm dead serious. His voice cracked. We'll get caught. We'll get hurt. Or worse, May and Ben will find out. Do you realize how bad that'll be? I shrugged. You worry too much. Someone has to. I grinned. Good thing it's not me. Peter groaned, dragging his hands down his face. You're impossible. Yep, I said easily. And I'm also $1,000 richer tomorrow night. His head shot up. No. Don't you dare. I held up my hand. Relax. I'll think about it. You'll think about it, he repeated, exasperated. Yep. Peter groaned louder, pacing across the rooftop. You're going to get us both killed. And you'll thank me when we're rich, I said, leaning back casually against the ledge. Not happening, he muttered, tugging his mask back down. We're not doing it. We'll see, I said with a smirk. He glared at me through the mask, but his shoulders slumped. He knew he couldn't win this argument tonight. Chapter 14, The One That Got Away. The night air clung heavy as Peter and I made our way back from the rooftop. Neither of us said much at first. He walked fast, shoulders hunched, tugging his mask down tight as if he wanted to disappear. I strolled a few paces behind, hands tucked into the black gloves of my suit, the grin under my mask never fading. You're walking like we just robbed a bank, I finally said. Peter snapped his head toward me. Because we might as well have. Did you hear that guy? He's trying to use us. I smirked. And offering $1,000 while doing it. I don't see the problem. That's because you don't think, he hissed, his voice cracking. I raised a brow. I think plenty. I just don't spend all day worrying like you. He groaned, turning away, muttering something I didn't catch. We kept walking. By the time we hit the block near the arena, the night was busier. People spilled out of the side doors, voices rising as the last of the crowd from Hogan's latest match dispersed. The promoter's crew shouted orders, packing up equipment. Cops stood around bored, watching for drunks. Peter pulled his hood low, whispering to me. We shouldn't be here. What if someone recognizes us? They won't, I said easily. Then it happened. A shout split the air. Stop! Thief! Somebody stop him! Heads turned. A man burst out of the back doors of the arena, clutching a small canvas bag tight to his chest. His hat was low, his jacket cheap, his shoes pounding against the pavement as he ran hard down the sidewalk. Behind him, a stocky cashier from the arena staggered out, red-faced and panting. He stole from the register. Stop him! The thief shoved past a pair of bystanders, barreling toward the alley between two buildings. I moved without hesitation. My hand shot up, wrist angled. The spider sense thrummed sharp and alive, a perfect target. One quick web line to the legs, and the guy was done. But before I could fire, Peter grabbed my arm. "Don't," he whispered. I blinked, yanking against his grip. "What?" "Don't get involved," he said quickly, voice tight. The thief sprinted past, close enough that I could see the sweat dripping down his temple. His eyes flicked toward us for half a second, fear, desperation, and then gone. The arena cashier stumbled after him, shouting, "Somebody stop him! Please!" The thief vanished into the alley. I stared at the empty space he'd left, the line still unshot from my wrist. Peter let go of my arm slowly. His face was pale, his mask pulled halfway up so I could see his jaw set hard. "What the hell was that?" I demanded. Peter swallowed, his throat working. "It's not our problem." "Not our," I cut myself off, laughing in disbelief. "He stole cash. You saw it." "It's not our responsibility," Peter said firmly, though his voice wavered. The cashier stumbled up to us, breathless, desperate. Did you see where he went? Please, help me." Peter froze. I pointed at the alley. "That way." The man staggered toward it, too slow to catch up. Peter tugged at my arm. "Come on. Let's go home." I yanked free, glaring at him. "Are you serious right now?" "Yes," he snapped, his voice high and shaky. "We can't get involved in everything. We're not cops. We're not. We're better than cops." I shot back. His face twisted, anger and panic all tangled together. "We're kids. You don't get it, Shredder. If we start jumping into things like this, it'll never stop. We'll get caught or hurt or." I took a step closer, my voice low but sharp. "You had him, Peter. Right in front of you. And you let him go." He flinched like I'd hit him, but his chin jutted out stubbornly. "It wasn't our fight." I stared at him, waiting, but he didn't break. His fists were clenched, his shoulders tight, his eyes avoiding mine. The shouts from the cashier faded down the alley, swallowed by the night. The thief was long gone. The walk home was silent. Peter yanked his mask off halfway, stuffing it into his bag. His face was pale, his lips pressed tight. I didn't bother hiding my suit, I walked tall, every step deliberate, my jaw set. When we reached the corner near our street, he finally spoke. "Don't tell Uncle Ben." I barked out a laugh, bitter. "Oh, so you know it was wrong." He glared at me, his voice cracking. I said don't tell him. I stopped walking, staring at him. "Relax. I won't. But you're going to have to live with that call, Parker." "Not me." He looked away, clutching his bag tighter. Inside, the house was dark. May and Ben were asleep. We climbed the stairs carefully, the floorboards creaking under our weight. In our room, Peter dropped his bag and sat hard on the bed, rubbing his face with both hands. "You're still thinking about it," I said. "Shut up," he muttered. "You are." I said shut up. I grinned, but it didn't reach my eyes. "Fine. Sleep on it. Let's see if you still think it wasn't our problem in the morning." He didn't answer. He just curled onto his side, pulling the blanket over his head. I lay back, staring at the ceiling. The silence pressed heavy, broken only by his unsteady breathing. The next morning at breakfast, May fussed over us as usual, but Ben's eyes lingered longer than normal. You two are quiet today, he said. Peter jumped, nearly spilling his orange juice. We're fine. Totally fine. Ben raised a brow, but didn't press. I smirked into my toast. Peter kicked me under the table. Chapter 15, Bad News, Bigger Temptation. The morning was ordinary on the surface. Aunt May bustled around the kitchen, her soft voice humming while she set breakfast down. Uncle Ben sat at the table, reading the paper. The smell of eggs and toast filled the room, but Peter barely touched his plate. His fork pushed at the eggs without lifting them. His eyes kept flicking toward the folded newspaper beside Ben's elbow. I noticed before Ben even shifted the page. A headline peeked from the corner, "Robbery turns violent, suspect escapes." Ben frowned softly, lowering the paper. "Trouble downtown last night. Some guy robbed a cashier after the matches." Peter stiffened. Ben shook his head. "Coward knocked the poor man down. Got away with more than just cash. Left the clerk with a broken arm." Peter's fork clattered against his plate. His shoulders hunched tight. May gasped, covering her mouth with her hand. "Oh, that's terrible. Was anyone else hurt?" "Doesn't look like it," Ben said, scanning the lines. "But the man's still out there." The silence that followed was heavy. May poured more juice into glasses just to fill it. Peter stared at his plate, his face pale. I leaned back, chewing on a piece of toast. My eyes cut to Peter, who refused to look at me. "You all right there, Pete?" I asked casually. He jumped like I'd jabbed him with a pin. I'm fine." "You don't look fine," Ben said gently. "I'm fine," Peter insisted quickly, shoving a forkful of eggs into his mouth as if that settled it. Ben's brow creased. "You don't have to pretend. It's all right to be shaken up by things like this." Peter swallowed hard, his hands shaking slightly. "I'm not shaken. I just didn't sleep. That's all." Ben studied him a long moment, then nodded slowly. "If you say so." The rest of breakfast passed in awkward silence. We left for school, May waving from the porch. Peter kept his hood up, his eyes glued to the ground. His footsteps dragged. I shoved my hands into my pockets, walking beside him. "You're brooding." "I'm not brooding," he muttered. "You're brooding." He shot me a glare. "Someone got hurt." "Yeah. Because you let the guy run." Peter flinched. His mouth opened, then shut again. "I told you it wasn't our fight." I shrugged. "Doesn't matter what you told me. You saw his face. You heard him run. That was on you." Peter groaned, pressing his palms into his eyes. "Don't. Just don't. You think ignoring it makes it better?" I asked, tone light but sharp. His hands dropped, and he glared at me again. "What do you want me to say? That I should have stopped him? Fine. I should have stopped him. But I didn't, and now it's he cut himself off," his voice breaking. "Now it's eating you alive," I finished. Peter's face twisted. "Shut up, Shredder." I smirked, though my eyes stayed on him. "You don't need to sit here and stew, Pete. You need a distraction." His head whipped toward me. "What kind of distraction?" I grinned. $1,000 worth." He groaned instantly, covering his face again. "Not this again." "Yes, this again." "No." "Yes." "You're impossible. And you're predictable. Look, you can either sit around sulking about what you didn't do, or you can put on that suit and prove to yourself what you can do." He froze, his hands slowly lowering. "You're saying wrestle again?" "Exactly. That's insane. Worked last time. We got lucky last time." I smirked. "You call that luck? I call it skill." Peter groaned, throwing his hands up. You're going to drive me insane. Good, I said cheerfully. Now you'll stop thinking about that thief for 5 minutes. Peter's lips pressed into a tight line. You don't get it. Someone was hurt. I get it just fine, I said calmly. I also get that you can't change it. But you can make sure the next time you don't freeze. Peter went silent, staring at the cracked sidewalk. I leaned closer, voice low. Suit up tonight. Hogan's waiting. He shook his head quickly. No. No way. Fine, I said with a shrug. But I'm going. With or without you. His eyes shot to mine, panic flashing. You can't. I can. And I will. He groaned again, shoving his hands in his pockets. You're going to get yourself killed. Better me than you, right? I said lightly. He looked away, jaw tight. At school, Peter was useless. He stared blankly at the chalkboard, his notes half-written, his answers mumbled. Flash caught on quick, smirking across the room. Hey, Parker! Flash whispered during class, tossing a paper ball that bounced off Peter's desk. Lose your homework with the rest of your dignity. Peter didn't even react. He just kept staring down at his notebook. I leaned back in my chair, eyeing Flash. You've got a one-note act, Flash. Change the record. Flash glared at me, but the teacher turned, and he sank back into his seat with a scowl. Peter still didn't look up. By lunch, his tray sat untouched. He picked at the bread like it might answer his problems if he tore it apart long enough. I dropped into the seat across from him. You're still thinking about it? Of course I am, he muttered. I leaned forward. So do something about it. What am I supposed to do? He snapped, his voice low but sharp. The guy's gone. I can't fix it. You can't fix it, I agreed. But you can stop being useless. Hogan. Tonight. Peter groaned into his hands. You're unbelievable. And you're stalling. After school, Uncle Ben picked us up. He hummed softly along with the radio while Peter sat stiff in the back seat, staring out the window. I lounged beside him, arms stretched, calm as ever. You boys doing all right? Ben asked casually. Fine, I said easily. Peter didn't answer. Ben glanced at him through the rearview mirror. You sure, Pete? Peter jerked slightly. Yes. Fine. Ben frowned but didn't push. The car rolled on, quiet except for the hum of the radio. That evening, after May served dinner and Ben retired with the paper, Peter paced the bedroom floor. His hands waved wildly as he muttered. This is insane. We can't do this again. If Uncle Ben finds out, if May finds out. Then don't let them, I said, tugging the black and white mask over my head. Peter froze, glaring at me. You're serious? Always. You're going. Absolutely. He groaned, gripping his hair. You'll get caught. Not likely. You'll get hurt. Doubt it. You'll get. He stopped, shaking his head. This is insane. I smirked. Which is why it's perfect. Peter groaned again, but his shoulders slumped. He stared at the floor for a long moment before muttering, You can't do it alone. I raised a brow. So you're in. He shot me a look, frustrated. You're impossible. And you love me for it, I said, patting his shoulder. He shoved my hand off, muttering curses under his breath as he dragged his red and blue suit from under the bed. Chapter 16, Back in the Ring. Sneaking out the second time wasn't easier. Aunt May's light footsteps passed the hall 3 times before finally going quiet. Uncle Ben's cough echoed once from the living room, then silence. Peter and I sat on the edge of our beds in full suits, motionless, listening for every creak and groan of the house. Finally, I gave him a nudge. Now or never, Parker. He groaned behind the mask. This is a mistake. Probably, I said cheerfully, sliding the window open. But it'll be profitable. You're going to get us caught. You're going to thank me. He muttered something under his breath, but followed anyway, clambering out onto the trellis. The city was busier tonight. The streets near the arena were already packed, people spilling from bars and storefronts, all buzzing about the upcoming rematch. Posters plastered across poles read, Crusher Hogan vs. the Spiders. Double the payout if they last. Peter stared at one as we landed on a nearby roof. His jaw tightened. They're advertising us. Of course they are, I said. We're the stars. This is insane, he muttered. Insanely profitable, I corrected. He groaned again. Inside, the arena was chaos. The promoter spotted us the moment we stepped backstage, his grin wide, slick, and greedy. You made it, he crowed, rushing over. He slapped my shoulder, then clapped Peter on the back hard enough to make him stumble. The crowd's already buzzing. Place is packed. They all want to see you two humiliate Hogan again. Peter straightened his mask nervously. We're not here to humiliate anyone. The promoter laughed. Kid, that's the point. They pay for a show, you give them a show. And tonight? We're making it bigger. Hogan's out for blood. Crowd wants drama. You two just last the 3 minutes again and the payout's yours. $1,000, like promised. Hell, maybe more if the crowd's happy. I leaned in. Maybe more. He winked. Depends how much they cheer. Peter tugged at my arm. This is bad. Hogan's mad. You heard him. I smirked. Good. Angry men are predictable men. Unbelievable, Peter muttered, pacing nervously. The promoter shoved us toward the curtain. Get ready. You're on in 5. We waited in the narrow hallway just behind the curtain. The crowd's roar was deafening, stumps shaking the floor beneath us. Hogan's booming laugh echoed from the ring. Peter fidgeted beside me, pulling at his gloves. He's going to kill us. Actually kill us. Relax, I said, rolling my shoulders. We've got this. We don't got this. We do. Peter groaned into his hands. You're insane. I grinned under the mask. And you're still here. The announcer's voice boomed. Ladies and gentlemen, you asked for it. You demanded it. Back for a rematch with the one, the only Crusher Hogan. It's Spider-Man and his partner, the Black Spider. The curtain whipped aside. The lights hit us like fire. The crowd erupted into cheers and boos, stomps and claps, a mix of mockery and excitement. I stepped forward with my arms raised high, soaking it in. Peter shuffled out behind me, his head low, shoulders tense. There they are, the announcer bellowed. The kids who made Hogan stumble. Let's see if they can do it again. Hogan stood in the center of the ring, arms crossed, his face red with fury. He looked bigger than before, veins bulging in his thick neck. You two think you embarrassed me, he growled, his voice booming over the crowd noise. You think you're funny? Tonight I'm breaking you in half. The crowd roared approval. Peter froze on the apron. Shredder. Shredder, we can't. We can, I said, pulling him in. Follow my lead. The bell rang. Ding. Hogan charged immediately, fists swinging wide. Peter yelped, diving aside. I ducked under Hogan's arm, rolling to the center of the mat. The impact of his fist against the corner post rattled the ring. He turned, eyes burning. You won't get away this time, punks. I grinned under the mask. We'll see. The crowd howled. Peter scrambled up, crouched low, breathing fast. He's faster this time. Not fast enough, I said, circling. Hogan lunged again. I sidestepped, letting Peter stumble out of the way just in time. Hogan's massive hand grazed his shoulder. Peter yelped but managed to duck under. The crowd roared louder. Stop running, cowards! Hogan bellowed. Peter whispered furiously, we should stop. This isn't safe. Safe doesn't pay, I shot back. The next few minutes were chaos. Hogan swung heavy, each move like a hammer. We dodged, flipped, and scrambled. I let the spider sense guide me, ducking just before each swing, rolling out of reach, sometimes giving Hogan a light shove to trip him into the ropes. Peter's nerves almost cost him twice, but instinct saved him. When Hogan lunged low, Peter leapt high, flipping clumsily over his back. The crowd exploded with cheers at the sight. He jumped again, someone shouted. Peter landed hard, stumbling, but upright. He looked shocked at himself. Nice one, I said. Shut up, he hissed, though his voice shook with a mix of nerves and adrenaline. Halfway through, Hogan managed to grab me by the arm. His grip was iron. He yanked me up and over his shoulder like I weighed nothing. The crowd gasped as he slammed me into the mat. The air rushed out of my chest in a painful grunt. Peter's voice cracked, panicked. Shredder! I groaned, rolling to the side, sucking air back in. Hogan loomed over me, grinning wide. Got you now, kid. Not yet, I wheezed, firing a quick line of web at the mat. It snapped me just out of his reach as he lunged again. The crowd didn't notice, too busy screaming. Peter scrambled in, ducking under Hogan's arm, and shoved his legs out from under him. Hogan stumbled, crashing down hard. The crowd erupted. The announcer shouted over the noise. 1 minute left. Can the spiders last again? Hogan roared, climbing back to his feet. Sweat poured down his face. His chest heaved. He charged one last time, massive arms swinging wide. I darted left. Peter hesitated, then moved right. Hogan's fists slammed the mat between us, rattling the entire ring. Together! I shouted. Peter froze. Now! Something in his face shifted. He nodded once, then leapt. We hit Hogan at the same time, me shoving from the front, Peter sweeping his legs from behind. Hogan toppled with a thunderous crash. The bell rang. Ding! The crowd exploded into chaos. The announcer's voice boomed. 3 minutes. They've done it again. Spider-Man and the Black Spider survive Crusher Hogan. We stood panting in the center, arms raised. The promoter rushed in, grinning wide, shoving a thick wad of bills into my glove. 1,000, like I promised. You boys are gold. Pure gold. Peter staggered, staring at the crowd with wide eyes. His chest heaved under the suit. They're cheering again. Of course they are, I said, grinning under the mask. You're Spider-Man. He shook his head, overwhelmed. We shouldn't. Too late, I cut in. We already did. Backstage, the promoter clapped us on the backs. Boys, I'm telling you, this is just the beginning. We could book you every night. Twice on weekends. The crowd can't get enough. Peter paled. Every night. I smirked. We'll think about it. Peter shot me a glare, but didn't argue. Chapter 17, The Night That Changed Everything. The morning after the second Hogan match, the air in the Parker house felt heavier. Aunt May hummed softly while she cooked, but even that usual comfort didn't settle the tension. Uncle Ben sat with his coffee, reading quietly. Peter sat hunched, stabbing at his cereal, his mind clearly elsewhere. I leaned back in my chair, arms folded, pretending to relax, though every part of me was wound tight. I knew what day it was. I knew what would happen. The paper was folded neatly on the counter. Another article about last night's robbery. The same thief. He was still out there. Uncle Ben lowered his cup. You boys have been up late too much lately. Look at you, dark circles under your eyes, barely eating. Peter muttered, we're fine. Ben shook his head, setting the cup down. You're not fine. You're kids. You need sleep. You need focus. Whatever's keeping you out, it has to stop. Peter's hand froze on his spoon. May turned from the stove. He's right. You've both been different lately. More secretive. Peter looked panicked. I cut in smoothly, leaning forward. We're just growing up, May. Don't worry. She frowned softly. Growing up doesn't mean hiding things. Ben looked between us, his eyes lingering longer on Peter. Secrets don't stay buried forever, boys. Peter shifted, his leg bouncing under the table. I smirked, trying to lighten it. Relax, Uncle Ben. We're not cooking meth in the basement. May gasped. Shredder. Ben chuckled, though the weight didn't leave his face. Peter nearly dropped his spoon. You can't just say things like that. Why not? Got your mind off it, didn't I? He groaned into his hands. The day dragged. At school, Peter was useless. He barely spoke, his pen tapping against the desk non-stop. Flash taunted him twice, he didn't even react. I ended up snapping at Flash myself. Lay off, Thompson. Flash sneered. Or what? Or you'll find out what it's like to get clowned on in front of your own gang, I said calmly, leaning back. Flash glared but didn't push further. Peter whispered, you're insane, but there was relief in his voice. By the time the last bell rang, the weight on his shoulders looked like it might crush him. Uncle Ben was waiting in the car. He waved us over, his smile warm, though his eyes still carried that quiet worry. Hop in. I'll give you two a ride home. Peter stiffened. You don't have to. I want to, Ben said firmly. I slid into the back seat, nudging Peter. Free ride. Stop complaining. Peter groaned but got in beside me. The car rolled down the street, the hum of the engine filling the silence. Ben tapped the wheel softly. Peter. Shredder. You're good boys. I know you've been sneaking out, I know you're hiding something. I don't need to know what. But I need you to remember something. Peter shifted uncomfortably. Uncle Ben. No, Ben said gently, cutting him off. Listen. You're getting older. You've got strength now, I can see it in you both. But strength isn't just about what you can do. It's about what you choose to do. Understand? Peter stared at his lap, his jaw tight. I leaned back, arms crossed. We get it. Ben's eyes flicked to the mirror, studying me. Do you? I smirked. Sure. You're saying don't be idiots. Easy enough. He sighed but smiled faintly. That's the short version. Peter muttered, we'll be fine. Ben didn't look convinced. When we got home, May fussed over us again, asking about homework, food, sleep. I excused myself early, saying I wanted air. Peter stayed inside, clearly exhausted. I climbed the roof, crouching against the shingles, mask pulled halfway up. The city stretched out, glowing and restless. My chest was tight. I knew what was coming. I could feel it pressing closer. And then it happened. A scream echoed faintly down the block. I was on my feet instantly. I leapt across rooftops, my senses sharp, guiding me toward the sound. It didn't take long. A commotion at the corner near the library. Red and blue lights already flashing, people shouting. I landed on a roof nearby, crouching low. My stomach twisted. Uncle Ben lay on the pavement, his shirt stained dark. A crowd had gathered, their voices frantic. A cop knelt beside him, shaking his head. My fists clenched hard. "Suspect fled north," another officer shouted. And I knew. I didn't even need to see him. It was the same thief. The one I could have stopped. The one Peter let go. The man who killed Uncle Ben. I didn't think. I ran. Webbing shot from my wrists, pulling me forward across rooftops. I followed the shouting, the pointed fingers of bystanders, the echo of footsteps pounding down alleys. The thief ran hard, clutching his gun, his eyes wild. He shoved people aside, desperate. I landed on the wall above him, my mask snapping fully into place. He looked up, startled. His eyes widened. "You!" I dropped down, cutting off his path. My fists tightened. "Game's over." He swung the gun up. My spider sense screamed. I lunged forward, slamming his wrist against the wall. The gun clattered to the ground. He yelped, trying to scramble away, but I webbed his legs in one motion. He crashed onto the pavement, tangled and helpless. "Please don't," he begged. I stood over him, chest heaving, every muscle burning with rage. "You killed him." I didn't mean to," he stammered. I grabbed his shirt, hauling him up close. "You had a choice. You pulled the trigger." He whimpered, thrashing against the webs. "I didn't mean to." My fist trembled. For a moment, all I saw was Ben on the pavement. But the cops' voices were closer now, shouting, "There! He's there!" I shoved the thief against the wall, leaving him bound in webs. "He's all yours," I said coldly, stepping back into the shadows. The officers swarmed him seconds later, hauling him up roughly, cheering that they caught him. I was already gone. Back at the house, the lights blazed bright. Aunt May's sobs carried through the door. Neighbors gathered on the lawn, whispering. Peter stood on the porch, pale and trembling, his face blank. Our eyes met. He knew. He didn't say a word, but he knew. I stepped up beside him, my mask hidden under my hoodie now. The air was heavy, every sound distant. May cried out again inside, her voice breaking. Peter finally whispered, "It was him." "Yeah," I said quietly. "It was him." Peter's shoulders shook. His hands curled into fists. I let him go. I didn't answer. Because he was right. Chapter 18, The Empty Chair. The house was too quiet. It wasn't really silent. Neighbors whispered on the porch, the clock ticked steadily on the wall, and Aunt May's muffled sobs drifted from the kitchen. But all of it felt swallowed by a heavier absence. Uncle Ben's chair at the table sat empty. Peter sat across from me, hunched forward, his face buried in his hands. He hadn't spoken since the officer left an hour ago. His glasses sat on the table, smudged, forgotten. His shoulders trembled with each shaky breath. I leaned back, elbows on my knees, staring at the floor. Normally I'd crack something to break the tension. Normally I'd deflect. Tonight, my throat was dry. Because in my head, the same thought circled like a knife. I knew. I could have stopped this. May shuffled in from the kitchen, her eyes red and swollen. She set a pot of tea on the table, her hands shaking. "You boys should drink something," she whispered. Peter didn't move. I cleared my throat. "Thanks, May." She sank into Ben's empty chair. Her hands fumbled with the cups but never poured. She stared at the wood grain, tears spilling quietly down her cheeks. Nobody spoke. The neighbors came in shifts. Mrs. Watson from next door brought a casserole neither of us touched. Mr. Rodriguez patted Peter's shoulder, murmuring hollow words about strength. Each visitor left with heavy footsteps, none staying long. When the house settled again, May whispered, "He was just going to pick you up. That's all. He just wanted to see you boys home safe." Her voice cracked, and she pressed a hand to her mouth. Peter flinched, his body curling tighter. "Stop," he muttered. "Peter. Please stop," he said louder, his voice breaking. May's face crumpled. She reached for him, but he pulled away, standing abruptly and stumbling down the hall. His bedroom door shut hard behind him. May sat frozen, her hands trembling in her lap. I let out a slow breath. "He doesn't mean it." She nodded weakly, wiping her eyes. "I know. He's hurting." So was I. Later that night, I found Peter sitting on the edge of his bed, his mask clutched in both hands. His eyes were red, his hair messy, his whole frame slumped. I leaned against the doorframe. "You haven't taken that thing off since the match." He didn't look up. "It's my fault." "Peter." "It is," he snapped, finally meeting my eyes. His face twisted with guilt. "I saw him. I could have stopped him." And now his voice broke. "Now Uncle Ben's gone." I swallowed hard. My chest ached with the weight of what I couldn't say. I knew this would happen. I knew, and I failed anyway. Instead, I stepped into the room and sat beside him. "You froze." "It happens." He shook his head violently. "No. It doesn't just happen. Not with what we can do." His fingers clenched around the mask until they shook. I could have stopped him. One web. One punch. Anything. But I didn't. And now May's alone. I stared at the floor. I could have stopped him too. Peter looked at me, startled. "You." I was right there, remember? My hands tightened into fists. "You grabbed me. Told me to let him go." He opened his mouth, then closed it again. "I should have ignored you," I muttered, voice low. "I should have stopped him anyway." The silence stretched. Peter whispered, "Then it's both our fault." I didn't argue. The funeral came 2 days later. The church was packed. Ben Parker had been known by everyone on the block for fixing bikes, for giving advice, for lending tools and never asking them back. May sat in the front row, her handkerchief soaked. Peter sat stiff beside her, his hands white-knuckled in his lap. I sat on his other side, silent, my jaw clenched. I didn't crack a joke. I didn't smirk. I just stared at the casket and tried not to imagine the sound of his voice. After the service, people swarmed May with condolences. Peter slipped away to a corner, staring blankly at the stained glass window. I followed him. "You okay?" I asked. He didn't look at me. "No." "Fair." His voice was flat, broken. He was trying to protect me. That's why he was there. Because of me. I didn't answer. I couldn't. That night, the house was quieter than ever. May retreated early to her room, her sobs muffled through the walls. Peter sat at the desk, scribbling furiously in his notebook. His hand shook so badly the words blurred. "What are you doing?" I asked. "Working," he said flatly. "On what?" "On everything. On webs. On shooters. On the suit. On all of it." His voice cracked. "I can't let it happen again." His eyes burned with something I hadn't seen in him before. Guilt. Anger. Determination. I leaned against the wall, arms crossed. "You're serious?" He looked at me, his jaw tight. "Dead serious." For once, I didn't have a quip. The days blurred after that. May tried to keep the routine alive: breakfast, questions about school, reminders about homework. Her smile was weak, her eyes always tired. Peter and I went through the motions. We answered when spoken to, we walked to school, we pretended to be normal. But every night, Peter stayed up late, hunched over notes and sketches. I joined him, because the silence was worse than the noise. He muttered equations, tested web fluid, adjusted the shooters. His movements were frantic, restless, as if building something would erase the guilt. I stitched my suit tighter, reinforced the seams, made the mask fit better. My hands moved without thought, but my head kept circling back to the same truth: I could have stopped this. And I hadn't. One evening, a knock came at the door. It was the promoter. His smile was gone, replaced by forced sympathy. "Heard about your uncle. Sorry for your loss." May nodded faintly, thanking him. He glanced past her, spotting Peter and me in the hallway. His eyes lit up again, the greed slipping back through. "When you're ready, boys, the ring's still open. People are still asking about the spiders." May's head turned sharply. "Spiders?" Peter's face went pale. "And no one? Just school friends?" The promoter grinned knowingly. "Of course." He tipped his hat and left. May's eyes narrowed. "What was that about?" "Nothing," Peter muttered, retreating upstairs quickly. I followed him. Upstairs, Peter sat on his bed, his face buried in his hands. "He won't stop. The promoter, the crowds, everyone. They'll just keep pulling us back." I sat across from him, my voice even. "Then we stop letting them pull." He looked up, eyes red. "How? We choose what we do. Not them." Peter's voice broke. "And what do we choose?" I didn't answer right away. My chest tightened again. But I knew. And so did he. Chapter 19, The Masked Menace. The morning started like most since the funeral, quiet. The clatter of dishes in the sink, Aunt May moving softly around the kitchen, her face pale but trying to smile. Peter sat hunched over his plate, stirring his cereal without eating. I leaned against the counter, sipping juice, trying to look casual even though the tension in the house was thick. Then the sound of the mail slot clattering broke the silence. "Mail's here," May said gently, stepping to collect it. She shuffled back into the room with a small stack of envelopes and one folded newspaper. She set the letters aside, then unfolded the paper, her brow furrowing as her eyes scanned the front page. Her lips parted. "Oh dear." Peter looked up, wary. "What is it?" She hesitated, then set the paper down in the center of the table. The headline screamed in bold black letters. "Masked Menaces or Heroes? Wrestler hoaxes the crowd." Beneath it, a photo snapped mid-match, Peter in his red and blue crouch, me in black and white landing from a flip. The crowd blurred behind us, Hogan lunging forward. Peter's face drained of color. "No." I whistled low, pulling the paper closer. "Front page, hey? We're famous." Peter's voice cracked. "This is bad. This is really, really bad." May sat down, frowning. "Masked menaces? Wrestlers? What is this supposed to mean?" Peter grabbed the paper with shaking hands, reading quickly. "Two unidentified teenage boys have been spotted at multiple underground wrestling events, performing in costumes and endangering themselves in front of paying crowds." His voice rose. "While some see them as entertaining, questions have arisen about their recklessness, their disregard for safety, and their potential to inspire copycats. Sources claim they could be tied to recent crimes." He lowered the paper, his hands trembling. "They think we're criminals." I leaned back, calm but irritated. "Classic spin job." "Classic what?" Peter snapped. "They put us on the front page. They think we're..." He broke off, burying his face in his hands. May looked between us, her eyes worried. "Is this true?" Were you two involved in these wrestling matches? Peter froze. His mouth opened, then closed again. He looked trapped. I slid in smoothly, setting the paper down. It's exaggerated. You know how papers are. Some kids put on costumes, jumped around for a crowd, and suddenly it's a crime wave. Journalists eat that up. May frowned. But this picture. I shrugged. Could be anyone in a costume. Peter shot me a panicked look. I met it evenly, silently telling him to let me handle it. May's shoulders sagged. I don't understand why people always try to tear others down. Because it sells, I said simply. Nobody pays for a paper that says two kids had fun. But slap masked menace on it, and people can't wait to read. Peter muttered, they'll know. Everyone at school, everyone in Queens, they'll all know. Relax, I said calmly. Nobody's looking at that picture and saying, hey, that's Peter Parker. You think Jameson's gonna run DNA scans in a newspaper? He shot me a glare. This isn't funny. I'm not laughing, I said, though my tone still had a trace of bite. I'm telling you not to panic. May folded the paper tightly, her hands trembling. Whoever these boys are, they should stop before someone gets hurt. Peter flinched. At school, the paper spread fast. Flash Thompson waved it around like a trophy, slapping it against lockers. Check it out, he crowed. Masked clowns think they're tough. Probably just geeks with nothing better to do. His buddies laughed, jostling each other. Peter walked stiffly, his eyes on the floor. I strolled beside him, unfazed. Flash spotted us, grinning wide. Hey, Parker. That you under the mask? Finally found a way to impress girls without talking. The gang erupted with laughter. Peter's jaw clenched. His fists tightened at his sides. For a second, I thought he might swing. I stepped in before it escalated. Careful, Flash. You're one bad joke away from proving the article right, being a menace. Flash sneered. What's that supposed to mean? Means keep barking. You're entertaining enough when you don't think too hard. The gang laughed again, but this time at him. Flash's face darkened. Peter tugged my sleeve. Stop it. I smirked but let it go. Flash shoved past, muttering, whatever. Losers. In class, Peter couldn't focus. He kept glancing at the folded newspaper on his desk, his leg bouncing non-stop. At lunch, he slammed his tray down. This is out of control. Relax, I said, picking at my food. Relax. His voice cracked. They think we're criminals. If anyone connects the dots. They won't, I cut in smoothly. Nobody's connecting a blurry shot of Spider-Man to Peter Parker, science nerd. You're overthinking it. His eyes burned with frustration. You don't get it. No, I do, I said evenly. What I don't get is why you think freaking out will fix it. Peter groaned, burying his face in his hands. That evening, back at the house, May tried to act normal. She made dinner, asked about school, forced a smile. But the paper sat folded neatly at the end of the table, its headline screaming silently at us all. Ben's empty chair felt even heavier tonight. After May excused herself early, Peter slammed his notebook shut upstairs. We have to stop. No more suits. No more matches. No more anything. We can't risk it. I leaned against the wall, arms crossed. We don't wrestle anymore. Fine. But stopping completely? No chance. His head shot up. Are you crazy? Probably, I said. But you saw it. The cops couldn't catch the guy who killed Ben. The papers sure didn't help. We did. We could. Peter's face twisted. That's not the point. It's exactly the point, I said firmly. We don't quit because Jameson calls us names. Peter slammed his fist against the desk. It's not just names. It's exposure. It's May. If she finds out, then we lie better, I snapped. He froze, eyes wide. I sighed, calmer. Look. We don't wrestle anymore. That's done. But we don't stop, either. We choose how to move forward. Peter's jaw tightened. His hands shook slightly. I don't know if I can. I leaned closer. Then I'll do it. With or without you. His eyes burned, torn between anger and guilt. You're insane. I smirked faintly. Yeah. And you need me. 2 days later, another paper hit the stands. This time the headline was harsher. Who are these masked menaces? Where are their parents? May clipped the article, frowning deeply. She muttered, somebody has to put a stop to this. Peter sat frozen, his spoon halfway to his mouth. I leaned back in my chair, my voice calm but edged. Looks like Jameson found a new hobby. Peter whispered, or a new enemy. Chapter 20, First Patrol. The Parker house had settled into its evening rhythm. Aunt May was in the living room knitting with the TV murmuring faintly in the background. Dinner dishes were stacked in the sink. The house felt smaller since Ben was gone, quieter, thinner. Every sound carried further. Peter sat at his desk upstairs, bent over his chemistry notes. His pencil tapped against the page, but he hadn't written anything for 10 minutes. The folded Daily Bugle sat under his elbow, the headline still screaming, Masked Menaces. I leaned against the wall, arms crossed. You're sulking. I'm studying, he muttered. You're sulking with props, I corrected. Peter rubbed his forehead. I don't want to talk about it. Good. I don't want to talk. I pushed off the wall, grabbing my mask from the bed. I want to do. He looked up sharply, suspicion in his voice. Do what? Patrol, I said simply, pulling the mask down. His jaw dropped. What? You heard me. We're going out. No way. Yes way. Shredder. I raised a brow. You want Jameson to keep painting us as clowns? You want to sit here whining while the city thinks we're crooks in tights? Peter swallowed hard. That's better than getting caught. I snorted. No, it's not. We're not wrestlers anymore, Parker. Time to show people what we can actually do. He shook his head violently. We're not ready. We'll never be ready if we don't start, I said calmly. His mouth worked, searching for another excuse, but I cut him off, stepping closer. You froze once. You let a guy go. We both know what happened after. You gonna let it happen again? Or you gonna do something about it? The words hit him hard. His shoulders sagged, his face pale. After a long silence, he muttered, "This is insane." Finally, I said with a grin. Now suit up. 10 minutes later, we slipped out the window. Peter in red and blue, me in black and white. The night air was cool, the city buzzing with the usual noise of car horns, laughter from bars, and the hum of neon lights. Peter landed on the first roof awkwardly, stumbling. We shouldn't be doing this. Then stop complaining and do it better, I said, firing a line to the next building. He groaned but followed. We moved rooftop to rooftop, finding our rhythm again. The spider sense guided each leap, each swing. The city felt smaller from up here, more manageable. See? I called over my shoulder. Not so bad. He huffed, landing beside me on a billboard. We're not helping anyone yet. Patience. Crime doesn't run on our schedule. Peter muttered, feels like we're just trespassing. Call it surveillance, I said, scanning the streets below. For almost an hour, nothing. Just pedestrians, cars, the occasional cat darting into an alley. Peter grew more restless, mumbling under his breath. Then, finally, movement caught my eye. 3 men in hoodies crowded around the back door of a liquor store, one fumbling with a crowbar. The street was empty except for them. I nudged Peter. Showtime. He froze. What? Burglars. Easy first catch. His voice rose in panic. Easy? They could have weapons. I smirked. Even better. Let's find out. Before he could argue, I fired a web line and swung down. I landed on the fire escape above them, crouched low. Evening, gentlemen. Stores closed. The 3 men jerked up in shock. One dropped the crowbar with a clang. What the who the hell are you supposed to be? The tallest one spat. Neighborhood watch, I said smoothly. Upgraded model. Peter landed beside me, wobbling slightly. His voice cracked behind the mask. Why you should leave. Now. The men blinked, then burst out laughing. Oh, this is rich, the tall one chuckled. Couple of clowns in pajamas think they're cops. One of the others pulled a knife, flipping it open with a click. Let's teach 'em a lesson. Peter stiffened beside me. Knife, he hissed. I see it, I muttered. The tall one lunged with the crowbar, swinging at me. I ducked easily, spider sense buzzing sharp. I flicked a web line, yanking the crowbar out of his hands and slamming it into the wall behind him. He staggered back, shocked. What the? The knife guy rushed Peter. Peter panicked, tripping backward. At the last second, his spider sense flared, and he jerked sideways, the blade swiping air. Instinct took over, he swung a clumsy punch that caught the guy across the jaw. The man collapsed instantly, out cold. Peter froze, staring at his fist. I didn't mean. Don't celebrate, I snapped, blocking another swing from the third guy. I swept his legs out, webbing his wrists before he hit the ground. The tall one tried to bolt. I snagged his ankle with a web line, yanking him off balance. He hit the pavement hard with a grunt. I stood over him, arms folded. Lesson over. Peter panted heavily, staring at the unconscious man at his feet. I actually. Yeah, I said, tugging the guy's knife away. You did. Welcome to patrol. We left the 3 of them webbed to the alley wall with a note scrawled in webbing, You're welcome. The spiders. Peter groaned when he saw it. That's not funny. It's a little funny. They'll use this against us. Jameson will. Jameson will whine no matter what. At least now the cops have 3 burglars gift-wrapped. Peter hesitated, then followed as we climbed back up to the rooftops. His breathing was still heavy, but some of the panic had faded. We patrolled another hour. No more big catches, just a mugger chased off, a drunk steered out of traffic. Small things, but things that mattered. By the time we slipped back into our room through the window, Peter collapsed onto his bed, tearing the mask off. His hair was plastered to his forehead with sweat, his chest rising and falling fast. That was insane, he muttered. You're welcome, I said, pulling off my gloves. He glared at me. Don't start. I grinned faintly. You're still alive. And we actually helped someone tonight. Better than sulking at home, right? Peter went quiet, staring at the ceiling. After a long pause, he whispered, it felt different. Not like the ring. Real. I sat on my bed, tugging the mask off. Because it was. Silence stretched between us. Then he whispered, almost to himself, we could do more. I didn't answer. I didn't need to. The next morning, the news ran a small blurb, burglary foiled, suspects found webbed up. Police credit unnamed source. May read it over her coffee, frowning. Strange. Who would do such a thing? Peter shifted uncomfortably. Probably some local vigilantes. May shook her head. Dangerous business. Whoever they are, I hope they don't get hurt. Peter lowered his gaze. His hand tightened around his spoon. I smirked faintly into my toast. Chapter 21, The Menace in Print. The morning mail slid through the slot, same as always. May gathered it with her soft, tired movements, sorting bills from letters. Then her hand froze on the newspaper. The headline was impossible to miss. Masked menace terrorizes city, bugle demands action. Underneath, two grainy photos, one of the three burglars webbed against the alley wall, groaning in defeat, and one of Peter caught mid-leap, the blurry outline of me in the background. Peter nearly dropped his glass of milk when May laid the paper on the table. His eyes went wide, his face pale. What now? I muttered, pulling the paper toward me. The byline read, editorial by J. Jonah Jameson. I schemed quickly, my jaw tightening as I read aloud in Jameson's booming tone. Last night, 3 burglars were found webbed to a wall like flies, a stunt more dangerous than helpful. Police sources confirm no arrests could be made without unspooling the webbing, delaying justice, and wasting valuable time. Who is responsible? Not the police, not hard-working citizens, but 2 masked teenagers playing vigilante. I say this plainly, they are not heroes. They are a menace to society, operating outside the law, with no accountability. How long before their games end with innocent people hurt or worse? I let the paper drop back to the table. Guy's got a real gift for whining. Peter buried his face in his hands. This is bad. This is really, really bad. May frowned deeply. Menace? That's a strong word. Strong and wrong, I said flatly, reaching for toast. Typical editor move. Blow smoke, sell papers. Peter peeked through his fingers. Everyone at school is going to see this. Good, I said casually. They'll think we're celebrities. His voice cracked. They'll think we're criminals. May reached for the paper again, her hands trembling slightly. If these masked boys are really out there, someone should stop them before they get hurt. Or before they hurt someone else. Peter flinched hard, nearly knocking his glass over. I leaned back, smirking faintly to cover the knot in my chest. Relax, May. They're not doing anything worse than giving crooks a headache. She shook her head. It's dangerous. Foolish. Peter stood suddenly. I've got to go. School. He bolted, grabbing his bag. I grabbed mine more slowly, patting May on the shoulder as I passed. Don't worry. They'll get bored soon enough. She sighed, her eyes lingering on the headline. At school, the bugle was everywhere. Kids passed it around in the halls, laughing, mocking. Spider Menace, one shouted, holding the page up high. Bet it's just some losers in pajamas, another snickered. Flash strutted down the hall, the paper under his arm. He spotted Peter instantly and smirked. Hey, Parker. Nice moves. You swing around in your jammies too. His gang laughed. Peter's fists clenched. His face turned bright red. I stepped between them, my voice even but sharp. Better in pajamas than in your hand-me-downs, Flash. Flash's smirk faltered. His friends laughed louder. You think this is funny? Flash snapped. Those freaks are probably criminals. Sounds like you're jealous, I said, raising a brow. Flash shoved me lightly, but the teacher's voice rang out down the hall, breaking it up. He stalked off, muttering. Peter tugged my sleeve, whispering furiously. Stop. You're making it worse. I shrugged. You're welcome. In class, Peter couldn't focus. He kept sneaking glances at the newspaper folded inside his notebook, his leg bouncing non-stop. When the teacher called on him, he stammered through an answer. At lunch, he sat with his head down, barely touching his food. "They're going to keep coming after us," he muttered. "Good," I said, munching an apple. "Good. Means we're getting to them." Peter groaned, dragging his hands down his face. "You don't get it. Jameson's not going to stop until everyone hates us." "He's not going to stop even if everyone loves us," I corrected. "That's what guys like him do. Doesn't mean he's right." Peter shook his head, muttering to himself. That evening, the Bugle story was all over TV. A talk show replayed Jameson's rant, his mustache bristling as he slammed his fist on the desk. "These masked vigilantes are nothing but thrill seekers. One mistake, and lives are lost. The city cannot stand for this." May sat in her chair, knitting forgotten in her lap. Her brows were furrowed, her face pale. "He sounds so certain." Peter sat stiffly on the couch, his jaw tight. I sprawled on the arm of the chair, arms crossed. "He's certain about everything. Doesn't make him right." May glanced at me. "And what if he is right?" Peter jumped up, his voice too loud. "He's not. He can't be." May blinked at him in surprise. Peter stammered. "I mean, he doesn't know what he's talking about. He's just a loudmouth. That's all." May studied him for a moment, then nodded slowly. "Maybe you're right." Peter sank back down, his hands trembling slightly. I hid my smirk. "Of course he's right. Loudmouths sell papers, not truths." Upstairs later, Peter slammed his notebook shut. "We have to do more." I looked up from fixing the seam on my glove. "More?" He nodded sharply, his face pale but determined. "If we stop more crimes, if we actually help people, they won't be able to call us menaces. They'll see the truth." I raised a brow. "Or Jameson will just spin it harder." "I don't care," he said fiercely. "We can't stop now. We can't let him define us." I leaned back, smirking faintly. "Look at you, all inspired." He glared. "I'm serious." "So am I said calmly. "You want to hit the streets again tonight?" Peter hesitated, then nodded once. "Yeah. Tonight." The next morning, another Bugle headline screamed. "Masked menace strikes again, vigilantes disrupt police." Peter groaned, slamming the paper shut. "We can't win." I sipped juice, smirking. "Not with him. But the people we actually help? They'll know." Peter muttered, "I hope so." Chapter 22, The Bounty. The Bugle hit the doorstep early that morning. Aunt May scooped it up along with the mail and set it on the table while she finished scrambling eggs. She didn't look at the front page until the food was done. I was the first one to notice. The headline nearly took up half the paper in bold letters. "Cash for photos of masked menace, $100 reward from the Bugle." I pulled the paper closer, my brows raising. "Oh, this just got fun." Peter shuffled in, rubbing his eyes. His glasses slid down his nose, his hair sticking up from a bad night's sleep. "What got fun?" I turned the paper toward him with a smirk. His eyes widened instantly. "Oh no. No, no, no." May turned from the stove, her brows knitting as she saw the page. "Cash for photos? What on earth is this?" Peter grabbed the paper, scanning it quickly. His voice cracked as he read aloud. "The Daily Bugle is offering $100 to anyone who can provide clear photos of the so-called spider menaces. These masked lawbreakers are running loose in our city, and it's time we unmasked them for who they really are. The public deserves to know. Any citizens, photographers, or reporters are urged to submit evidence." Peter slammed the paper shut, his face pale. This is insane. He's putting a bounty on us. Correction, I said, sipping juice. He's putting a bounty on our glamour shots. Not the same thing. Shredder. Peter hissed. This is serious. May sat down, frowning. I don't understand. Why would a newspaper pay money for pictures of these masked boys? Isn't that encouraging more trouble? Because Jameson's got nothing better to do than scream at ghosts, I said flatly. Peter rubbed his temples. This isn't ghosts. This is us. If someone gets a clear picture, we're finished. Relax, I said. Masks stay on, problem solved. May's frown deepened. Whoever these boys are, I hope they stop before they ruin their lives. Peter froze, his shoulders tensing. I cut in quickly, pushing the paper aside. May, they're not ruining anything. It's a newspaper trying to sell itself. She sighed, shaking her head. The world's gotten reckless. She got up to clear the plates, leaving the paper folded on the counter. Peter leaned close to me, his voice a harsh whisper. This is a disaster. It's a payday for someone with a camera, I said with a shrug. His eyes narrowed. Don't you dare joke about this. I'm not joking, I said, smirking faintly. Think about it. We take the photos ourselves, send them in, and pocket the reward. Win-win. Peter stared at me, horrified. That's insane. Or genius. He groaned, burying his face in his hands. By the time we reached school, the bugle had spread like wildfire. Half the kids in the hallway had copies tucked under their arms, flashing the reward line to each other. $100 for a picture? Easy, someone shouted. Bet I could catch M on my dad's camera, another said. Flash Thompson strutted in with the paper folded under his arm. He spotted Peter instantly and smirked. Hey, Parker. You're into cameras, right? Maybe you can finally be useful and snap some shots of these freaks. $100 a pop. That's more than you're worth. His gang howled with laughter. Peter flushed crimson. Shut up, Flash. I stepped in smoothly. Careful. If Parker really does take the photos, you'll be first in line begging him for cash. Flash sneered. What, you think he's got what it takes? He'd probably faint just seeing those freaks up close. Better than fainting every time a teacher asks you to read aloud, I shot back. The gang laughed harder, some at Flash this time. His face darkened. You think you're funny? I know I am. Flash shoved me lightly, but the bell rang, saving him from replying. He stormed off, muttering. Peter tugged my sleeve. Stop. Please. I smirked faintly. You're welcome. In class, the teacher had to call Peter's name twice before he snapped out of his daze. He scribbled notes furiously but didn't process them. His mind was elsewhere. Mine too, but I handled it better. At lunch, he dropped onto the bench across from me, slamming his tray down. We can't patrol anymore. Why not? I asked, biting into an apple. Because of this. He shoved the paper at me. They'll be watching every rooftop, every alley, every move. We're targets now. I leaned back, unfazed. So we stay smart. We keep moving. We don't get sloppy. His voice rose. You don't get it. It only takes one good shot, one clear picture, and everything's over. I grinned faintly. Then don't let anyone get the shot. Peter groaned into his hands. You're impossible. Maybe, I said. But I'm right. That evening, the news covered the bounty. The anchor's voice was sharp, serious. J. Jonah Jameson of the Daily Bugle has officially offered cash for photos of the masked vigilantes. Public opinion is divided. Some citizens see them as heroes, others as threats. Clips followed of people on the street. A man in a suit shook his head. They're reckless. Jameson's right. Someone's going to get hurt. A woman holding a bag of groceries smiled faintly. They stopped those burglars, didn't they? I don't care what the paper says. They helped. Another man scowled. You can't just put on a mask and play cop. They should be arrested. The feed cut back to Jameson himself in the Bugle office, practically foaming at the mouth. They're a menace. We can't have children idolizing masked criminals. The public deserves to see their faces, and the Bugle will deliver. May clucked her tongue softly, shaking her head. He sounds angry at the world. Peter muttered under his breath, he's angry at us. May glanced over. What was that, dear? Peter jumped. And nothing. Just homework. She frowned softly but didn't press. Upstairs, Peter threw himself into his notebook again, sketching designs and muttering formulas. His hands shook slightly as he wrote. You're spiraling, I said from my bed. He didn't look up. We need to upgrade the suits. Better fabric. Maybe cameras for ourselves. If we're going to keep doing this, we have to stay ahead. I smirked faintly. So now you want pictures too? His head shot up, eyes sharp. Not for money. For evidence. To prove we're helping. Evidence that can get traced back to us, I said calmly. His face twisted. I hate this. I don't, I said with a grin. Means we're finally worth chasing. Peter groaned, burying his face in his hands. Chapter 23, Through the Lens. The next morning started like the last few, May humming faintly in the kitchen, the smell of toast and eggs drifting through the air, the house still too quiet without Ben's voice at the table. Peter sat at the counter, chewing half-heartedly. His eyes were locked on the Bugle folded neatly beside his plate. The latest headline screamed. Where are the masks hiding? City demands answers. He hadn't touched his food. I leaned back against the fridge, sipping orange juice. Keep staring at it and maybe the letters will rearrange themselves into something nice. Peter shot me a glare. May noticed, her voice gentle but firm. Peter, you've hardly eaten a bite. You need strength for school. Peter forced himself to swallow another spoonful, muttering, I'm not hungry. Her face softened with worry. She reached out, touching his arm. I know things have been hard lately. But starving yourself won't make it easier. Peter gave a stiff nod, avoiding her eyes. I set my glass down. Don't worry, May. I'll keep an eye on him. She smiled faintly, though the worry didn't leave her face. You always do. Peter flushed slightly and pushed away from the table. I'll be upstairs. In our room, he went straight to his desk, dragging an old camera from the drawer. It was dusty, the strap frayed, but it worked. He held it like it was something fragile, something important. I raised a brow. What, going full paparazzi now? He ignored me, fiddling with the focus. Seriously, I pressed, stepping closer. What's with the camera? He exhaled slowly, still adjusting the lens. If Jameson won't tell the truth, then maybe I should. I smirked faintly. You? Competing with the Bugle? I'm not competing, he said quickly. I'm proving. If I can get real photos, show we're helping, not hurting. You think he'll print them? I finished flatly. Peter hesitated. Maybe. I chuckled. Parker, Jameson would call the Sun a menace if it didn't buy an ad in his paper. Peter shot me a frustrated look. You don't get it. No, I said, leaning on the desk. I get it perfectly. You think facts change minds. But the guy doesn't care about facts. He cares about selling outrage. Peter's shoulders tensed. Then maybe I don't care about him. Maybe I care about people seeing the truth. I tilted my head, watching him quietly. He actually meant it. Finally, I smirked faintly. All right, hero. Take your pictures. Just don't expect him to suddenly send you flowers. Peter looked back down at the camera, determination flickering behind his glasses. That night, while May dozed in her chair downstairs, Peter slipped the camera into his bag. He tugged his mask down tight, his movements sharp, focused. You sure about this? I asked, already pulling on my gloves. Yes, he said firmly. We're going on patrol. And I'm bringing the camera. Fine, I said. But I'm not stopping mid-fight so you can get my good side. He actually huffed a laugh despite himself. The city was alive when we hit the rooftops. Cars hummed along below, neon signs buzzed, and the cool night air carried the noise of people heading home from late shifts. Peter fiddled with the camera strap as we moved. We need to find something small. A mugging, maybe. Something clear. I smirked. You don't get to order crime off a menu. Then we wait, he muttered. And wait we did. 2 rooftops over, we crouched low, watching. The minutes ticked by, Peter's hand tight on the camera, his leg bouncing restlessly. Finally, a shout echoed faintly from the alley below. Help! Somebody help me! Peter's head snapped up instantly. He looked at me, his face pale but determined. Camera ready? I asked dryly. He nodded, fumbling with the lens. Then let's go. We dropped into the alley. 2 men had cornered a woman near a dumpster, one brandishing a knife. Hey! I called, my voice sharp. Didn't your mothers teach you not to play with sharp objects? Both thugs whipped around, eyes wide. Peter raised the camera, the shutter clicking quickly as he caught the scene. The knife man snarled. Who the hell? I cut him off with a flick of webbing, yanking the knife clean out of his hand. Wrong answer. The second thug charged me. I sidestepped smoothly, tripping him with a sweep and webbing him to the dumpster before he could recover. The first turned to run. Peter panicked for a split second, then fired a shaky web line that caught the man's ankle. He hit the pavement with a grunt, tangled. The woman gasped, clutching her purse. Thank you. Go, I said quickly, waving her off. She ran without looking back. Peter lowered the camera, his chest heaving. I got it. I glanced at him. Got what? The photos. His hands shook slightly as he checked the film. We stopped them, and I caught it all. I grinned faintly. Congrats. You're a real photojournalist now. He actually smiled for the first time in days. Back on the rooftop, Peter cradled the camera carefully. If I can get these developed, I can show people. Not Jameson, maybe, but somebody. They'll see we're not menaces. Or, I said, stretching, you sell them to Jameson anyway, and he pays you to hate yourself. Peter's face twisted. Why would I do that? Because he's offering $100 a pop. And we're broke. He glared at me. That's not funny. It's a little funny. No, it isn't. Relax, I said calmly. I'm not saying you have to. I'm just saying it's an option. He hugged the camera closer. These aren't for him. These are for the truth. I raised a brow but let it go. The next morning, Peter slipped out early, the camera in his bag. At school, he skipped lunch, heading straight for the darkroom. When he finally emerged, his hands trembled slightly as he held a stack of photos. Grainy but clear: the alley, the thugs, the webbing, the moment the knife was pulled. He showed me between classes, whispering urgently. See? Proof. Real proof. I flipped through them, nodding. Not bad. For an amateur. He ignored the jab, stuffing them back into his bag quickly. We just have to figure out what to do with them. Flash bumped into him in the hallway, knocking the bag to the floor. Photos spilled out across the tiles. What's this? Flash sneered, bending to grab one. His eyes widened. No way. Parker's taking pictures of the freaks. Peter scrambled, snatching them back. Gee, give those back. Flash laughed, waving one high. Look, guys. Parker's got a side hustle with his weirdo friends. The gang roared with laughter. I stepped in, plucking the photo from Flash's hand. Nice try, Thompson. But this is way above your reading level. The gang jeered, but the teacher's voice rang out, breaking it up. Flash scowled, muttering as he stalked off. Peter shoved the photos into his bag, his face red. That was close. Too close, I said evenly. That night, back in our room, he spread the photos out on the desk. He stared at them like they were proof of something bigger, his jaw tight. I don't care what Jameson says, he muttered. I know what we're doing matters. And now I can show it. I leaned against the wall, smirking faintly. Then the question is, who do you show first? Peter looked up, torn between fear and determination. Chapter 24, Selling the Truth. Saturday morning broke cold, the kind of grey New York morning that seemed to drain the color out of everything. Aunt May was already in the kitchen when Peter and I came downstairs, humming softly as she flipped pancakes. Peter clutched his bag close, the camera strap peeking out from inside. He was pale, jittery, his foot tapping against the linoleum as he sat at the table. You're fidgety, May remarked gently, sliding a plate of pancakes in front of him. He jumped. And no, I'm fine. Just lots of homework. I sipped coffee, hiding my smirk behind the cup. May smiled faintly. Well, eat something before you run off to your books. Peter nodded quickly, stuffing a bite into his mouth. He couldn't meet her eyes. When she turned back to the stove, I leaned close, my voice low. Relax. You look like you're smuggling contraband. He hissed back, this is a terrible idea. I grinned. Exactly why I'm coming with you. The Daily Bugle building loomed like a fortress downtown, its letters gleaming across the facade. Inside, the lobby buzzed with phones, typewriters, and voices bouncing off marble walls. The air smelled faintly of ink and cigarettes. Peter hesitated at the entrance, clutching his bag tighter. Come on, I muttered, nudging him forward. You're the one who wanted to play reporter. He swallowed hard and nodded, pushing through the revolving doors. The newsroom upstairs was chaos. Reporters darted between desks, copy boys rushed with stacks of paper, and phones rang non-stop. The clatter of typewriters filled the air. And above it all, a booming voice barked orders like cannon fire. Parker! Where's that copy? Robertson, tell me you've got something better than this garbage on page 3. Someone get me coffee that doesn't taste like motor oil. Jonah Jameson stormed out of his office, cigar clenched between his teeth, his mustache bristling with fury. His eyes scanned the room like a hawk. Peter froze in place. Oh no! Perfect timing, I said dryly. Here comes the circus. Jameson's eyes landed on us. What are you two doing standing there? This isn't a daycare, it's a newsroom. Peter stammered, I have photos. Jameson marched toward us, plucking the bag right out of Peter's hands without asking. He flipped it open, pulling the stack of prints free. What's this? He barked, flipping through the shots. Photos of the alley, the thugs webbed up, the knife glinting in one man's hand. They were grainy but clear, framed well enough to tell the story. Jameson's eyes narrowed. Then, slowly, his lips curved into a grin. Well, well, well. Looks like I've got myself a photographer. Peter blinked. Why you like them? I don't like anything, Jameson snapped. But these are usable. Finally, something worth printing. Peter's face lit up with relief. So you'll publish them? Show that we're actually helping. Helping. Jameson's laugh was harsh and loud. Kid, you've got a lot to learn. These photos prove exactly what I've been saying, the masks are running around endangering people. Peter's smile collapsed. But that's not what happened. We stopped the muggers. Jameson waved the photos. What I see are masked lunatics webbing criminals like they're putting on a circus act. You think the cops are gonna thank them for that? Peter's voice cracked. But that's not. Kid, Jameson cut him off, patting his shoulder roughly. You want the truth? The truth doesn't sell. Pictures sell. And these, he shook the stack, these will sell like hotcakes. Peter looked stricken. I stepped in smoothly, my voice calm. What about payment? Jameson blinked at me, then barked a laugh. Finally, the smart one speaks. You're right, kid. Work deserves pay. $100 for the set. Peter's head snapped toward me. Shredder. I raised a brow at Jameson. Cash. Jameson snapped his fingers. Betty. Get these kids an envelope. A secretary hurried over, slipping crisp bills into a manila envelope. Jameson shoved it into Peter's chest. There. $100. Spend it on something useful, like film. Bring me more shots, you get more cash. Peter clutched the envelope numbly, his mouth opening and closing. But. No buts, Jameson barked, already turning away. More photos, Parker. Don't stand there gawking, newsroom's busy. He vanished back into his office, slamming the door. The room buzzed back into motion as if nothing had happened. Phones rang, typewriters clacked. Peter stood frozen, staring down at the envelope in his hands. I can't believe this, he whispered. He twisted everything. He's going to use those pictures against us. Correction, I said, smirking faintly. He paid you to let him. Peter glared at me. This isn't funny. I didn't say it was funny, I said. I said it was profitable. He groaned, burying his face in his hands. We left the Bugle building with the envelope still clutched in Peter's fist. The street outside was crowded, horns blaring, people rushing by. Peter muttered, we never should have come here. Relax, I said. It's $100. May won't have to worry about groceries for a while. His jaw tightened. Not if she finds out where it came from. Then don't tell her. She'll ask. Then lie. Peter shot me a horrified look. I can't lie to May. You already do, I said calmly. Every time you sneak out in red and blue. His face twisted with guilt. That's different. No, it isn't, I said. It's survival. Back at the house, May was setting out lunch when we came in. She smiled at us faintly. You boys were gone a while. Out with friends. Peter nearly dropped the envelope. Why yeah. Just hanging out. She nodded, unfazed, and turned back to the stove. I plucked the envelope from Peter's frozen grip and slid it into my pocket before May noticed. Peter hissed, hey. I smirked. You'd rather she saw it. His mouth snapped shut. Upstairs later, he paced the room, his hands pulling at his hair. I can't believe I let him do this. He's going to make us look like criminals. He was always going to, I said, lounging on the bed. At least now you get paid for it. He stopped pacing, staring at me. You really don't care, do you? I shrugged. Care? About Jameson's opinion? No. About May having food on the table? Yeah. $100 says we're fine for a bit. Peter sat heavily at his desk, burying his face in his arms. This is a mistake. I leaned back, arms behind my head. Maybe. But it's a profitable one. He groaned, muffled against his sleeves. The next morning, the bugle hit the doorstep again. May picked it up, frowning at the headline. Masked Menace stops mugging at what cost? The photo splashed across the front page was one of Peter's. Clear, dramatic me yanking the knife out of a thug's hand, Peter's blurry figure in the background. May gasped softly. They're at it again. Peter nearly choked on his orange juice. His face turned scarlet. I calmly buttered my toast. May shook her head. This poor city, when will it stop? Peter whispered, never. I smirked faintly into my plate. Chapter 25, On the Watch. The Bugle's newest edition landed on the doorstep just like always. Aunt May picked it up with her usual soft hands, sighing at the bold letters stretched across the page. Menaces on the move, police step in. She sat it down at breakfast, shaking her head. I don't understand this city anymore. First they say these masked boys are helping, then they call them criminals. Now the police are involved. Peter froze mid-bite. Police. May nodded, her brow furrowed. It says here the department is dedicating extra patrols to watching rooftops, responding to sightings of the masks. They'll be caught soon, thank goodness. The spoon slipped out of Peter's hand, clattering against his bowl. That's not good, he muttered under his breath. I sipped my coffee, calm as ever. Cops finally joining the party. Took long enough. Peter snapped his head toward me, his voice tight. You think this is funny? Not funny, I said evenly. Predictable. May gave us both a long look, suspicion flickering in her eyes. Peter straightened quickly, forcing a smile. And no, Aunt May, it's just crazy, that's all. She sighed softly. I just hope whoever these boys are, they stop before they ruin their lives. Peter lowered his gaze, guilt flashing across his face. I set my cup down. Or they get better at not getting caught. May frowned. Shredder. I shrugged, reaching for toast. School was worse. Kids passed the bugle around, pointing at the headlines. Menaces, someone shouted down the hall. Flash Thompson strutted with a copy tucked under his arm. Finally, the cops are cracking down on those freaks. About time someone did something. He caught Peter's eye, smirking. What's wrong, Parker? Scared your heroes are gonna end up in jail? Peter muttered, they're not freaks. What was that? Flash pressed, leaning closer. They're not freaks, Peter said louder, his voice cracking. Flash laughed in his face. Defending them now? What, you got a crush on the spider clowns? The gang howled. I stepped between them, my tone sharp. Funny. You talk a lot of trash for someone who'd cry if he tripped on the curb. Flash's grin faltered, anger flashing across his face. Say that again. I smirked faintly. Cry. If you tripped. You want me to spell it out? The teacher's voice broke it up before Flash could answer, but his glare followed us into class. Peter slumped in his seat, whispering furiously to me. You're making it worse. I leaned back casually. Worse for him, maybe. He groaned, burying his face in his notebook. That night, we suited up anyway. Peter tugged at his mask nervously, his movements stiff. This is a bad idea, he muttered. The police are watching for us now. I adjusted my gloves calmly. Good. Means we're finally worth the effort. Good. His voice cracked. They'll catch us. And then what? What do we tell May? What happens when they unmask us? Then don't let them unmask us, I said simply. His jaw clenched. You make it sound so easy. It is easy, I said. Don't get sloppy. That's the only rule. He groaned, pulling the mask fully down. You're insane. Probably, I said, climbing out the window. Keep up. The rooftops felt different now. Patrols were sharper, tighter. We spotted at least 2 police cruisers parked near alleys we used to swing over unnoticed. Flashlights scanned the roofs, beams cutting across the dark. Peter crouched low beside me on a water tower, his voice low and panicked. They're everywhere. Relax, I said, scanning below. They're still on the ground. We've got the high ground. This isn't a game, he snapped. I smirked faintly. Tell that to the cops playing hide and seek. He groaned, dragging his hands down his mask. We moved carefully, sticking to shadows, avoiding direct sight lines. The spider sense helped, buzzing each time patrols drew close. At one point, a spotlight swept across the rooftop we'd just left. A voice barked through a megaphone, "Stop right there! Police!" Peter froze, his breath catching. I grabbed his arm, pulling him forward. Move! We sprinted across the rooftops, the shouts below growing louder. Spotlights swung wildly, beams chasing us. Stop! Masked vigilantes, stop! Peter panted hard, his voice breaking. They saw us. They saw us. Then don't let them catch us, I snapped, firing a web line. We swung hard, the city blurring around us. The spider sense pulsed with each narrow escape. Bullets weren't fired, but radios crackled, officers shouting into them, calling in more units. Peter's breathing was ragged by the time we finally ducked into a dark alley, clinging to the wall high above the ground. Below, cops rushed past, flashlights sweeping. Peter leaned against the wall, gasping. We're finished. We're so finished. I grinned faintly under my mask. That was fun. Fun, he hissed. They almost caught us. Almost, I said. Key word. He buried his face in his hands. Back home, we peeled the suits off quickly, stuffing them into our bags before May could see. Peter paced the room, pulling at his hair. We can't keep doing this. The cops are serious now. One mistake and it's over. I lounged on the bed, calm. Then don't make mistakes. He spun on me, his face pale and furious. That's not good enough. We're not perfect. We can't keep outrunning the police forever. I raised a brow. Wanna quit? He froze. His mouth opened, then shut again. I smirked faintly. Didn't think so. He slumped into his chair, groaning. The next day, May noticed Peter's exhaustion. You look pale, dear. Are you getting enough sleep? I'm fine, Peter lied quickly. She frowned softly, setting a hand on his forehead. You're not sick, are you? No, May, he muttered. Her eyes narrowed slightly, but she let it drop. At school, the pressure was worse. Teachers mentioned the news, students joked about rewards. Rumors spread that the police were offering tips lines. Flash leaned across the aisle during class, whispering loudly. Bet Parker rats them out for cash. Only way he'd ever be worth anything. Peter's hand clenched around his pen, snapping it in half. Ink smeared across his fingers. I leaned back in my seat, smirking. Careful, Flash. You're one bad report card away from being worth less than a broken pencil. Flash's face darkened, but the bell saved him. Peter muttered as we left, You're going to get us both suspended. Suspension's nothing, I said. Cops with cuffs, that's something. He groaned. That night, we tried again. But the city was hotter now. Patrol cars circled blocks, officers scanned rooftops, and radios buzzed constantly. We stopped a pickpocket in one alley, but before we could web him up, sirens wailed down the street. "They're coming," Peter hissed. "Then move," I said, webbing the thief's legs quickly and leaping to the wall. Flashlights cut into the alley seconds later. We were already gone. Peter clung to the side of the building, panting. "We can't keep this up." I grinned faintly. "Sure we can. Just need to be smarter." He groaned. Chapter 26, The Front Page War. The Daily Bugle landed on the Parker doorstep like it always did, but the headline this time screamed louder than usual. "Police crack down on masked menaces, thank our boys in blue." The sub-headline was almost as bad, editorial by J. Jonah Jameson, "Why these vigilantes must be stopped before someone gets killed." Aunt May's brows pinched as she unfolded it at the breakfast table. She read aloud in a soft, troubled voice. "Thanks to increased police patrols, sightings of the so-called Spider-Men are being taken seriously. These masked troublemakers may think themselves above the law, but the NYPD has shown they won't tolerate their stunts. Every citizen should be vigilant, report sightings, and remember, these boys are not heroes. They are menaces." Her voice cracked slightly on the last word. She lowered the paper, frowning. "It's all anyone talks about now. I wish they'd leave these poor boys alone before someone gets hurt." Peter sat stiff at the table, his face pale, his spoon untouched in his cereal. I leaned back in my chair, buttering toast casually. "He's not going to stop, May. It's what he does. He screams, people listen. Doesn't mean he's right." Peter muttered, "Everyone listens." May touched his arm. "Peter, dear." He flinched. "And nothing. Just. I've got schoolwork." He shoved his chair back abruptly and hurried upstairs, leaving his bowl half full. May sighed, worry lining her face. "He's been so on edge lately." I bit into the toast. "Teenagers, May. Comes with the territory." She gave me a long, searching look before returning to the paper. Downtown, the Bugle newsroom was buzzing. Jameson stood in the middle, waving the morning's edition in one hand, cigar smoke curling around him. "This is how you run a paper," he barked, jabbing the headline. "We set the tone. We set the agenda. The city listens to us." Robbie Robertson, calm as ever, adjusted his glasses. "Not everyone agrees with you, Jonah. Some people think these kids are actually helping." Jameson scoffed, slamming the paper onto a desk. "Helping? Don't be ridiculous, Robbie. There's a lawsuit waiting to happen. You think the city wants kids webbing criminals to walls like some Saturday morning cartoon? No. The city wants safety. Order. Cops on the street, not clowns in masks." Robbie's brow lifted. "Then why pay for more photos if you're so against them?" Jameson grinned sharply. "Because the people want to see them. They want to hate them, they want to love them, they want to argue about them, and that sells papers. Pictures of those two masks keep this place running. Until the cops throw 'em in jail, I'll be the one making sure every inch of this city knows they're out there." He puffed his cigar proudly, oblivious to the eye rolls of half the newsroom. At school, the new headline spread like wildfire. Kids waved copies around, mocking. "Masked menaces, right here in Queens," someone shouted. "Bet they'll get locked up before the year's out," another laughed. Flash Thompson slammed the Bugle down on his locker for effect. "Finally, the truth. The cops are on their trail now. Won't be long before we see who the freaks really are." Peter froze at his locker, clutching his books too tightly. Flash leaned in, smirking. "What's the matter, Parker? Upset your spider heroes are gonna be squashed?" Peter's jaw tightened, his voice shaking. They're not menaces. Flash's grin widened. Yeah? Then why are the cops after them? You think you're smarter than the police now? I slid between them smoothly, arms folded. He's definitely smarter than you. Flash's smile faltered. Watch it. Or what? You gonna write a letter to Jameson? I smirked. Use smaller words this time. The gang burst into laughter, some at Flash's expense. His face reddened. Peter tugged my sleeve, whispering urgently. Stop, please. I stepped back, smirk still on my face. Fine. He's not worth the ink. Flash muttered curses under his breath, storming down the hall. Peter groaned softly, hiding his face behind his books. You're making it worse. Worse for him, maybe, I said, grinning. In class, Peter stared at the Bugle headline folded into his notebook. He tapped his pencil anxiously, his eyes distant. After the bell, he cornered me in the hallway, his voice low and harsh. We can't keep doing this. Not with the police, not with Jameson. It's only going to get worse. I leaned against the wall casually. You want to quit? He froze, guilt flashing across his face. No. But. Then we don't quit, I said firmly. We adapt. He swallowed hard, still torn. That evening, the TV blared with Jameson himself, his voice filling the living room. These masked vigilantes think they can replace the NYPD? Think again. They're reckless, they're dangerous, and they need to be unmasked before someone gets killed. The police are doing their job, and the Bugle will not rest until these so-called Spider-Men are behind bars. May shook her head, setting down her knitting. That man sounds like he's at war with children. Peter sat stiffly on the couch, his fists clenched. I sprawled on the arm of the chair, my tone calm. He is. He's just too loud for anyone to tell him otherwise. Peter muttered under his breath, he won't stop until we're ruined. May glanced at him. What was that, dear? Peter jumped. And nothing. Just homework. She frowned, clearly unconvinced, but didn't press. Upstairs, Peter slammed his notebook shut, pacing the room. He's turning the whole city against us. I lounged on the bed. And. His voice cracked. Do you understand what that means? We're not just fighting criminals anymore, we're fighting the entire city. Then we fight smarter, I said calmly. He threw his hands up. You make it sound so easy. Because it is, I said. Stay hidden. Stay sharp. Don't get sloppy. Jameson can scream all he wants, but as long as we don't give the cops anything solid, we're fine. Peter slumped into his chair, burying his face in his hands. I hate this. Good, I said. Means you'll keep working harder. He groaned, muffled against his arms. The next morning, May lingered at the table after breakfast, folding the paper carefully. Her eyes were sad, her voice soft. I worry for you boys. The world feels heavier these days. Promise me you won't do anything foolish. Peter froze, his mouth opening, then closing again. We promise. I sipped my juice, smirking faintly but saying nothing. Chapter 27, Wings over the City. The rooftops had been unusually quiet that night. No muggings in the alleys, no pickpockets on the corners. Just the hum of traffic and the faint glow of neon from storefronts still open after hours. Peter crouched beside me on a ledge, his mask tugged up halfway so he could breathe easier. He glanced around nervously. I don't like this. You don't like anything, I said, leaning back against the brick wall. Except books. And May's wheat cakes. He gave me a look. I'm serious. The cops are everywhere now. They're hunting for us, and if they don't see us, Jameson will invent something to put us on the front page anyway. What if we're wasting our time? I smirked under my mask. You'd rather sit at home with Flash calling you names. He groaned. Don't remind me. The spider sense prickled faintly at the back of my skull. Not danger yet, just something. I pushed off the wall, tugging my mask fully down. Relax. Tonight feels different. Peter frowned. Different how? Before I could answer, the faint sound of shouting drifted up from a few blocks away. It wasn't the usual chaos of a street fight. This was sharper, more panicked. Peter's head snapped toward the sound. You hear that? Yep, I said. Showtime. We swung toward the noise, web lines catching against ledges and fire escapes. The closer we got, the clearer it became. A truck parked awkwardly in front of a jewelry store, its back doors open, men inside hauling crates of valuables. The street lamps lit the scene, but the real shock wasn't the men, it was the figure swooping down above them. A man in a green suit, mechanical wings humming with power, descended like a hawk. His bald head gleamed under the streetlight, his face sharp with age and fury. With every beat of the wings, the air whipped violently, scattering papers and sending dust swirling. Peter skidded to a stop on the rooftop beside me, his eyes wide behind his mask. What is that? Someone who didn't get the memo. Halloween's over, I muttered. The winged man barked orders at the crew below, his voice carrying through the night. Move faster. The cops will be here any minute. Peter swallowed hard. That's not a mugger. That's an upgrade, I said flatly. Welcome to the big leagues. We dropped into the street, landing lightly on the asphalt. The men jumped back in shock, dropping their crates. Hey, I called, my tone casual. Didn't your boss teach you not to steal? The winged man spun midair, glaring down at us. His voice was gravelly but strong. Who are you supposed to be? Circus clowns. Wrong, I said. Better. Peter stepped forward, his voice cracking. Stop right there. You're under arrest. I shot him a look. Smooth. The men below laughed nervously, but their boss wasn't amused. The vulture swooped lower, his wings cutting through the air with a roar. You think you can stop me, he snarled. You're nothing but children in masks. Peter whispered, we should wait for the police. No time, I said, firing a web line. The strand shot upward, tangling around one of the mechanical wings. I yanked hard. The vulture roared, spinning in the air. He slashed the web free with a sharp movement of his arm. The wings hummed louder, stabilizing. Peter fired his own web at one of the men below, pinning him against the truck. The others scattered, shouting in panic. The vulture's eyes locked on Peter. You brat! He dove. Peter yelped, jumping back as talons scraped across the pavement where he'd stood a second earlier. Move! I shouted, firing another web. This one caught the vulture's arm, but again he tore free, the mechanical strength behind the wings overpowering the tension. Peter panted, scrambling back into a stance. He's too fast. Then we get faster, I said. The fight spilled into the street. Cars screeched to a halt, drivers leaning on their horns before slamming into reverse at the sight of a man flying. Shouts echoed, windows opened, people stared. Peter tried webbing the wings again, this time firing 3 lines at once. They wrapped tight around one side, but the vulture spun violently, dragging Peter off his feet. He cried out as he was yanked into the air, dangling by his own webs. Peter! I shouted, leaping up. I fired a line, snagging Peter's ankle and pulling him toward the building's wall. He swung hard, slamming into brick, but at least he wasn't flying off into the night. I'm okay, he yelled shakily. The vulture snarled, his eyes blazing. You pests! Do you think you can challenge Adrian Toombs? I smirked faintly. Adrian Toombs? Really? You sound like an accountant, not a super criminal. He roared, diving for me this time. The spider sense screamed. I vaulted backward just as his talons gouged into the pavement, concrete cracking under the force. Peter staggered back to his feet, panting. He's too strong. Then we get smarter, I said. The vulture ascended again, his wings glowing brighter, the hum turning into a deafening roar. He dove for the truck, scooping a crate of jewels effortlessly with one arm. Try and stop this, he barked, kicking off the ground. Peter scrambled forward, firing webs at the crate. The strands stuck, stretching taut as the vulture tried to ascend. The crate dangled, half lifted, jerking between them. Hold him! I shouted. I'm trying. Peter's voice cracked, his arms trembling from the pull. I fired a web at the nearest streetlight, swinging upward. My momentum carried me toward the vulture's wing. With a sharp kick, I slammed into the metal joint. Sparks flew. The vulture screamed in rage, jerking wildly. The crate slipped from his grip, crashing to the ground with a thud. Peter released the webs, gasping for air. The vulture steadied himself midair, his eyes burning with fury. You'll regret this. Get in line, I muttered. Sirens wailed in the distance. Peter's head whipped toward the sound. The police. Perfect timing, I said. We're leaving. But he's still. Not worth getting caught, I snapped. The vulture roared once more, swooping higher, retreating into the night sky as the first patrol cars screeched onto the block. I grabbed Peter's arm, pulling him toward the rooftops. We scaled the walls quickly, disappearing into the shadows before the flashlights found us. From above, we watched the police swarm the street. Officers surrounded the truck, the men left behind already webbed to the pavement. The fallen crate lay cracked open, jewels glittering under the streetlights. Jameson's voice echoed in my head already, masked menaces disrupt heist menace endangers city once again. Peter pulled his mask halfway up, gasping for breath. That was he was. An old man with wings, I said calmly. He nearly killed us. Peter snapped. I smirked faintly. And he'll be back. So will we. Peter slumped against the ledge, groaning. This is insane. I patted his shoulder. Welcome to the job. The next morning, the Bugle headline was everything I expected. Masked menaces tangle with flying madman city unsafe. Aunt May shook her head over the paper. What is happening to this world? Peter stared into his cereal, silent. I bit into toast calmly. Upgrade from muggers, at least. May frowned at me. I don't think this is funny. Neither does he, I said, nodding at Peter. Peter muttered, not funny at all. Chapter 28, The Need to Train. The night after the vulture fight, Peter barely slept. I knew because I didn't either. He tossed and turned in the bed across the room, muttering under his breath, scribbling in his notebook whenever the guilt got too loud to ignore. The scratching of his pen filled the silence long past midnight. By the time May called us for breakfast, he looked pale, his eyes ringed with dark circles. He picked at his food, barely eating. Peter, May said softly, you've been running yourself ragged. Please tell me you're not studying all night again. Peter forced a weak smile. Just school stuff, May. I'll be fine. Her eyes lingered on him, unconvinced. She sighed. You need rest more than anything. I buttered my toast and cut in. Don't worry, May. He's got me watching him. Peter shot me a glare over his orange juice. May smiled faintly, though the worry didn't leave her eyes. Good. Someone has to. As soon as we got upstairs, Peter slammed his notebook onto the desk, flipping it open to pages of sketches. Web formulas, suit designs, crude diagrams of wings that looked suspiciously like vultures. We can't keep going like this, he said, his voice sharp. We almost got killed out there. If we fight someone like him again, we won't survive unless we're ready. I leaned back on my bed, hands behind my head. You mean training? Yes, he snapped. Training. And upgrades. Our webs aren't strong enough, our suits aren't durable enough, and we don't have a plan when someone's stronger or faster. I smirked faintly. So what you're saying is we wing it less, plan it more. He ignored me, flipping to another page. We need better fluid. Stronger tensile strength. I've been working formulas, but it'll take testing. And maybe reinforcements in the suits. Something that can absorb hits. I tilted my head. You want body armor? Not heavy, he muttered, scribbling again. Flexible. Lightweight. Something that won't slow us down. I whistled. Ambitious. You gonna knit it yourself? He shot me a look. I'm serious. So am I said calmly. You want to train? Fine. But we do it my way too. Not just science projects. Real fighting. Real drills. Peter hesitated, chewing his lip. Like what? Like testing how fast you can dodge if I actually try to hit you, I said with a grin. His eyes widened. You mean sparring? With each other? Exactly. That's insane, he blurted. Better us than someone who actually wants to kill you, I said. He swallowed hard, then looked back at his notes. Fine. But we're doing both. Training and upgrades. I grinned. Deal. That evening, once May was in bed, we slipped out in our suits. Not for patrol, not tonight. Tonight was about us. We found an empty lot a few blocks away, the cracked asphalt lit faintly by a flickering street lamp. Peter looked around nervously. What if someone sees us? They won't, I said. And if they do, we're gone before they blink. He pulled his mask tighter, muttering. I can't believe I agreed to this. Too late to back out, I said, stretching my arms. Ready? Peter squared his shoulders. Fine. Come on. I lunged first. He yelped, diving to the side, his spider sense saving him by inches. My fist cut through empty air. Not bad, I said, straightening. Peter panted. You're insane. Again. This time he tried webbing me mid-charge. I ducked, the strand whipping past. I caught his wrist, twisting lightly, and flipped him onto his back. Gah, he gasped, the air leaving his lungs. I crouched beside him. Lesson 1, don't rely only on webs. They fail, you fall. He groaned, pushing me off. You could have warned me. Where's the fun in that? He shot me a glare but got back up. We went on like that for hours. Dodging, striking, testing reflexes. His spider sense gave him an edge, but he hesitated too much, second-guessed himself. Every time, I pointed it out. You think too much. Move. You're waiting for me instead of acting. Move. You're pulling your punches. Don't. Move. By the end, he was drenched in sweat, his breathing ragged. His mask was half pulled up, hair plastered to his forehead. I can't, he gasped. I can't keep up. I clapped his shoulder. That's why we train. Tomorrow, you'll do better. Next week, even better than that. He groaned. I hate this. Good, I said. Means it's working. Back in our room, Peter collapsed at his desk, scribbling more notes with shaky hands. He muttered half to himself. Need stronger fluid tensile strength, isn't enough impact absorption for suits. I tossed him a water bottle. You're gonna fry your brain. He took a long drink, then went right back to writing. No. We have to be better. If another guy like Vulture shows up, we can't. He cut himself off, staring down at the notebook. I can't let anyone else get hurt. I watched him quietly. His shoulders were hunched, his voice low. He wasn't just scared. He was carrying everything: Uncle Ben, the robbery, the weight of every mistake. I smirked faintly, though my tone softened just slightly. Then stop whining and get stronger. He blinked at me, then let out a weak laugh. You're impossible. And you're stubborn, I shot back. Perfect combo. Over the next week, training became routine. At night, we'd slip into empty alleys or rooftops, sparring until Peter was gasping for air. His reflexes sharpened fast spider sense plus practice was a deadly mix. He learned to stop hesitating, to trust his body. During the day, he buried himself in formulas. He experimented with different web fluids, testing samples in the school science lab when no one was looking. I watched him nearly blow up a beaker once, yanking him back just before it foamed over. Careful, Einstein, I muttered. He glared. I almost had it. You almost melted your face off. Still counts as progress. I rolled my eyes. At home, May noticed the exhaustion. You've both been up late every night, she said one morning, frowning. Dark circles, no energy. Are you studying too much? Peter stammered, something like that. She sighed. Don't burn yourselves out. You're young. There's more to life than books. Peter forced a smile. We'll be fine, May. Her eyes lingered on him, but she didn't push further. One night, during sparring, Peter finally landed a clean hit. His fist clipped my jaw just enough to make me stumble back. He froze, eyes wide. Did I actually? I rubbed my jaw, grinning. Finally. His eyes lit up behind the mask. For once, he didn't look afraid. He looked proud. Again, he said firmly. I smirked. Now you're getting it. By the end of the week, his webs had changed too. Stronger, thicker, clinging harder to metal during tests. He even managed a new trick, a web dome to block an incoming object. When he showed me, panting with excitement, I gave a low whistle. Now that's impressive. He grinned. We're getting there. Yeah, I said. We are. Chapter 29, Vulture's Revenge. The week of training made a difference. Peter's reflexes were sharper, his webs stronger, and his confidence less fragile than before. But no amount of drills in alleys or empty lots prepared either of us for what happened that Saturday afternoon. It started with the scream of sirens downtown. We were swinging across midtown rooftops when the sharp edge of panic buzzed through my skull. Spider sense. Stronger this time. Urgent. Peter felt it too. He skidded to a stop on a rooftop ledge, crouching low, his voice tense. You feel that? Yeah, I muttered. That's not a pickpocket. We both looked toward the source, the crowded street below. A festival had taken over the block, food stalls lined the sidewalks, balloons and streamers swaying in the afternoon breeze. Families, couples, kids, dozens of people packed into one place. And above them, swooping through the air with mechanical wings spread wide, was Adrian Toombs. The Vulture. Peter's breath caught. He's here. Yeah, I said sharply, pulling my mask tighter. And he brought the crowd. The Vulture dove low over the street, the gust from his wings knocking over tables, sending people screaming and scattering. Vendors ducked behind stalls, parents clutched their kids, balloons snapped free and floated skyward. Where are you, brats? Toombs roared. His voice boomed over the chaos. Think you can humiliate me? I'll tear this city apart until I find you. Peter flinched beside me. He's after us. Then let's give him what he wants, I said calmly. Peter's eyes widened, Here. With all these people. Exactly here, I said. Better us than them. Before he could argue, I leapt off the ledge. My web line caught a lamppost, swinging me straight into the street. Peter groaned audibly and followed. We landed in the middle of the chaos, civilians sprinting around us in a panic. The vulture spotted us instantly, his eyes narrowing in rage. There you are, he bellowed, banking sharply in the air. His wings howled as he dove straight for us. Spread out. I barked. We split. He lunged for Peter first, talons outstretched. Peter fired webs frantically, strands sticking to the vulture's wings. For once, they didn't snap instantly. The new formula held tighter, stretching taut as the villain jerked midair. Toombs snarled, wrenching hard against the pole. What is this? Peter's voice cracked but held steady. Stronger than last time. I darted in, firing a web at Toombs' chest and yanking with all my strength. He stumbled in the air, wings flaring wildly. The pull gave Peter enough leverage to yank him down, crashing into the pavement with a heavy thud. The crowd screamed louder, scattering to the edges of the street. I landed beside the downed villain, webbing his arm before he could swing. Not so tough on the ground, hey, old man. Toombs roared, twisting with shocking strength. His wings snapped open, blasting me back with a gust of air. I slammed into a vendor's cart, splintering wood and scattering hot dogs across the street. Peter cried out. Shredder. I'm fine. I grunted, shoving debris off. Toombs rose, shaking webs loose. You think tricks and glue can stop me? His wings beat furiously, lifting him back into the air. Peter shot more webs upward, trying to pin him again. This time, Toombs anticipated it, spinning midair and diving straight for Peter. Peter, move! I barked. The spider sense saved him. He flipped backward just as talons slashed the pavement where he'd been. Sparks flew from the concrete. Peter's breathing was sharp through the mask. He's too strong. I swung in, planting both feet against Toombs' side mid-flight. The impact sent him spinning, but he caught himself quickly, hovering above us. We don't beat him in the air, I said. We drag him down. Peter nodded shakily. Right. Ground only. The vulture shifted tactics. He dove low, not to hit us, but to terrorize the crowd. He ripped the canopy off a food stall, scattering people with screams. He clawed at a streetlight, sending sparks showering into the street. Peter shouted, he's going after them. Then split up, I said. You cover the people. I'll keep him busy. Peter hesitated. Alone. I smirked. Don't worry. I'm better at this. Before he could argue, I swung upward, straight at Toombs. The old man snarled. You again. Mississippi me. I shot back, slamming into him midair. His wings whipped, nearly cutting me in half, but I twisted clear, webbing the edge of one blade. I yanked with all my weight, dragging him sideways into a billboard. The metal bent under the impact, sparks flying. He roared, thrashing violently. The force ripped me free, slamming me against the rooftop. Pain shot through my ribs, but I forced myself back up. Meanwhile, Peter was busy below, pulling civilians out of danger, webbing loose debris before it could crush anyone. He moved faster than I'd seen him before, more decisive. The training was paying off. Clear the street, he shouted to the crowd. Go, now. They listened, scattering down side alleys, clutching kids and bags. The vulture noticed. His eyes narrowed. No, you don't get to play the hero. He dove for Peter again, faster than before. I launched a web, snagging his ankle mid-dive. Over here, Grandpa. The yank pulled him off balance just enough for Peter to fire two web lines straight into the wing joints. He yanked hard, shouting, "Now!" I joined in, pulling from the other side. The combined force dragged Toombs down again, wings folding awkwardly as he crashed into the pavement. The impact cracked asphalt. Dust flew. I landed beside Peter, both of us panting. "That's how you do it." But Toombs wasn't finished. He surged up with shocking speed, one wing blade slamming against Peter's chest. The hit sent him sprawling, his mask scraping against the ground. "Peter!" I snapped, rushing forward. Before I could reach him, Toombs' talons raked across my side. Pain flared hot, the suit tearing. I gritted my teeth, firing webs point blank into his face. The sticky strands blinded him, gluing across his eyes and mouth. He screamed, clawing at the webbing. "You pests!" Peter staggered back to his feet, chest heaving. "Shredder, look out!" Too late. Toombs' wings beat once, a violent gust slamming into both of us. We flew backward, smashing through another food cart. I groaned, pulling myself free of splintered wood. "Okay, that hurt." Peter gasped, clutching his chest. We can't keep this up." "Then finish it," I said flatly. The police arrived then, sirens blaring, cars screeching to a halt at the ends of the block. Officers spilled out, guns drawn. "Freeze! Hands up!" "Not aimed at Toombs. At us." Peter's voice cracked. They're aiming at us." "Shocker," I muttered. Toombs tore the last of the webbing off his face, snarling. He shot upward, wings cutting through the air. Bullets pinged off metal as the police opened fire. "Menace," an officer shouted at us. "Stay where you are." Spider Sense screamed. I shoved Peter. "Move." We leapt onto the walls just as bullets tore through the space we'd been standing in. Civilians screamed again, ducking behind abandoned stalls. Peter clung to the wall, panicked. They're shooting at us." "No kidding," I snapped. "Eyes up, vultures leaving." Sure enough, Toombs was climbing higher, retreating into the sky. Peter hesitated. "Do we follow?" I scanned the cops below, guns still trained on us. "No. Not with this audience," I said. Peter groaned. "So we just let him go." "For now," I said firmly. "We live to fight again." We slipped away across the rooftops, leaving the police shouting below. By the time we reached our usual hideout spot, Peter yanked his mask up, his face pale and sweaty. He was stronger than before. Smarter too. "And you were better," I said. He blinked at me. "What?" "You moved faster. Smarter. Training's working," I said simply. Peter's mouth opened, then shut. He looked down, a small smile flickering across his face despite the exhaustion. "Maybe." I grinned faintly. "No maybe. You're getting there." He actually laughed, shaky but real. Chapter 30, The Bugle Job. The morning after the vulture fight, the Daily Bugle headline was impossible to miss. "Masked menaces collide with flying madmen, city in danger." The photo stretched across half the page, the vulture diving low over a panicked crowd, his wings slicing the air. In the corner of the frame, blurry but clear enough, was me yanking at one wing while Peter tried to web the other. Peter froze at the table, spoon halfway to his mouth. His eyes went wide, his face pale. How did they get that shot?" he whispered. May frowned softly, sipping her tea. "Someone must have been nearby with a camera." Peter muttered under his breath, "Too nearby." I smirked faintly, flipping the page. Front page again. "We're really moving up in the world." Peter glared at me. "They called us menaces again." "They'll keep calling us that," I said casually, buttering toast. "Doesn't mean we stop." May sighed. "I just hope they don't hurt themselves or anyone else." Peter pushed his bowl away. "I'm not hungry." You need to eat, May said gently. He stood quickly. I've got to get to school. He grabbed his bag and darted upstairs, the paper still clutched in his hand. At school, the bugle was everywhere. Flash had 3 copies stuffed in his locker, waving one around like a trophy. Look at this. The freaks nearly destroyed the whole block, he shouted. His gang laughed loudly. Peter shrank into himself, clutching his books. Flash spotted him instantly, smirking. Hey, Parker. What did I tell you? Menaces. You still think they're heroes now? Peter muttered, they were saving people. Flash cut him off, raising the paper. Saving people? Open your eyes, Parker. They nearly killed half the street. His gang howled with laughter again. I slid past, smirking. Funny. I thought you couldn't read past the comics section. Flash's smile faltered. What did you say? I leaned in. Don't worry. When they put your mug in the bugle, I'll make sure the headline matches local clown trips over own ego. The gang snorted, some at Flash this time. His face reddened. The teacher's arrival saved him from replying, but his glare followed me all the way into class. Peter hissed at me under his breath. Stop antagonizing him. I shrugged. He's not worth the ink. At lunch, Peter barely touched his food. His hands fidgeted constantly, his gaze glued to the bugle folded in his bag. Stop staring at it, I said finally. He glanced up. Don't you get it? This is worse than ever. They'll never see us as anything but criminals. Then stop trying to please them, I said simply. He shook his head. No. There has to be a way. Before I could answer, a voice spoke from behind us. Peter Parker. We both turned. Robbie Robertson, crisp suit and glasses, stood holding a copy of the Bugle. He smiled warmly. I saw your name on the Science Club roster. And I hear you're good with a camera. Peter blinked rapidly. Why yeah, I take photos sometimes. Robbie held up the paper. Were you anywhere near yesterday's mess? Peter stiffened, panicking. No. I mean. I cut in smoothly. He had his camera. He always does. Robbie's smile widened slightly. Good. Because these shots we've been running are rushed. Blurry. Amateur. We could use someone sharper. Peter's jaw dropped. You mean me? Robbie nodded. If you've got more photos, bring them to the Bugle. Jameson pays for pictures, and he pays well. It'd be a good start for you. Peter stammered, I'll think about it. Robbie gave a reassuring pat on his shoulder. Don't let an opportunity slip by. He left, the paper tucked under his arm. Peter stared after him, stunned. I smirked. Congratulations. You just got recruited. He groaned, burying his face in his hands. This is a disaster. That evening, upstairs in our room, Peter paced furiously. This is insane. If I give them photos, Jameson will twist everything. He always does. I leaned back on the bed. He'll twist it whether you're paid or not. At least this way, you get cash. Peter spun toward me, horrified. You think this is about money? I raised a brow. You think May doesn't need it? His face crumpled slightly. That's not fair. It's true, I said flatly. Groceries, bills, everything. You want to help her? This is how. He dropped into his chair, groaning. I hate that you're right. Get used to it, I smirked. The next morning, Peter slipped his camera into his bag before school. His hands shook slightly, but his jaw was set. May noticed. Going out early. Why yeah, Peter stammered. School project. She smiled faintly. Always so dedicated. When we left, Peter whispered furiously, I feel sick. I patted his shoulder. That's just ambition. You'll get used to it. After school, we headed downtown. The Bugle building loomed above, buzzing with life. Inside, typewriters clattered, phones rang, reporters rushed everywhere. Jameson's voice bellowed above it all, where's my copy? Someone get me coffee that isn't dirt. Robbie, tell me you've got photos. Peter froze in the middle of the lobby. I can't do this. I grabbed his arm, pulling him forward. Yes, you can. Come on. Robbie spotted us instantly, smiling. Parker. Good timing. Do you have something for us? Peter swallowed hard and handed over the envelope of photos he'd developed last night. His palms were sweaty. Robbie flipped through them quickly, shots of the vulture swooping, of us tangling with his wings, of the chaos in the street. They were crisp, clear, framed perfectly. These are excellent, Robbie said warmly. Jameson. The newsroom fell quiet as the door to the office slammed open. Jonah Jameson stormed out, cigar smoke trailing. He looked at Peter like he was some insect crawling across the floor. What's this? He barked, snatching the photos. Robbie said calmly, Peter Parker. Student. He brought these in. Jameson flipped through the stack. His eyes widened slightly at the clarity, then narrowed again. These are good, he admitted gruffly. Too good. What's the trick? No trick, I said. Just talent. Jameson ignored me, jabbing a finger at Peter. You want money for these? Peter stammered, I guess. Good, Jameson cut him off. Because I'm not giving you a job. Freelance only. You bring me pictures of these freaks, I'll pay you. You don't, you're useless. Got it? Peter blinked. Why yes, sir. Jameson shoved a bill-filled envelope into his hands. Now get out of my office. And don't miss the next time those masked menaces show their faces. He stormed back into his office, door slamming shut. The newsroom buzzed back to life instantly. Peter stared at the envelope in his hands, shell-shocked. What just happened? I smirked. Congratulations. You're officially a paid menace hunter. He groaned, burying his face in his palms. Robbie patted his shoulder kindly. Don't let Jonah get to you. You've got real talent, Peter. Keep at it. Peter nodded weakly. Thanks. Back at home, May asked casually, busy day at school. Peter flinched, clutching the envelope tighter in his pocket. Why yeah. Just projects. She smiled, none the wiser. Upstairs, he threw himself into his chair, groaning. This is the worst thing ever. I lounged on the bed. Says the guy with a pocket full of cash. He glared at me. I hate you. You'll thank me later, I smirked. Chapter 31, Oscorp's attention. The Bugle's front page made its way all over the city. Not just to doorsteps, classrooms, and subway cars but to Oscorp Tower. The photos Robbie had praised and Jameson had twisted now sat on a long glass table in a boardroom at the very top of the skyscraper. Each shot was enlarged, crisp, pinned under sleek silver clips. Adrian Toombs the vulture mid-dive. His wings stretched wide, sparks flying off metal joints. Me and Peter, blurry but visible, yanking him down with webs. Civilians scattering in the chaos. Norman Osborn studied them silently, fingers steepled under his chin. His sharp features were unreadable, but his eyes were locked on the wings. Harry Osborn sat across the table, shifting uncomfortably. Dad, it's just some guy in a costume. A freak. Like the paper says. Norman's gaze didn't move from the photos. That's not a costume. Harry frowned. What do you mean? Look at the joints. The span of the wings. The thrust ratio. This isn't cosplay. Norman finally glanced at his son. This is advanced engineering. Harry leaned forward reluctantly. So what, he built it? Yes, Norman said coldly. Or stole it. One of the Oscorp board members cleared his throat nervously. Sir, if this Tombs character is wielding stolen technology, it would have to be ours, Norman cut him off sharply. Oscorp has the only active designs for flight-based exoskeletons. Which means he tapped the photo. Someone's using my work. Harry hesitated. But he's a criminal. Norman's lips curled faintly. Criminal or not, he's flying on Oscorp's science. And I want to know how. Back in Queens, Peter wasn't thinking about Oscorp. He was thinking about the envelope of money now hidden in his desk drawer. He stared at it, chewing his lip, while I tossed a ball lazily against the wall. You're gonna wear a hole in your face if you keep biting it, I said. He groaned, burying his face in his hands. I can't stop thinking about it. Those photos, they're everywhere now. What if someone figures it out? What if someone recognizes me? Then they'll see a shaky kid with a camera, not a masked acrobat, I said flatly. He looked up at me, desperate. You're not worried at all? Nope, I said, catching the ball midair. Because worrying doesn't pay the bills. He groaned again, spinning in his chair. I hate this. I smirked faintly. Get used to it. You're a freelancer now. At school the next day, the tension was worse. Flash shoved the bugle into Peter's chest with a sneer. Hey, Parker. You take these? What, were you hiding under a table while real men fought? Peter stammered. I was across the street. Flash laughed. Figures. Parker's not brave enough to sneeze in public, but he'll take pictures of freaks wrecking the city. The gang roared with laughter. I stepped in smoothly, grabbing the paper and glancing at it. Funny. Looks like his photos are worth money. What's yours worth? Nothing? Thought so. Flash's smile evaporated. You. The bell cut him off. Peter whispered furiously at me as we walked to class. Stop baiting him. I shrugged. He makes it too easy. After school, Peter developed more photos in the lab. His hands shook as he worked, but the shots came out crisp again. He stuffed them into an envelope, muttering, I don't know if I should keep doing this. Then stop, I said simply. He froze. What? No one's forcing you, I said. You wanna quit? Quit. You want the money? Keep going. Simple. His mouth opened, then shut again. I hate when you make sense. Get used to that too, I smirked. Meanwhile, at Oscorp, Norman's investigation deepened. He had engineers pull old flight suit schematics, cross-referencing every visible component from the bugle photos. The results were disturbing. Sir, one engineer reported, these designs match our early prototypes. The wing harness, the talon stabilizers, it's nearly identical. Norman's eyes narrowed. Tombs. Harry looked up from the corner of the lab. Who? Adrian Tombs, Norman said, his tone flat. Former engineer. Brilliant. Bitter. He left Oscorp years ago after disagreements. Harry frowned. You mean you fired him? Norman's gaze snapped to his son, cold. He was weak. He whined about ethics, about safety. He lacked vision. I cut him loose. And now he gestured to the photo. He's taken my work to the streets. Harry looked uneasy. So what are you gonna do? Norman's lips curled into a thin smile. I'll do what Oscorp always does. Take it back. That evening, Peter and I suited up. Patrol was quiet at first, just rooftops, alleys, the hum of the city. But Peter's mind wasn't quiet. He muttered constantly under his breath. The police hate us. Jameson hates us. Oscorp probably hates us too. Why are we even? Because someone has to, I said. He groaned. Why do you always sound so sure? Because I am. He shook his head. I wish I was. Then fake it, I said. Confidence is contagious. He actually laughed weakly at that. Far above, Oscorp drones buzzed silently, scanning the city. Norman had dispatched them hours ago, hoping to catch sight of the wings. But instead, they caught sight of us. Two masked figures swinging through Queens, moving faster than any normal human should. The footage streamed back to Oscorp Labs. Norman watched, his eyes narrowing. Not just tombs, he murmured. Harry glanced at the screen. Dad, are those menaces? Norman said coldly. And they're mine to study. The next day, Peter nearly fell asleep in class. His exhaustion from patrol and constant stress showed clearly. The teacher tapped his desk sharply. Parker! Are we boring you? Peter jolted awake, stammering. And no, sir. I just... Flash snickered loudly. Maybe he's tired from hanging out with his freak buddies. The class erupted in laughter. Peter shrank into his seat, cheeks burning. I leaned back, smirking faintly. Don't be jealous, Flash. Not everyone can be useful enough to carry a camera. The laughter shifted, some aimed at Flash now. His face turned red. After class, Peter muttered angrily at me. You're making it worse again. Worse for him, I said. You don't care if I'm the one who gets crushed in the middle. I grinned faintly. Not a chance. You bounce back. You always do. Peter groaned. Back at Oscorp, Norman summoned his board again. He tapped the bugle photo one last time. Toombs will strike again. When he does, Oscorp will be ready. And those other masked acrobats, his voice darkened. I want to know everything about them. Harry shifted nervously. They saved people, though. Norman's gaze was icy. Heroes don't wear masks. They're threats. And threats can be controlled. Chapter 32, Under Oscorp's Eye. Patrol started like any other night. The city breathed beneath us, car horns, the hum of neon, footsteps echoing in alleys. I perched on a rooftop ledge, mask pulled down, watching the flow below. Peter landed beside me, panting slightly. His voice was low. You don't feel it too? That buzzing. Buzzing. I tilted my head. Yeah, he muttered. Not spider sense exactly. Just something off. I scanned the rooftops. Quiet. Too quiet. Could be nerves. He shook his head. No. It's something else. The spider sense prickled faintly, then distant, steady. Not the sharp warning of immediate danger. More like eyes on us. I stood, smirking faintly under my mask. Well, someone's watching. Question is, who? We swung a few blocks over, but the feeling followed. Every time we landed, the hair on my arms stood up. Peter's head kept whipping around nervously. Police, he guessed. Police don't fly silent, I said. On the next rooftop, I crouched low, listening. The faintest whir reached my ears, mechanical, high-pitched, unnatural. Above us, I muttered. Peter tensed. Above. The drone appeared from the shadows, sleek and black, hovering silently against the night sky. Its red sensor glowed faintly as it tracked us. Oscorp's logo was etched small on its side. Peter froze. That's not NYPD. Nope, I said casually. Oscorp? His eyes widened behind the mask. Oscorp? Why would they? Because they don't like competition, I said flatly. Before he could respond, the drone projected a beam of light, scanning us head to toe. Peter yelped, scrambling back. It's scanning us. I fired a web instantly, snagging the sensor. The drone jerked, struggling, then spun violently, tearing free of the web. Peter gasped. It's too strong. I grinned faintly. Good. Makes it fun. The drone zipped forward suddenly, faster than I expected. Its metal arm extended, snapping out like a claw. It swiped at Peter's chest, nearly knocking him off the ledge. Peter! I barked. He stumbled back, firing webs desperately. The strands tangled the arm, slowing it for a second. Help me out here, he shouted. I swung forward, planting both feet against the drone's side. The impact jarred my legs, but the machine whirled, stabilizing almost instantly. Peter panted. It's not stopping. Then break it, I snapped, firing webs at the rotors. The sticky strands clogged one of the fans. Sparks flew. The drone tilted, struggling. Peter leapt up, grabbing onto its side. I got it. Don't ride it! I shouted. I don't have a choice. The drone spun wildly, Peter clinging like a stubborn insect. He managed to fire a web with one free hand, pinning the other rotor. With a screech of metal, the drone crashed into the rooftop, sparks flying. Peter rolled free, gasping. I landed beside him, smirking. Not bad. He groaned, pushing himself up. Not bad. That thing almost killed me. And now it's scrap, I said calmly, kicking the smoking shell. He glared at me through his mask. You're insane. Probably, I said. But before we could catch our breath, two more drones rose from the shadows, red sensors glowing. Peter's voice cracked. There's more. Of course there's more, I said. Oscorp doesn't send just one toy. The new drones fanned out, boxing us in. One projected a flash of light, temporarily blinding Peter. He cried out, clutching his mask. I grabbed his arm, dragging him back. Don't just stand there. He blinked rapidly, still dazed. I can't see. Then listen, I said sharply. Move when your spider sense screams. The first drone lunged. Peter ducked instinctively, the claw arm slicing the air above his head. His reflexes saved him barely. He fired webs blindly, hitting one rotor. The drone sputtered, veering into a water tower with a crash. The second one came for me. I caught the claw with one hand, twisting hard, my other hand firing webs into its sensors. It screeched electronically, thrashing. I yanked down with all my strength, slamming it into the pavement until it cracked. Both drones sparked and sputtered, lifeless. Peter ripped his mask up, panting hard, sweat dripping down his forehead. This is insane. Why are they after us? I crouched by the wreckage, prying at the shell until I found the Oscorp logo etched small along the side. I tilted it toward him. Because Norman Osborn doesn't like losing, I said flatly. Peter stared at it, horrified. He knows about us now. Not us, I corrected. Masks. That's all. He didn't look convinced. Back home, Peter tossed his mask onto the bed, pacing frantically. If Oscorp is tracking us, that means they know where we go. What if they follow us here? What if May? Stop, I cut him off. He froze, wide-eyed. They didn't follow us here, I said firmly. And if they try, we'll know. Peter sank into his chair, clutching his head. This is bad. This is so bad. I smirked faintly. Bad for them. They wasted 3 expensive toys on us. Who's really losing? Peter groaned, muffled into his hands. I hate that you don't panic. Get used to it, I said, leaning back on the bed. Meanwhile, in Oscorp Tower, Norman Osborn watched the live feed cut to static. His engineers scrambled, reporting failure. Norman's face darkened. Destroyed? All three? Yes, sir, one stammered. They're formidable. Norman's eyes narrowed. Good. That means they're worth studying. Harry hesitated in the corner. Dad, they were protecting people. They're not like tombs. Don't be naive, Norman snapped. Anyone with power is a threat until I decide otherwise. At school the next day, Peter's exhaustion showed again. He fell asleep in class, snapping awake only when the teacher slammed a ruler against his desk. Parker. Care to explain why you can't stay conscious in my classroom? Peter stammered. I was just. Flash smirked from across the room. Probably up all night crying about his freak friends. The class laughed. I muttered, loud enough for Flash to hear, better crying than failing math for the third year in a row. Flash flushed red, sputtering. The teacher sighed, rubbing his temples. Both of you detention if I hear another word. Peter groaned under his breath. You're going to get me killed. I smirked. You're welcome. That night, we suited up again. But the air felt heavier now. Every shadow might hide another drone. Every rooftop might hum with Oscorp tech. Peter's voice was low as we perched above the street. Do we keep going? I smirked under the mask. Of course. If Osborn wants to watch, let him pay for the show. Peter groaned. You're impossible. Better than boring, I said. Chapter 33, Oscorp escalates. The first drones were bad enough, but Norman Osborn was not a man who tolerated failure. While Peter tried to sleep off another long night, while May hummed softly over breakfast downstairs, while Jameson blustered into microphones across the city at the top of Oscorp Tower, the real work was already happening. A lab filled with prototypes glowed with the hum of machines. Engineers moved nervously under Norman's watchful eye. At the center of the room sat a new drone, twice the size of the earlier models. Its frame was sleeker, heavier, bristling with retractable arms and panels hiding God knew what. Status? Norman asked coldly. An engineer stammered, weaponized capture systems installed. Non-lethal shockers, reinforced claws, net deployment. Stronger rotors. It can handle anything. Norman's lips curled. Good. Release it. Harry stood in the corner, arms folded tightly. Dad, they're kids. Whatever they are, they're not tombs. Norman's eyes cut to his son. Power doesn't care about age. It has to be tested. Controlled. Or it controls you. Harry looked away. That night, Peter and I swung across Queens, keeping our usual rhythm. Peter was quieter than usual, his webs pulling tight against the wind, his movements sharp but restless. You're thinking too loud, I said casually. He sighed, his voice muffled behind the mask. I can't stop. Oscorp? The drones. What if they already know who we are? They don't, I said simply. You don't know that, he pressed. Yes, I do, I said. Because if they did, we wouldn't be swinging right now. They'd be at May's door. Peter shuddered. Don't even say that. Then stop worrying about it, I said, cutting a smooth arc between rooftops. Focus on the now. Before he could argue, the spider sense hit sharp, immediate, undeniable. We both froze mid-swing, landing hard on opposite sides of a rooftop. Peter's voice cracked. That's it again, isn't it? Yeah, I said, my tone tightening. The hum came first. Then the light. A red glow, brighter than before, sweeping across the rooftop. And then it rose into view, the new Oscorp drone. Twice the size of the last ones. Armored. Armed. Its claws extended with a metallic snap, electricity crackling faintly at the tips. Peter staggered back, voice breaking. It's huge. I grinned faintly under my mask. Finally. A real challenge. The drone darted forward with shocking speed for its size. One claw lashed out. I flipped backward as it gouged into the rooftop, leaving smoking lines in the asphalt. Peter yelped, firing webs at its sensors. The strands stuck, but the drone's panels slid open, slicing the webs free with a sharp burst of heat. Peter stumbled back. It cut through the webs. Then aim better, I snapped, launching a line at its claw. I yanked hard, dragging it slightly off balance. Peter fired again, tangling a rotor, but the machine spun wildly, flinging him across the roof. He landed hard, groaning. I can't. You can, I barked. Get up. He pushed himself up shakily, chest heaving. The drone retracted its arms, then extended two more, deploying a wide net. It shot forward, the mesh glinting in the rooftop lights. Peter's eyes widened. It's trying to trap us. I shoved him aside, the net snapping around me instead. Electricity surged instantly, sparks crawling over the webbing. My muscles tensed hard, the shock biting through the suit. Peter screamed, Shredder. Shut up, move. I forced through clenched teeth. He scrambled up, firing web after web, desperately tangling the rotors. The machine jerked, struggling under the weight. Peter leapt onto its side, ripping at the net controls with his bare hands. Sparks burned his fingers, but he yanked hard enough to tear one of the arms loose. The net fell slack. I ripped it apart, stumbling free, smoke curling from my suit. Nice save, I muttered. Peter panted, voice cracking. You almost. Didn't, I cut him off. Focus. The drone adapted. Its panels slid open again, revealing small launchers. A barrage of projectiles shot out metal discs that stuck to the ground and sparked violently. Peter gasped, leaping between them. They're mines. Then don't step on them, I said dryly, firing webs at two of them. I yanked, slamming them into the drone's underside. The explosion rocked the machine midair, making it tilt violently. Peter seized the opening. He fired two heavy strands straight into its main rotor, yanking with all his strength. Pull with me, he shouted. I fired my own webs, the strands clinging tight. Together, we yanked. The rotor strained, whined, then tore loose with a screech of metal. The drone spun violently, crashing into the rooftop with a deafening slam. Dust and sparks flew everywhere. Peter staggered back, chest heaving. Is it down? I stepped closer, eyeing the wreckage. No. The drone's claws twitched, slamming into the ground. Slowly, it began to rise again, battered but not broken. Peter groaned. You've got to be kidding me. Good tech, I admitted. Almost impressed. Almost. Peter snapped. The drone lurched toward us again, slower now but just as dangerous. Peter swallowed hard. What do we do? I smirked faintly. Finish it. We moved together this time. Training paid off. Peter darted left, firing webs to draw its sensors. I swung right, planting myself against a wall and launching at its side. The claws lashed for Peter, but he flipped backward, the spider sense guiding him cleanly. He fired 3 lines at once, tangling the arms together. Now, he shouted. I swung hard, planting both feet against the drone's chassis. The impact cracked its armor. Peter leapt on top, ripping at the exposed wiring with bare hands. Sparks seared his gloves, but he didn't stop. The drone screeched electronically, thrashing. I pinned its claws with webs, holding it down. Rip it! I barked. Peter screamed, tearing the wires free. The drone shuddered violently, lights flickering, then collapsed into a smoking heap. Silence fell across the rooftop, broken only by Peter's ragged breathing. He collapsed to his knees, mask pulled halfway up, sweat dripping down his pale face. I thought it had you. I crouched beside him, smirking faintly. Almost. Not quite. He groaned, muffling his face into his hands. I hate this. You're getting better, I said simply. He peeked at me, exhausted. Really? Really, I said. You moved cleaner. Trusted your spider sense. That's progress. He let out a shaky laugh. I don't know how you stay so calm. Because panic doesn't win fights, I said. He sighed, pulling his mask back down. I still hate it. I smirked. Good. Means you'll survive. At Oscorp, Norman watched the feed cut to static again. His engineers stammered excuses, scrambling. Norman's eyes narrowed. Destroyed again. Yes, sir, one muttered. They're extraordinary. Norman's jaw tightened. Then they're mine. Harry spoke up softly. Dad, they saved people. Again. Doesn't that mean anything? Norman's gaze snapped to his son, cold as steel. It means they're weapons waiting to be claimed. And Oscorp claims everything. Chapter 34, Vulture strikes Oscorp. The news broke late in the afternoon. Oscorp labs targeted. Witnesses report a winged figure seen at the scene. The bugle wasted no time. Menace or martyr? Vulture returns and who will stop him? Peter's eyes stayed glued to the television, hands gripping the back of the couch so tightly his knuckles were white. May hummed softly in the kitchen, stirring sauce, completely oblivious to the quiet storm building in the living room. He's back, Peter whispered. Yeah, I said flatly, leaning against the wall. And he's not picking random banks anymore. He's going for Osborn. Peter whipped around, eyes wide. Oscorp? That means. Exactly, I said. He's not stupid. He knows who's sending the toys. Peter paced, panicked. We can't. If we go there, what if Oscorp catches us too? They'll have cameras, guards. They already know about us, I cut him off. Might as well not make it boring. Peter gaped at me. You're unbelievable. I smirked. Thanks. May called out, dinner in 10 minutes. Peter forced a weak smile toward the kitchen. Thanks, May. Then he turned back to me, whispering furiously. We can't just. What do we even do? Stop Toombs or stop Oscorp? Both, I said simply. We keep the city standing. That's the job. He groaned, dragging his hands down his face. I hate that you make it sound simple. Because it is, I said. Night fell fast. We slipped out through the window in costume, masks pulled tight. The city air was sharp as we swung toward Midtown, the familiar rhythm of webs cutting through silence. Peter was tense beside me, his swings uneven. This is insane. We shouldn't be going near Oscorp. And yet, here we are, I said casually. He groaned, muttering under his breath all the way to the tower. We heard it before we saw it, the shriek of metal tearing apart, the blare of alarms. Oscorp Tower loomed ahead, its upper floors flashing with red warning lights. Smoke billowed from one side, glass shattered across the street below. And above it all, Vulture circled, wings spread wide, claws sparking as he dived into another laboratory window. Peter's breath caught. He's tearing the place apart. Then we clip his wings, I said. We landed on the edge of a lower rooftop across from the tower. From here, the chaos was clear, guards scrambled inside, fire sprinklers sprayed, engineers fled into the street. Peter swallowed hard. If Oscorp catches us. They already know, I repeated. Question is, do you want Tooms loose with that kind of tech? Peter grimaced, then nodded tightly. Fine. Let's go. We swung hard, landing on a smoking balcony 3 floors below Vulture. He ripped a panel of machinery free, tossing it over his shoulder like scrap. Tooms! I barked. His head snapped toward us, eyes glowing behind his goggles. Recognition flared instantly. You too, he snarled, voice sharp with fury. You're part of this too. Peter held up his hands defensively. We're not with Oscorp. Tooms dove anyway. We barely dodged as his wings sliced through the balcony, sparks and concrete flying. Peter yelped, firing webs that stuck to the wingtip. Tooms spun midair, ripping free with sheer force. You think you can stop me, he roared. Already did once, I shot back, leaping onto his back mid-dive. I clamped onto the harness, punching at the exposed wires. Tooms screeched, twisting violently. Get off me! He rolled midair, slamming me against a steel beam. Pain jarred my ribs, but I didn't let go. Peter swung in, both feet slamming against Tooms's chest. The impact knocked him back, wings sputtering for a second. Tooms growled, rising higher. I'll tear Oscorp apart. They stole everything from me. And you're proving them right, Peter shouted back. Inside the tower, Norman Osborn stood in the control room, eyes glued to the surveillance feeds. Guards reported chaos, engineers reported lockdown failures. But Norman's gaze stayed locked on 2 figures leaping across his building. They came, he murmured. Harry shifted nervously beside him. Dad, they're fighting with us. Can't you see that? Norman's eyes narrowed. No. They're untested variables. And variables are dangerous. Back outside, Tooms dove again, his claws sparking as he aimed for the Oscorp reactors. Peter screamed, if he hits that. I know, I snapped, firing webs at both wings. They stuck. I yanked hard, dragging him off course. Peter swung in, wrapping more lines around his legs. Together, we dragged him down, slamming him into the rooftop. He roared, thrashing, wings slicing dangerously close. One claw tore through my shoulder fabric, the sting biting into my skin. Peter shouted, we can't hold him. Yes, we can. I barked. With a surge, we pulled together, ripping him down hard enough that his wings bent under the strain. Metal screamed, sparking violently. Tooms snarled, you think Oscorp deserves to live? I leaned close, smirking under the mask. I don't care about Oscorp. I care about the city. His goggles flared with rage. Security burst onto the rooftop then, weapons drawn. Freeze! All of you! Peter froze, panicked. Shredder! Don't move, I muttered. The guards circled us. Tooms growled, jerking free enough to flap one wing. The blast of air knocked 2 men flat. The rest opened fire. Peter screamed, diving aside as bullets tore across the rooftop. They're shooting at us too. Of course they are, I said, webbing a guard's rifle clean out of his hands. Oscorp doesn't make friends. Tooms laughed bitterly, ripping himself free of the webbing. See? They don't care if you live or die. Peter fired webs desperately, tangling his wing again. We're not on their side. Then get out of my way. Tooms screeched, slamming Peter across the rooftop. I caught him before he slid off the edge. You okay? He groaned. I hate him. Good, I said. Now hit him harder. The fight tore across the rooftop. Tooms lashed out with brutal force, claws sparking, wings cutting through concrete. Guards fired wildly, bullets ricocheting, alarms blaring. We moved together, webs flying, claws snapping, concrete cracking. At last, Peter found his moment. He leapt high, firing 3 webs at once, tangling both wings. I swung in, slamming both feet into Tombs's chest. The harness sparked violently, overloading. Toombs screamed as the wings locked up, engines burning out. He crashed into the rooftop, sparks flying, finally still. Peter stood trembling, chest heaving. We stopped him. Again, I smirked, webbing Toombs to the concrete. But the guards raised their weapons again instantly. Don't move. Peter stiffened, whispering, what do we do? We leave, I said flatly, grabbing his arm. We swung off the tower just as the guards swarmed Toombs, shouting orders. From the control room, Norman Osborn watched the 2 masked figures vanish into the night. His gaze shifted to the captured Toombs, bound in webs but alive. Interesting, he muttered. Harry whispered, Dad, they saved you. They saved Oscorp. Norman's lips curled faintly. For now. Chapter 35, spun in the press. Breakfast in Queens was always quiet. May set out toast, jam, and a pot of coffee. Peter sat slumped at the table, barely touching his food, his eyes glued to the newspaper folded in front of him. I already knew what it said. The headline screamed from the front page in bold black letters. Masked menaces turn OSCORP into WARZONE, Vulture incident escalates. Peter's voice cracked when he finally read it aloud. He made it sound like we were part of it. Like we helped Toombs. May frowned gently, pouring him orange juice. Don't read too much into those papers, Peter. They always exaggerate. He looked up sharply. Exaggerate? They're lying. May hesitated, her eyes worried. Maybe. But you can't let it get under your skin. Peter pushed the paper away violently. It's not just under my skin, it's everywhere. Everyone's going to read this. I leaned back, sipping coffee calmly. Welcome to PR 101. Jonah wins because he's the loudest voice. Peter turned on me, eyes blazing. You're okay with this? Of course not, I said flatly. But throwing a tantrum over a newspaper doesn't change it. He groaned, burying his face in his hands. I can't believe I work for him. May blinked in surprise. Work for him? Peter froze. I mean school project. Photography thing. Nothing big. She studied him, suspicious, but let it go. At school, Jameson's spin spread faster than any rumor. Students crowded the hallways, waving copies of the Bugle, laughing, jeering. Flash had one tucked under his arm like a trophy. Well, Parker. Looks like your heroes aren't so heroic after all. Peter froze, clutching his books tight. Flash shoved the paper against his chest. You recognize these guys, don't you? Hey? Bet you're their biggest fan. His gang laughed loudly. I slid in, grabbing the paper and scheming it. Funny. You can read headlines but not textbooks. Flash's smile faltered. What did you say? Relax, I said with a smirk. Not everyone gets to be valedictorian. Some people peak in gym class. His gang snorted, some at him this time. His face reddened. Peter hissed at me under his breath as we walked off. You're making it worse. Worse for him, I said calmly. Peter groaned. You don't have to pick fights every 5 minutes. Sure I do, I smirked. Later that day, Robbie Robertson stopped Peter outside the science lab. His voice was quieter, more measured than usual. Peter. Can we talk? Peter stiffened. About what? Robbie held up the Bugle. These pictures. The ones Jameson ran. They're yours, aren't they? Peter swallowed hard. I mean maybe. Robbie sighed, lowering his voice. You're good, Peter. Too good. But you need to understand, once Jameson has them, he decides the story. Not you. Peter's shoulders slumped. So he'll just keep twisting it. Robbie nodded. He sells fear. That's what keeps the presses running. Peter looked crushed. Then what's the point of me taking photos? Robbie studied him carefully. That's something only you can answer. He walked off, leaving Peter pale and shaking. I leaned against the wall, arms crossed. Told you. Loudest voice wins. Peter glared weakly at me. And you just accept that? I don't accept it, I said calmly. I use it. If Jameson wants photos, give him photos. Make him think he's winning while we play the long game. Peter groaned, dragging his hands down his face. Why does everything with you sound like chess? Because I'm good at it, I said. That evening, we slipped out again. The city felt heavier, the air buzzing with whispers. Wherever we landed, eyes lingered longer, suspicion sharper. Peter muttered miserably. Everyone hates us now. Jameson's turned the whole city against us. Not everyone, I said. May doesn't. She doesn't know, he snapped. Then keep it that way, I said flatly. She doesn't need to carry this weight. He went silent after that, guilt written across his shoulders. Meanwhile, at the Bugle, Jameson was in full form. He stormed across the newsroom, waving the latest edition. This is what sells. Fear. Panic. The people eat it up. And tomorrow, I want more. Betty Brant scribbled frantically at her desk. But sir, if the police confirm they stopped Toombs. Doesn't matter. Jameson barked. They weren't there. They brought the chaos with them. As long as they swing around my city, they're guilty. Robbie sighed, leaning back in his chair. You're turning kids into villains, Jonah. They're not the enemy. Jameson scoffed. Tell that to Oscorp's insurance claim. He stormed back into his office, slamming the door. Back home, Peter collapsed into his chair, throwing his mask onto the desk. I can't take this. I can't keep working for him. Then don't, I said simply. He froze. What? Quit, I said. Walk away. If you can't handle Jameson's noise, stop feeding him. He stared at me like I was crazy. And then what? How do we pay for May's groceries? The bills? My tuition. I smirked faintly. So you do care about the money? He flushed. That's not. Don't waste my time, I cut him off. You want to quit, quit. But you know we need the cash. Peter groaned, muffling his face into his hands. I hate you. You'll thank me later, I said casually. The next morning, the fallout spread further. The Bugle headline made it to television. Talk shows debated the Spider-Man problem. Politicians promised to investigate. At Midtown, even teachers gave Peter wary looks. One muttered under his breath as he passed, "Those freaks are dangerous." Peter whispered furiously at me. "This is all Jameson's fault." "Yep," I said calmly. "And you're fine with that?" "I didn't say that," I said. "I just don't waste time crying about things I can't change." He groaned, slamming his locker shut. "You're impossible." I smirked. "And you're predictable." That night, we perched on a rooftop, the city lights cold beneath us. Peter's voice was low. "Do you ever wonder if they're right? If we're making things worse?" I shot him a look under the mask. "No." He blinked. "That's it? Just no." "Yeah," I said. "Because we save people. That's all that matters." He went quiet, staring out over the city. "I wish I could believe that as easily as you." "Then fake it," I said. "Confidence is contagious." He almost laughed at that, shaking his head. Back at the Bugle, Jameson raised his glass in his office, triumphant. To the menaces, he muttered. They'll sell me 1,000 more papers before I'm through. Robbie watched quietly from the doorway, frowning. And what if they prove you wrong, Jonah? Jameson scoffed. They won't. They never do. Chapter 36, Norman's First Trial. Oscorp Tower gleamed against the night sky, but inside, the atmosphere was suffocating. Norman Osborn stood at the head of a long conference table. Board members squirmed in their seats as Jameson's latest headline blared on the screen behind him. Masked menaces and Vulture turned city into Warzone. Where was Oscorp? Norman's jaw clenched, his fingers gripping the edge of the table. Where was Oscorp? He repeated icily. Where was Oscorp? No one spoke. Finally, one of the executives cleared his throat nervously. Sir, public trust is shaken. Investors want answers. They. Norman slammed his hand down on the table, cutting him off. Investors don't want answers. They want results. They want proof that Oscorp can handle threats no one else can. And I intend to give them that. The room fell silent. Harry sat near the back, watching his father's face carefully. Norman's eyes burned with a sharp intensity that unsettled him. Dad. Harry said hesitantly. Norman's voice softened, but only slightly. Go home, Harry. This is business. Harry swallowed, nodding slowly. Okay. He rose from his seat and left the room, though his eyes lingered on his father until the doors closed. Norman turned back to his board. Meeting adjourned. I have work to do. Hours later, deep in Oscorp's private labs, Norman stood alone before a locked chamber. Security panels recognized his fingerprint, then his iris. The steel doors hissed open, revealing a single vial of glowing green liquid. The serum. A scientist had once called it unstable. Dangerous. Unpredictable. Norman remembered firing him. He picked up the vial carefully, turning it in his hands. Unstable, he murmured. For weak men, maybe. He set it into the injector rig, rolling up his sleeve. The machinery hissed, clicking as the serum chamber locked into place. For a moment, Norman hesitated. His reflection in the glass looked back at him, powerful, commanding but aging. Weakening. No, he muttered. Not anymore. He pressed the switch. The serum plunged into his veins. Norman gasped, clutching the table as fire shot through his body. His muscles spasmed violently, breath ripping from his lungs. He staggered, eyes wide, as the serum tore through him. Pain burned, then strength surged. His breathing steadied. His grip on the steel table bent the edge slightly under his hand. He stared at it, then flexed his fingers slowly. Perfect. Back in Queens, life went on quietly. Peter sat slumped over his desk, groaning as he scribbled at his homework. I can't do this tonight. I'm too tired. Then don't, I said flatly from my bed, tossing a ball into the air. He shot me a look. And fail science. You could build a laser in your garage if you wanted, I said casually. Don't pretend homework's the hard part. He groaned, dropping his pen. Why do you always make it sound so easy? Because it is, I said. May's voice called from downstairs. Boys. Dinner. Peter sighed, dragging himself up. Coming. We headed down. May had set out a simple meal: pasta, bread, salad. She smiled warmly. You two look worn out. School keeping you busy? Peter forced a smile. Yeah. Just a lot going on. I smirked faintly. Nothing we can't handle. May's eyes softened. You sound just like Ben sometimes. The table went quiet. Peter's smile faltered, his shoulders sinking slightly. May reached across, patting his hand. You're both doing fine. Don't push yourselves too hard. Peter nodded silently. That night, patrol felt heavier. Peter's swings were sluggish, his thoughts clearly elsewhere. You're distracted, I said. I can't stop thinking about May, he admitted quietly. If she ever found out. She won't, I cut him off. But what if she does, he pressed. What if? Peter, I snapped. Stop. Focus. The city doesn't wait for what-ifs. He went quiet, sighing. You don't let anything get to you, do you? Not the stuff that doesn't matter, I said simply. He shook his head, muttering, You're impossible. Correct, I smirked. Meanwhile, back at Oscorp, Norman was already different. He stood before a shattered metal console, chest heaving, his shirt torn from the sudden growth of his muscles. His reflection in the cracked glass looked sharper, stronger, and his eyes burned faintly green in the low light. An engineer stumbled into the room, gasping at the sight. Sir! What happened in here? Norman turned slowly, his voice calm but dangerous. Progress. The engineer hesitated. Should I alert the board? No, Norman said coldly. This doesn't leave this room. Not a word. The engineer nodded frantically. Why yes, sir. Norman's lips curled into the faintest smile. Good. Now get out. The man bolted. Norman turned back to the serum chamber, flexing his fists. His veins still glowed faintly green under the skin. Perfect, he murmured again. At school the next day, Peter collapsed into his chair, exhausted. He rubbed his temples, ignoring Flash's jeers. I nudged him. If you keep this up, you'll pass out in the middle of math. He groaned. Maybe that wouldn't be so bad. I smirked. At least you'd get out of class. He gave me a weak glare, then cracked a small smile despite himself. You're the worst. Best, I corrected. That evening, Norman stood alone in his penthouse office. Harry knocked softly before stepping inside. Dad. Norman turned, his face shadowed. Harry. What is it? Harry hesitated. You missed dinner again. I was working, Norman said smoothly. Harry frowned. Are you okay? You look different. Norman smiled faintly. Better than ever. Harry didn't look convinced. You've been pushing too hard. Pushing is what built Oscorp, Norman said sharply. Never forget that. Harry went quiet, looking down. Okay. Norman's gaze softened slightly. Go to bed, Harry. Tomorrow will be better. Harry nodded reluctantly and left. Norman turned back to the window, watching the city lights below, his reflection sharper, stronger, more dangerous. Chapter 37, Norman's Outburst. The Oscorp boardroom smelled faintly of fresh polish and fear. Norman Osborn stood at the head of the table, back straight, eyes sharp. The latest Bugle headline glared from the projector behind him. OSCROP under fire, masked menaces, Vulture, and a weak response. The executives shifted nervously in their chairs. One cleared his throat. Mr. Osborn, with all due respect, this negative press is doing damage. Investors are calling. They want to know if Oscorp can. Investors, Norman cut in sharply. His voice was calm, but a vein pulsed faintly in his temple. Investors want results. They want strength. They want reassurance that Oscorp leads when others fail. And they'll get it. Another executive glanced at his notes, nervous. But the city council has questions about the drones. If they tie it back to... Let them question, Norman snapped, eyes narrowing. Oscorp doesn't answer to them. The man shifted. Respectfully, sir, we do. Regulations, oversight. That was the breaking point. Norman's hand slammed down on the table, the polished wood cracking sharply under the force. Every head around the table flinched back. The executive who'd spoken froze, eyes wide. "Yes, sir." Norman leaned forward, voice low and dangerous. "Do you know why Oscorp exists? Because I built it. Because I tore it out of nothing. Because I saw weakness everywhere and I crushed it." The room was silent, the only sound the faint hum of the projector. The man stammered, "Oh, of course, sir, I didn't mean." Norman moved before he even realized it. One hand shot forward, grabbing the man by his collar and yanking him half out of his chair. Papers scattered across the table. The man gasped, choking. "Mr. Osborne, please." Norman's grip tightened, his eyes blazing. For a moment, his reflection in the glass wall looked twisted, sharper, the faint green glow in his pupils almost visible. Respectfully, Norman hissed, "Do not question me again." The man's face turned red as he struggled. The rest of the board sat frozen, no one daring to move. Finally, Norman shoved him back into his chair, releasing him with a growl. The man coughed violently, clutching at his throat. Norman straightened his suit calmly, as if nothing had happened. His voice returned to its smooth, commanding tone. "Meeting adjourned." No one argued. The board filed out silently, heads down, avoiding his gaze. Only one stayed behind, Harry. He stood frozen near the doorway, eyes wide, pale. "Dad." Norman turned, smoothing his tie. "Harry. You shouldn't be here." Harry's voice cracked. You grabbed him. You nearly." Norman's expression softened slightly. "It was a disagreement. That's all." Harry shook his head. "That wasn't just a disagreement. I've never seen you." "Harry," Norman interrupted, his tone firm. "Go home." Harry hesitated, then swallowed hard. "Okay." He turned and left, but the look on his face said everything. Back in Queens, school was its usual storm. Flash tossed another bugle headline across Peter's desk. "Hey, Parker! Looks like your best pals are still wrecking the city." His gang laughed loudly. Peter groaned, burying his face in his books. I smirked, leaning back in my chair. "Flash, if you spent half as much time on homework as you do on bad jokes, you'd have a future." Flash glared at me. "Shut up, freak." The teacher walked in then, saving him from trying anything worse. Peter hissed at me under his breath. "Stop picking fights." "Why?" I asked casually. "Because one day you're gonna push him too far." I smirked. "Good. I like it when people show their limits." Peter groaned, shaking his head. "You're impossible." "Correct," I said. At lunch, Harry was quieter than usual. He sat with us, picking at his food. Peter noticed instantly. "You okay?" Harry hesitated. "Yeah. Just rough morning." I raised an eyebrow. "Oscorp?" Harry stiffened slightly. "My dad's just stressed. Business stuff." Peter frowned. "He's always working." Harry forced a weak smile. "That's Dad. Always working." But his eyes betrayed him. He was rattled. Badly. That night, patrol was uneventful at first. We perched on a rooftop, the city glowing below. Peter sighed. "You ever think we're making things worse? Like every time we show up, things just spiral." "No," I said simply. He glanced at me. "That's it." "Yeah," I said. "Because the alternative is doing nothing. And I'm not a fan of boring." He actually laughed weakly at that. "You're the worst." "Best," I corrected. Meanwhile, back at Oscorp, Norman stood alone in his lab, staring at the shattered piece of wood he'd ripped from the boardroom table earlier. His breathing was steady now, but his hands trembled faintly, not from weakness, from power. He clenched his fist, watching his knuckles whiten. Perfect, he whispered to himself. Chapter 38, Harry Confides. The morning air was heavy over Midtown High. Peter and I slipped through the front doors just as the bell rang, shoving past the usual crowd. My mask was tucked away at home, but my head was still half in the rooftops. Patrol had been quiet, but quiet usually meant a storm coming. Peter yawned so hard I thought his jaw might snap. We need like 10 hours of sleep. Minimum. You need 10 hours, I said flatly, adjusting my bag over my shoulder. I'm fine. He shot me a tired glare. You're not human. Correct, I said, smirking. He groaned. As we walked down the hall, Flash made his usual appearance, slapping a bugle down on the lockers. Look alive, Parker. Your boyfriend's made the front page again. Peter's face flushed instantly. They're not. I cut in before he could sputter. Flash, if you read as much science as you do tabloids, you might actually pass a class. Flash sneered. Shut it, freak. Creative, I said dryly. Did you come up with that one yourself? His face reddened, but the bell rang again, saving him. Peter hissed at me as we slid into our seats. Why do you do that? Because it's fun, I said calmly. You're impossible, he muttered. Correct, I said again, smirking. It was halfway through second period when Harry finally cracked. He sat 2 rows over, staring blankly at his notebook. Normally, he'd at least make jokes or whisper to Peter during class. But today he looked like a ghost. After the bell, Peter caught up to him immediately. Harry, are you okay? Harry stiffened, clutching his books. Yeah. Fine. Just tired. Peter frowned. You don't look fine. Harry hesitated, then sighed. Can we talk? Not here. Peter blinked. Sure. I raised an eyebrow. Sounds serious. Harry glanced at me, then nodded slowly. Yeah. It is. We met behind the gym after lunch. No one came back there unless they wanted to avoid teachers. Harry leaned against the wall, running a hand through his hair. His voice was low. I think something's wrong with my dad. Peter froze. What do you mean? Harry swallowed hard. He's different. Angrier. Scarier. I've seen him lose his temper before, but never like this. Peter frowned. Different how? Harry looked down at his hands. Yesterday, in a meeting. I wasn't supposed to be there, but I saw it. He grabbed one of the board members. Lifted him like he was nothing. He nearly choked him out, right there at the table. Peter's mouth fell open. He what? Harry's voice cracked. And then he just let go, like it was nothing. Like it never happened. He told me it was just a disagreement, but... He trailed off, shaking his head. Peter looked horrified. Harry, that's... not normal, Harry finished. His eyes were wet, but he blinked it back quickly. I don't even recognize him sometimes. He's always been intense, but this is something else. I don't know what to do. Silence hung heavy between us. Finally, I crossed my arms. You already know what to do. Keep your distance. Let Osborn handle Osborn. Harry stared at me. That's your advice? Just back off. Unless you feel like fighting your dad with your bare hands, I said bluntly. You're not gonna fix him. Peter turned on me, frowning. Shredder, he's worried about his dad. Don't just. I'm telling him the truth, I cut in sharply. Norman's not a guy you sit down and hug out of a bad mood. If something's breaking in him, Harry can't stop it. Harry's face twisted, torn between anger and fear. He's my dad. I can't just walk away. Then don't, I said flatly. But don't expect to change him, either. People don't change because you want them to. They change because they break. Peter looked at me like I'd grown a second head. You're seriously? I'm serious, I said. Harry let out a shaky breath, leaning back against the wall. I needed to tell someone. I couldn't keep it in anymore. Peter stepped forward, putting a hand on his shoulder. We'll figure it out, Harry. You're not alone in this. Harry gave him a small, grateful smile. Thanks. I stayed silent, but in my head, I already knew this was just the beginning. Classes dragged after that. Peter kept sneaking glances at Harry, worry etched all over his face. Harry didn't talk much. He just stared out the window, lost in thought. By the time the final bell rang, Peter was wound tight. He's serious, Shredder. He's not just strict or intense. He's dangerous. What if something happens to Harry? I adjusted my bag casually. Then we deal with it when it happens. Peter groaned, rubbing his face. How can you stay so calm? Because panicking doesn't help, I said simply. He gave me a helpless look, then muttered, You're impossible. Correct, I smirked. That evening, we were at the Parkers' dinner table. May served roast chicken, smiling warmly at us both. You boys eat up. You're too thin as it is. Peter smiled weakly. Thanks, May. She sat down across from us, folding her hands. How's Harry? He hasn't been around much lately. Peter glanced at me nervously, then forced a smile. He's fine. Just busy. May nodded, though her eyes lingered on him a little longer than usual. Well, tell him he's always welcome here. Peter's smile faltered. I will. Later that night, in our room, Peter paced restlessly. We can't just ignore this. If Norman's breaking down, or whatever, Harry's in the middle of it. He could get hurt. Then Harry has to keep his distance, I said calmly. Peter threw his hands up. That's not good enough. It's the truth, I said flatly. He groaned, collapsing into his chair. You make it sound like there's nothing we can do. There probably isn't, I said. He glared at me. You're the worst. Best, I corrected, smirking faintly. He groaned again, burying his face in his arms. Back at Oscorp, Norman stood in his office, staring out at the city. His reflection in the glass looked sharper, harder, stronger than ever. An assistant knocked softly. Mr. Osborne? The board wanted. Leave, Norman said without turning. The man hesitated. Yes, sir. As the door clicked shut, Norman flexed his fists slowly. The strength surged again, hot and unstoppable. He smiled faintly. Harry's voice echoed in his head from earlier. You look different. Better than ever, Norman murmured. Chapter 39, The Goblin Takes Flight. The Oscorp labs weren't empty at night. Engineers worked in silence, the hum of machines filling the sterile rooms. But in one sealed chamber, Norman Osborn stood alone. The serum coursed through his veins, sharper now, steadying his every movement with unnatural precision. He adjusted the straps of the prototype armor, the plating clicking into place along his chest, shoulders, and legs. The glider sat docked before him, sleek, curved, armed with blades and propulsion systems that gleamed under the harsh lights. The lead engineer had once called it experimental. Norman smirked. It's mine now. He stepped onto the glider, and it came alive beneath him, humming as the engines whirred. A mask waited on the console. A twisted face, sharp and grimacing. He picked it up, studied it for a moment, then slid it over his own. The Green Goblin was born. At Midtown High, the next morning felt heavy. Peter slumped into his seat, yawning hard. I leaned back, arms behind my head. "You look worse than usual," I said flatly. He glared at me. "We were out until 2 a.m. "And you still made it to class," I said. "Gold star." He groaned. "You're impossible." "Correct," I said, smirking. Harry dragged himself into class a minute later. He didn't look better than Peter, pale, distracted, his eyes shadowed. He sat down without a word, barely glancing up. Peter leaned over. "Harry. You okay?" Harry hesitated, then forced a weak smile. "Yeah. Just didn't sleep much." Peter frowned but didn't press. I studied Harry quietly. His shoulders were tense, his fingers tapping against his desk. He was unraveling. At lunch, Harry barely touched his food. Peter sat across from him, concerned. "Harry, you sure you're okay?" Harry looked up, meeting his eyes briefly. "Dad's been working late. I hear him in the lab at all hours. He says it's business, but I don't know." Peter frowned. "Business at midnight?" Harry's smile was bitter. "That's Dad." I said nothing, but in my head, I already knew where this was going. That night, patrol started quiet. We swung across rooftops, the city alive below us. Peter muttered, "Harry's not making this up. Something's wrong with Norman." "Of course something's wrong," I said. "That's Norman Osborn." Peter frowned. "You don't get it." He looked scared. "Like really scared." "Then keep an eye on him," I said flatly. "But don't waste time worrying about what you can't control." Peter sighed. "I hate it when you do that." "Do what?" "Make it sound so simple." "Because it is," I said. The quiet ended fast. We heard it first, a shrieking roar cutting across the skyline. Then, a blast and explosion ripping through a building in the distance. Flames burst from the top floor, glass raining down into the street. Peter's eyes widened behind the mask. "What was that?" I was already moving. "Let's find out." We swung hard toward the smoke. As we neared, another shriek split the air. A dark figure darted across the sky fast, precise, mounted on a flying machine that gleamed with blades and fire. Peter's voice cracked. What is that?" I narrowed my eyes. "New player." The figure swooped down, tossing something into the burning building. A green flash followed another explosion tore the roof apart. Screams rose from the street below as people fled. Peter gasped. "He's attacking civilians." "Then we stop him," I said, firing a web line. We swung up, cutting across the smoke-filled rooftop. The figure turned sharply, and for the first time, we got a clear look. Armored. Masked. Riding a glider that hissed with power. Peter froze. "What is that?" The figure laughed, a harsh, distorted sound from behind the mask. "Insects." He hurled a sphere at us. "Move!" I shouted, yanking Peter aside. The pumpkin bomb detonated, tearing the rooftop into flaming rubble. Heat seared the air. Peter coughed, pulling himself up. "Okay, that's new." I smirked. "Finally. Something interesting." The figure circled, his glider roaring. "You think you can stop me?" Peter raised his fists. "We can try." He leapt, firing webs at the glider. They stuck, pulling taut, but the figure spun, slicing them clean with razor-sharp wings. Peter gasped. "He cut through." "I saw," I said, lunging forward. I swung high, kicking off a beam, and slammed both feet into the goblin's chest. He staggered back on the glider, but recovered instantly, clawing at me with armored gloves. His strength shocked me sharper, harder than tombs. He swung, and I barely ducked under the blow. Peter leapt in, kicking hard, but the goblin twisted, catching him midair and hurling him aside like nothing. Peter hit the ground hard, groaning. Okay. Stronger than he looks. I landed beside him, steadying my breath. He's juiced. Enhanced. Peter's eyes widened. Like us. Worse, I muttered. The goblin circled again, laughing coldly. Pathetic. Another bomb left his hand. I yanked Peter down just as it detonated above us, fire raining down. Peter coughed. We need a plan. Plan's simple, I said, firing webs at the goblin again. Hit him harder. The fight tore across the rooftops. The goblin's glider darted and swooped, bombs flying, claws slashing. We dodged, countered, struck where we could, but he was fast, unpredictable. Peter gasped, clinging to a wall. He's insane. Welcome to New York, I smirked, swinging past him. I landed hard on the glider again, punching at the armor. The goblin snarled, slamming me against a water tower. Pain ripped across my back, but I clung on, webbing his mask. He roared, ripping it free, tossing me aside. I crashed into the rooftop, groaning. Peter scrambled to his feet, eyes blazing. He fired a rapid stream of webs, tangling the glider's wings. For a moment, the goblin faltered, spinning off balance. Now! Peter shouted. I leapt, slamming my fist into the glider's engine. Sparks flew, and the goblin screeched. But with a burst of unnatural strength, he ripped free, tearing the webs apart, and shot into the sky. You'll pay for this, he bellowed. His laughter echoed as he vanished into the night. Peter collapsed against the wall, panting. What even was that? I pulled myself up, wincing. Our new problem. He looked at me, wide-eyed. He was strong. Stronger than us. Yeah, I said. Peter's voice shook. And he's out there right now. Yep, I said. He groaned, burying his face in his hands. We're doomed. Relax, I said. We'll figure it out. You always say that, he muttered. Because I'm always right, I smirked. He groaned again. Back at Oscorp, Norman removed the mask slowly. His face was slick with sweat, his breathing steady but ragged. He stared at his reflection in the glass, the faint green glow still burning in his eyes. He smiled faintly. Perfect. Chapter 40, Jameson's Spin. Breakfast smelled like toast and coffee. Aunt May moved quietly around the kitchen, humming as she buttered bread. The radio sat on the counter, its volume low but clear enough to catch every word. Massive explosions rocked the Midtown skyline late last night. Witnesses reported a masked figure riding a flying device, though the Daily Bugle suggests otherwise. Editor J. Jonah Jameson claims. Peter froze mid-bite. Oh no. May looked up. What is it, dear? Peter's hands tightened around his glass of milk as the announcer continued. That the chaos was caused by none other than the city's so-called masked menaces. The Bugle's morning edition shows images of the destruction and eyewitness accounts linking the Spider-Men to the rooftop attacks. Peter slammed his fork down. We stopped that guy. We didn't cause it. May frowned softly, worry in her eyes. Peter, calm down. Calm down, he snapped, then immediately bit his tongue. Sorry, May. It's just he's lying. Again. I leaned against the doorframe, sipping coffee. That's what he does. Sells fear. People eat it up. Peter turned on me. And you're okay with this? I didn't say that, I said calmly. But yelling at the radio isn't gonna fix it. May's eyes flicked between us, concern deepening. What are you two so worked up about? Peter forced a weak smile. Just school stuff. Rumors. May sighed, clearly unconvinced, but didn't press further. At Midtown, the rumors were already running wild. Students clustered in the halls, waving fresh copies of the Bugle. Spider-Menace's level Midtown rooftops, are we safe? Flash shoved one in Peter's chest. Hey, Parker! Looks like your heroes finally graduated to full-on terrorists. His gang howled with laughter. Peter's face burned red. That's not what happened. Flash grinned. Yeah? Were you there? I snatched the paper out of Flash's hand, scheming it. Funny. You can't read textbooks, but you can read propaganda. Flash scowled. You think you're clever, freak? Yes, I said, smirking. Peter hissed at me under his breath as we walked off. Stop antagonizing him. Why? I asked casually. Because he's going to snap one of these days. Good, I said flatly. Peter groaned. You're impossible. Correct, I said. Harry wasn't much better. He sat with us at lunch, staring at the Bugle headline. My dad saw this morning's edition. He said Jameson's the only one with the guts to tell the truth. Peter nearly choked on his sandwich. The truth. Harry, you saw it. We weren't. Harry lifted his hands. I know what I saw. But my dad doesn't care. He thinks masked guys are the problem, period. I leaned forward. And you? Harry hesitated. I don't know. I trust you guys. But when the papers, the TV, and my dad all say the same thing. Peter's voice rose. Harry, come on. We saved people last night. Harry frowned. Then why does the city look worse every time you show up? Peter froze. The words cut deep. I stepped in before he could spiral. Because saving people isn't clean. The city's always been a mess. We just happen to be the ones cleaning it up now. Harry gave me a long look, then sighed. Maybe. Peter looked miserable the rest of lunch. At the Bugle, Jameson was in his element. He stormed around the newsroom, barking orders. Brant. I want that headline bigger on the afternoon edition. Robertson. Give me 2 pages on why vigilantes make the city worse. Photos, angles, witness quotes make it ugly. Robbie sighed, pinching his nose. Jonah, you don't even know what really happened up there. Half these witnesses contradicted each other. Jameson slammed a fist on his desk. Doesn't matter. They weren't there. And if they were there, they're guilty. Robbie frowned. You're not reporting, Jonah. You're editorializing. I'm selling papers, Jameson snapped. And guess what? They're selling out. He stormed back into his office, slamming the door. Betty Brant muttered under her breath, I don't know how Peter puts up with him. Robbie just shook his head. He won't forever. That evening, Peter collapsed into his chair at home, throwing the Bugle onto his desk. I can't take this anymore. I lounged on my bed, flipping through notes. Then stopped reading it. He glared at me. That's not the point. Sure it is, I said. Peter groaned, dragging his hands down his face. Why do you make everything sound so easy? Because it is, I said. He slumped, defeated. We risk our lives out there, and Jameson just turns the city against us. It's not fair. Life's not fair, I said bluntly. You either deal with it, or you don't. He glared weakly at me. You're the worst. Best, I corrected, smirking. He groaned again. Back at Oscorp, Norman Osborn sat in his penthouse, the mask resting on his desk. A copy of the Bugle lay beside it. He chuckled lowly. Blaming the Spider-Men. Perfect. Harry entered quietly. Dad? You missed dinner again. Norman didn't look up. Busy. Harry frowned. You look different. Again. Norman finally glanced at him, eyes sharp. Better than ever, son. Harry hesitated. If you say so. He turned and left, but the doubt was written across his face. Later that night, patrol was quieter. Peter swung beside me, his voice low. Do you ever wonder if Jameson's right? If maybe we make things worse? No, I said simply. He looked at me, frustrated. That's it. Yeah, I said. Because I don't waste time second-guessing myself. He groaned. I hate how confident you are. Contagious, I smirked. He shook his head but laughed weakly despite himself. Chapter 41, Harry's Suspicion. The cafeteria was loud, but our table was quiet. Peter sat hunched over his tray, poking at his food without eating. I leaned back in my chair, watching the chaos of Midtown High swirl around us. Across from us, Harry stared at the table, his expression unreadable. Finally, he spoke. You guys ever wonder why the Spider-Men show up everywhere? Like, every big thing that happens in the city, they're just there. Peter froze, fork halfway to his mouth. I guess they're trying to help. Harry leaned forward, eyes narrowing slightly. Yeah, but why are they always right there? How do they know when something's going down? Peter's throat worked nervously. I don't know. Luck. Harry didn't buy it. His gaze sharpened. You know something, don't you? Peter's eyes widened. What? No. I don't. Why would I? I cut in before he spiraled. Harry, if Peter knew Spider-Man, you think he'd be sitting here eating cold fries with us? He'd be cashing in on it. Harry frowned. Maybe he already is. Bugle's paying for those photos, right? Peter's face burned. That's not look, I got lucky with the shots, okay. Harry didn't look convinced. I don't know, Pete. Sometimes you disappear at the weirdest times. And then the Spider-Men show up. Peter's voice cracked. That's just coincidence. Harry leaned back, crossing his arms. Maybe. But his eyes stayed on Peter, suspicious. Later, in science lab, Harry cornered Peter again while I fiddled with the Bunsen burner. Harry lowered his voice. Seriously, Pete? If you knew something, you'd tell me, right? Peter stammered. I mean of course. You're my friend. Harry's gaze didn't waver. Then why do you look like you're lying? Peter nearly dropped his beaker. I'm not. I cut in dryly. You're the worst liar in the world, Parker. Peter shot me a look of betrayal. You're not helping. I'm not trying to, I said calmly. Harry ran a hand through his hair, frustrated. Forget it. Just forget I asked. But the tension hung heavy for the rest of class. At lunch, Flash couldn't resist piling on. He tossed another bugle onto the table. Hey, Parker. You pals wrecked another building last night, hey? Bet you got front row seats. Peter flushed. I wasn't. I don't. Flash grinned. Yeah, sure. Always in the right place at the right time. Kind of funny, isn't it? Harry looked up sharply, his eyes flicking between Peter and the headline. Yeah. Funny. Peter's face fell. I grabbed the paper, tearing it neatly in half. Flash, don't strain yourself trying to connect dots you can't count. Flash glared at me. One of these days, freak. Yeah, I cut him off. Go practice tripping over your shoelaces. His gang snickered, even as he stormed off. Peter hissed at me as we walked out. You're making it worse. Worse for him, I said casually. Peter groaned. You're impossible. Correct, I said. That evening, Peter paced our room like a caged animal. Harry suspects. I know he does. He's watching me. He's going to figure it out. I lounged on the bed, arms behind my head. So what if he does? Peter froze. So what if? If Harry finds out, then Norman finds out. If Norman finds out, then we deal with it, I said flatly. Peter groaned, dragging his hands down his face. You make it sound so easy. Because it is, I said. He glared at me. You're the worst. Best, I corrected. He groaned again. The next day at school, Harry pressed harder. We were walking out of class when he fell into step beside Peter. You're hiding something. Peter froze. No, I'm not. Harry's voice was quiet but sharp. You are. You think I don't notice? The bruises. The excuses. The way you vanish. Peter stammered. I'm clumsy. And I study late sometimes. Harry shook his head. You're lying to me. I can tell. Peter looked like he was about to collapse. I stepped in, my tone dry. Harry, you've got enough problems with your dad. Stop inventing new ones. Harry shot me a glare. You always deflect. Why? Because you're asking stupid questions, I said calmly. Peter whispered desperately, Harry, please, just trust me. I'm not who you think I am. Harry's eyes softened slightly. I want to. I really do. But you're making it hard. He turned and walked off, leaving Peter looking wrecked. At Oscorp, Norman sat in his office, the goblin mask tucked into his desk. Harry knocked softly before stepping inside. Dad. Norman looked up, his eyes sharper than usual. Harry. Harry hesitated. Do you think people can change? Like overnight? Norman's gaze narrowed. Why? Harry swallowed. No reason. Just wondering. Norman studied him for a long moment, then smiled faintly. Change is inevitable. For some, it's an improvement. Harry nodded slowly. Right. But as he left, the unease on his face deepened. That night, Peter sat on the rooftop with me, his mask off, staring at the city lights. His voice was low. Harry knows. He might not say it out loud, but he knows. I can't keep this up. You can, I said flatly. He groaned. How? By lying better, I said. He shot me a look. That's your advice. Yep, I smirked. He groaned, burying his face in his hands. You're impossible. Correct, I said. Chapter 42, Connor's Trial. Midtown Science Lab smelled like chalk and metal. Peter hunched over his notes, pencil tapping furiously as he sketched formulas in the margin of his homework. His eyes burned with focus, but his hands wouldn't stop shaking. I leaned against the counter, bored. You've been scribbling the same line for 5 minutes. It's not the same line, Peter muttered. I'm recalculating. For what? I asked. You're not curing cancer on notebook paper. He glared. It's complicated. I smirked. That's your answer to everything. Harry strolled in late, dropping his bag onto the table. Sorry. Dad kept me at Oscorp until midnight. Another board thing. Peter looked up instantly. Oscorp? What was going on? Harry shrugged, tired. Same as always. Pressure. Results. You know how it is. Peter hesitated. Connor's still there. Harry nodded. Yeah. He's been working non-stop. Some new serum project. Peter's pencil froze mid-sketch. Regeneration. Harry frowned. How'd you know that? Peter muttered, I've read some of his papers. He's been chasing the idea for years. Harry shrugged again. Well, Dad's pushing him harder than ever. Said he wants a working demo soon. Peter looked rattled. That's too fast. Connors he wouldn't risk trials this early. I cut in flatly. If Norman tells him to jump, he's already in the air. Harry winced. You're not wrong. Peter's grip tightened on his pencil. That's dangerous. Later, after school, Peter dragged me into the library. He dumped his notes onto the table, flipping through frantic sketches. Connors has been obsessed with regeneration for years, Peter whispered. He lost his arm. This is personal. If Norman's pressuring him, he might test it on himself. I skimmed his notes lazily. And you know this because? Because it's exactly what he'd do. Peter snapped, then caught himself. He believes in his work. He believes it can fix him. I shrugged. So? His choice. Peter's voice rose. If it goes wrong, it won't just be his problem. It'll be the city's. That serum, it's untested. Mutagenic. It could. Relax, I cut in. You're panicking over something that hasn't even happened yet. Peter glared. You're impossible. Correct, I said calmly. 2 days later, Harry showed up late to school again, bags under his eyes. Peter was on him instantly. Harry. How's Connors? Harry blinked. Fine? Why? Peter's voice shook. Because if Norman's forcing him. Harry sighed. Pete, Connors is a grown man. He knows what he's doing. My dad's just making sure Oscorp gets results. Peter looked like he wanted to argue, but he bit his tongue. I leaned back. Translation, Norman's squeezing him dry. Harry shot me a look. Why do you always assume the worst? Because it's usually right, I said flatly. Harry shook his head, frustrated. You don't know him like I do. I smirked. Lucky me. That evening, patrol was quiet until it wasn't. We were crouched on a rooftop when Peter's phone buzzed. He checked the screen, his face paling. It's from Dr. Connor's assistant. I raised an eyebrow. Why does she have your number? He ignored me, reading quickly. She says Connors collapsed in the lab. Oscorp's private wing smelled of antiseptic and panic. Engineers whispered frantically, papers scattered across counters. We weren't supposed to be there, but Peter had pulled me along, his badge from the bugle letting us slip past distracted staff. Through the glass, we saw him, Dr. Kurt Connors, pale, sweating, his left sleeve pinned neatly where his arm should have been. Harry was there too, pacing nervously near the door. Pete? Shredder. What are you doing here? Peter stammered. I heard. Is he okay? Harry frowned. He's stable. For now. But Dad's furious. Says Connors rushed a trial without clearance. Peter's voice cracked. He tested on himself, didn't he? Harry hesitated. I don't know. Nobody's saying anything. Peter pressed his hands to the glass, watching Connors breathe shallowly. This isn't right. He wouldn't just unless he felt like he had no choice. I leaned close. Which means Norman forced his hand. Harry shot me a sharp look. Don't say that. It's true, I said flatly. Harry's jaw clenched, but he didn't argue. Norman appeared moments later, striding down the hall, eyes sharp. He didn't even acknowledge us at first, just pushed through the door into the lab. Kurt, he said smoothly, though his voice was laced with steel. What did you do? Connors coughed weakly. I thought. I thought I could control it. Norman's gaze hardened. You thought wrong. Harry stepped forward. Dad, stop. He's sick. Norman didn't even look at him. He's reckless. Connors groaned, clutching his side. His skin looked strange, flushed, stretched, almost too tight. Peter whispered urgently to me. It's starting. The serum's changing him. I kept my voice low. Then we better hope it doesn't finish. Hours later, Connors was moved to a restricted lab. Harry was sent home. Peter and I slipped out with him, the tension thick between us. On the bus ride back, Harry stared out the window. If Connors did test on himself, then it's his fault, not my dad's. Peter clenched his fists. Your dad pushed him. You know he did. Harry whipped around. Don't talk about my dad like that. Peter snapped back. Then open your eyes, Harry. I cut in before it got louder. Both of you shut up. It doesn't matter who pushed who. What matters is what comes next. They both went silent. That night, back in our room, Peter sat hunched at his desk, muttering calculations under his breath. He'll mutate. It's not a matter of if, it's when. I lay on the bed, arms folded. So what's the plan? Peter looked up, eyes wide. We stop it before it happens. I smirked faintly. Good luck with that. He groaned. You're impossible. Correct, I said. Chapter 43, The Lizard Emerges. Oscorp's labs were not built for panic. They were built for control. White walls, sterilized counters, every piece of equipment bolted down and catalogued. But panic still found its way inside. The alarms weren't loud, but they were constant, a high-pitched shriek pulsing through the corridors as staff scrambled back and forth. I stood on the far side of the glass with Peter, watching the lab techs cluster nervously around the sealed chamber. Inside, Connors was strapped down. His skin was flushed, sweat dripping down his face, his body twitching against restraints that had been reinforced just hours earlier. His breathing wasn't steady anymore. It came in sharp, rattling bursts. Harry stood nearby, pale and tense, his eyes flicking between his father and Connors. What's happening to him? No one answered. Peter's fists clenched at his sides. It's the serum. His DNA is rewriting itself. I kept my voice calm. Translation: he's not coming back from this. Harry spun toward me. Don't say that. I just did, I said flatly. Norman entered moments later, his presence cutting through the chaos. He moved quickly, his face unreadable, his eyes sharp as glass. What's the status? He demanded. One of the scientists stammered. His vitals are unstable, sir. The serum it's accelerating. We can't stop it. Norman's jaw tightened. Contain him. The scientist hesitated. We're trying. Connors let out a guttural groan. His fingers twitched violently, his nails darkening, hardening into claws. His breathing hitched, then deepened, heavier, like something was forcing its way out of him. Peter whispered, horrified, it's starting. Harry stepped forward, his voice cracking. Dad, stop this. He's in pain. Norman's eyes never left Connors. Pain is temporary. Progress is permanent. Progress. Harry shouted. He's dying. No, Norman corrected sharply. He's becoming. Before anyone could answer, Connors arched his back, a roar tearing out of his throat. His skin rippled, scales pushing through in jagged lines. His jaw stretched, teeth sharpening, his single arm bulking grotesquely as a second limb began to tear its way out of his shoulder stump. The scientists panicked. One of them shouted, restraints won't hold. He was right. The metal clamps screeched as Connors pulled against them, snapping one with a surge of new strength. His roar shook the chamber, his body doubling in size as the transformation completed itself. The lizard opened his eyes, reptilian, yellow, burning with animal fury. And then he broke free. The chamber exploded in glass and metal as Connors smashed through the wall, scattering scientists like insects. Sirens blared louder, red lights flashing across the corridor. Peter grabbed my arm. "We have to do something." "No kidding," I said flatly, pulling him with me as the lizard burst into the hallway. Harry screamed as the creature tore past, its massive tail whipping through a console and sending sparks flying. Norman shoved him back, his face still calm despite the chaos. "Secure the exits." "Secure," one scientist yelled. "It's a monster." "Then kill it," Norman barked. Peter flinched. "No." But the lizard was already gone, smashing through the reinforced doors and into the night. Outside Oscorp, the city didn't know what was coming. But we did. Peter and I changed fast, ducking into an alley and pulling on our masks. Harry had been pulled back by Norman, shouting after us as we slipped into the dark. We didn't wait. Swinging through the night, we tracked the trail of destruction, easily torn pavement, claw marks on steel, shattered glass raining from buildings. People screamed below as the massive shape of the lizard climbed a skyscraper, roaring into the night. Peter gasped as he swung beside me. "That's Connors." "Not anymore," I said flatly. He shot me a sharp look. "He's still in there. We have to save him." "Save him?" I asked. "Or stop him?" Peter's voice cracked. "Both." We landed on a rooftop just as the lizard leapt across, his claws sinking into the concrete. He turned on us, hissing, saliva dripping from his jagged teeth. His eyes didn't recognize us, they barely recognized anything. Peter's voice was desperate. "Dr. Connors. It's me. Peter. You don't have to." The lizard roared and swung, his massive tail crashing into Peter and sending him flying across the rooftop. "Guess he didn't hear you," I said dryly, leaping forward. I slammed a kick into his side, but it was like hitting stone. He barely flinched before backhanding me across the roof. Pain shot through my ribs as I rolled, skidding to a stop. Peter scrambled up, groaning. "He's too strong." "He's too big," I corrected, pushing to my feet. The lizard charged. We moved. Dodging, weaving, firing webs. The sticky strands caught his arms, his legs, his tail, but each time, he tore through them like paper. Peter grunted as he swung around, kicking the lizard in the jaw. "We can't just fight him." "You got a better idea." I shot back, flipping over the tail swipe. He hesitated, eyes wide. "We cure him." I stared at him. "While he's trying to kill us?" "Yes," he shouted. The lizard lunged, cutting the argument short. The fight tore across the rooftops. The lizard smashed through water towers, ripped air vents from the ground, and swatted us aside like flies. Every blow rattled the city, every roar sent civilians screaming below. Peter was frantic, trying to talk him down even as he fought. "Dr. Connors. Listen to me. You're not a monster." But the lizard wasn't listening. He was hunting. I caught Peter by the arm, dragging him back as the lizard crushed a vent where he'd been standing a second earlier. "He's not hearing you. We end this now." Peter's voice cracked. "No. He's still in there." "I know he is." "Then you better figure out how to reach him before he kills someone," I snapped. Peter swallowed hard, then swung away, firing webs frantically. "I'll find a way." Back at Oscorp, Norman stood in the shattered lab, silent as the board screamed around him. "This is a disaster," one of them shouted. "A liability. If this gets out." Norman's gaze silenced them instantly. "It won't," he said coldly. "Erase the records. Control the narrative." And Connors? Another asked nervously. Norman's eyes gleamed faintly. He's gone. By dawn, the lizard had disappeared into the sewers, leaving the city shaken and scarred. Peter and I perched on a rooftop, panting, bruised, our suits shredded. He stared out over the city, his voice low. He's not gone. We can fix this. We have to. I leaned back, catching my breath. You keep saying that. Because it's true, he snapped. I won't give up on him. I smirked faintly. Then don't. He looked at me, exhausted. You're impossible. Correct, I said. Chapter 44, The Lizard in the Sewers. The sewers weren't quiet anymore. The reports started just after dawn. News anchors ran shaky footage of manholes bursting open, water flooding into the street, and something massive crawling just out of sight. Witnesses claimed they saw a reptile the size of a man dragging itself into the tunnels. By the time Peter and I got to school, the whispers were everywhere. Students clustered around phones, muttering about a monster in the sewers. The Bugle's morning edition plastered it across the front page. Spider menaces bring monster to New York. Peter groaned, gripping the paper so hard it crumpled. He's blaming us for this too. We weren't even. Of course he is, I cut in flatly. It sells better. Peter dragged his hand down his face. I hate him. Harry came up behind us, pale and tense. That thing that's Connors, isn't it? Peter froze. Harry. Harry's voice cracked. Don't lie to me. I saw what happened at Oscorp. That's him. Peter swallowed hard, then nodded slowly. Yeah. Harry's fists tightened at his sides. And my dad knew. I smirked faintly. Congratulations. You're finally catching up. Harry shot me a sharp look but said nothing. By lunch, the whole cafeteria was buzzing about it. Flash was loudest, waving the bugle around. You hear this? A giant lizard crawling around the city. I told you freaks like Spider-Man just make more freaks. Peter bristled. You don't know what you're talking about. Flash grinned. Oh yeah? What's your theory, Parker? That the lizard's just misunderstood. Peter's voice cracked. He is. He's not a monster, he's. I cut him off before he revealed too much. Flash, don't you have gym class to fail? Flash scowled. Shut it, freak. Creative, I said dryly. Peter hissed at me once Flash walked off. Stop provoking him. Why? I asked casually. Because he's already suspicious. Good, I said. Peter groaned. You're impossible. Correct, I said, smirking. That night, we changed fast and went on patrol. The city was restless. People kept glancing at manholes, cars swerved to avoid puddles near storm drains, and every noise made pedestrians flinch. Peter swung beside me, voice tight. We can't just hunt him down like some animal. He's Connors. We need to help him. Help him. I said flatly. He almost ripped your head off. Peter glared. Because he's sick. He's not in control. He's dangerous, I cut in. That's all that matters. Peter's voice shook. You sound just like Norman. I looked at him sharply. Careful. He winced, but didn't back down. I'm not giving up on him. We'll find a cure. I sighed. Fine. But while you're playing doctor, I'll make sure he doesn't kill anyone. We tracked him through the Lower East Side, following claw marks gouged into concrete and storm drains torn apart like tinfoil. The stench hit us first: sewage, rotting water, the musk of something reptilian and alive. Peter gagged behind his mask. Oh, this is awful. Focus, I muttered, dropping into the tunnels. The sewers were dark, wet, and loud. Every drip echoed like a gunshot. The walls were clawed raw, deep grooves where Connors had dragged himself through. Peter whispered, "He's close." I smirked. "No kidding." Then we heard it, a low hiss, rumbling through the tunnel. Peter froze. "Dr. Connors!" The lizard emerged from the shadows, eyes glowing yellow, teeth bared. His scales gleamed under the dim light, muscles rippling with every movement. He was bigger now. Stronger. Peter raised his hands. "It's me. Peter. You don't have to do this." The lizard roared, charging. The fight in the sewers was worse than the rooftops. The narrow tunnels gave him the advantage, his tail smashing against the walls, water exploding in every direction. I slammed into the wall hard, pain shooting through my ribs. Peter barely dodged a claw swipe, firing webs frantically. The strands tangled across the tunnel, but the lizard ripped through them like threads. "Dr. Connors, please!" Peter shouted desperately. "You're not a monster. You're a good man." The lizard's only answer was another roar as he lunged. I yanked Peter out of the way just in time. "Stop talking to him like he's listening." "He is." Peter shouted back. "I know he is." The lizard slammed me against the ceiling, the air bursting out of my lungs. My vision blurred, but I kicked hard, knocking him back into the water. Peter fired webs again, this time tangling his jaws shut. "Go," he yelled at me. "Hit him." I didn't hesitate. I slammed into the lizard, fists hammering against his scales. He thrashed violently, his tail catching me in the chest and sending me skidding across the wet stone. Peter groaned. "We're not strong enough." "Figured that out fast," I muttered, dragging myself up. The lizard ripped the webs free and roared again, the sound rattling the tunnel. He turned, tail smashing into the wall, breaking open a path into another sewer line. Then he disappeared into the dark. We sat there in the dripping silence, panting hard. Peter ripped his mask off, his face pale and soaked with sweat. "He's getting worse." "No kidding," I said, wincing. Peter's voice cracked. "We can cure him. We just need time." "You're out of time," I said bluntly. "He's loose in the city." Peter glared weakly at me. "I won't give up." I smirked faintly. "Didn't think you would." Back at Oscorp, Norman read the reports with sharp eyes. The lizard sightings spread through every borough, police stretched thin. Harry stood in the doorway, pale. "Dad, that's Connors. Isn't it?" Norman didn't look up. "Connors is gone." Harry's voice shook. "You let this happen." Norman's eyes flicked to him, cold. "I perfected him. He failed himself." Harry stared at him, horrified. "You're not the man I thought you were." Norman smirked faintly. "No. I'm better." That night, Peter and I sat on a rooftop, watching the flashing lights of police cars swarm the streets below. Officers dragged barricades near sewer grates, shouting orders, their radios filled with static and fear. Peter's voice was low. "They're hunting him." "Good," I said. Peter glared. "No. Not good. If they catch him like this, they'll kill him." "Better him than a kid on the street," I said calmly. Peter's hands shook. "You don't understand." "I understand perfectly," I said. He looked away, silent, his jaw tight. Chapter 45, Family in the Crossfire. The police presence was impossible to ignore. Barricades lined the Lower East Side, floodlights mounted on trucks, radios crackling with constant chatter. Dozens of officers surrounded sewer access points, rifles ready, their faces pale but set. From the rooftops above, Peter and I crouched, masks on, watching the chaos unfold. "They think they've got him trapped," Peter whispered. His voice cracked, half with fear, half with desperation. Good, I said flatly. End it quick, nobody else gets hurt. Peter turned on me, his fists tightening. He's not just a monster. He's Dr. Connors. He has a family. I met his glare calmly. That doesn't matter when he's ripping through walls and cops. Yes it does. Peter snapped. If we remind him who he is, maybe we can pull him back. Or maybe he eats them too, I said bluntly. His eyes blazed. I don't care what you think. I won't let them kill him. I smirked faintly behind the mask. Figured you'd say that. By morning, the Bugle had already jumped on it. Spider-Man unleash city monster police cleaning up their mess. Jameson's face was everywhere, TV interviews, radio segments, his voice booming with smug certainty. These masked menaces caused this disaster, and now our brave boys in blue are cleaning it up. I've been saying it for months, masks equal madness. At school, the tension was palpable. Flash waved the Bugle across the cafeteria. What did I tell you, Parker? You and your heroes breed freaks. Peter slammed his tray down, furious. You don't know what you're talking about. Flash grinned. Touchy. What's wrong, Parker? Got something to hide? Harry stepped in sharply. Back off, Flash. Flash blinked, then scoffed. Look at Osborn, defending Parker. You two hiding something together. Harry's jaw clenched. Shut up. Flash smirked and walked off, leaving the three of us at the table. Harry leaned in, his voice low. It's Connors, isn't it? Peter froze. Harry. Harry's voice shook. I heard my dad yelling at the board. They're covering it up. But I know. That thing in the sewers, it's him. Peter swallowed. Yeah. It's him. Harry's hands tightened into fists. And the cops are going to kill him, aren't they? I answered before Peter could. If they're smart. Harry looked at me sharply. You don't care. I shrugged. I care about the people he's going to kill if we don't stop him. Peter's voice cracked. He has a family, Harry. A wife. A kid. If anything can reach him, it's them. Harry stared. You're seriously thinking about dragging them into this? Yes, Peter said firmly. I sighed. Of course you are. That night, we were back in costume, perched on the roof of an apartment complex in Queens. Peter pointed to a small unit on the third floor. That's them. Martha and Billy. I studied it, unimpressed. So your big plan is what? Knock on the door in tights and say, hey, your husband's a sewer monster, wanna help? Peter shot me a look. We'll figure it out. I smirked. That's your answer to everything. He ignored me and dropped down. I followed. Peter knocked nervously. After a long pause, the door cracked open. Martha Connors stood there, hair tied back, eyes tired. Billy peeked from behind her, clutching a toy dinosaur. Can I help you? She asked cautiously. Peter hesitated. Mrs. Connors. It's about your husband. Her face went pale. What about him? Peter swallowed hard. He's sick. Really sick. And we think only you can reach him. Martha's eyes widened. You're those masked boys on the news. Yes, Peter admitted. Her hand trembled on the doorframe. You're saying Curtis he's the monster. Peter's voice cracked. He's still him. Somewhere. And we need your help to bring him back. Martha covered her mouth, tears brimming. Billy looked up at her, confused. Mom. She knelt, pulling him close. It's okay, sweetheart. It's okay. She looked back at us, her voice breaking. What do you need me to do? Meanwhile, in the sewers, the police had cornered their quarry. Floodlights blazed down through grates, officers shouting as armored units advanced cautiously through the tunnels. "Target sighted," one yelled into the radio. The lizard roared back, the sound echoing like thunder through the tunnels. The captain barked orders. "Hold your line. If it charges, drop it." The lizard lunged, claws flashing, tail whipping soldiers off their feet. Gunfire erupted, deafening in the tight space. Bullets sparked off scales, water splashing red as chaos exploded. We arrived just in time, Martha and Billy in tow. Peter had insisted, and I hadn't stopped him, though every instinct told me it was reckless. From a rooftop above the barricade, we could see the chaos below. Police scrambling, officers dragged away injured, radios screaming for backup. Peter's voice was tight. "We have to get them close." "You're insane," I muttered. Martha's face was pale, but she gripped Billy's shoulder firmly. "If Curtis is in there, he'll listen." I groaned. "This is a bad idea." Peter turned to me, eyes blazing behind his mask. "It's the only idea." We slipped past the barricades, dropping into the tunnels. The gunfire was deafening, flashes of light bouncing off wet stone. The lizard towered ahead, roaring as he ripped through barricades like toys. "Peter," shouted, "Dr. Connors! Stop!" The lizard turned, hissing, claws dripping. Martha stepped forward, her voice trembling. "Curtis!" The lizard froze. His chest heaved, eyes narrowing. For a moment, something flickered in them. Recognition. Martha's tears spilled as she clutched Billy close. "Come back to us. Please." Billy's voice was small. "Daddy!" The lizard shuddered. His roar broke halfway, something caught in his throat. His claws twitched, lowering slightly. Peter whispered urgently, "It's working." But then a shot rang out. A police rifle cracked, the bullet sparking against the lizard's scales. He roared in fury, rage drowning the flicker of humanity. His tail whipped out, slamming into the wall, the entire tunnel shaking. Martha screamed, shielding Billy as debris fell. "Move!" I shouted, yanking them back. The lizard charged, tearing past us, smashing deeper into the tunnels as police scrambled after him. The sewers shook with every movement as we retreated with Martha and Billy. Peter's mask was off, his face pale and stricken. We almost had him. I adjusted my mask, annoyed. "Almost doesn't count. He's gone." Peter glared. "Don't say that." Martha clutched Billy tightly, her voice trembling. "He's still in there." "I know he is." Peter nodded firmly. "We'll find a way." I sighed. "You're impossible." "Correct," Peter muttered bitterly, echoing me. I smirked faintly despite myself. Back above ground, the police regrouped, furious. Radios blared with orders, "Citywide alert, lizard at large, deadly force authorized." And in Oscorp's tower, Norman Osborn smiled coldly at the reports. Perfect. Chapter 46, Blamed by Oscorp. The Daily Bugle presses worked through the night, and by the time the city woke, Jameson had his story. Spider-Man create city monster Oscorp speaks out. The headline sprawled across every front page in New York. Beneath it, a photo of Peter and me mid-swing, blurred by floodlight glare, plastered above an article filled with half-truths and twisted quotes. Sources within Oscorp have confirmed that masked vigilantes interfered with an ongoing medical trial, leading to the catastrophic mutation of Dr. Curtis Connors. Police now confirm the two masked menaces were present at the scene of multiple sewer attacks. The lizard may have claws, but the Spider-Man put him there. At the Parker house, Peter dropped the paper on the table and buried his face in his hands. I can't believe this." May frowned as she read over his shoulder. "Peter, is this what you've been so worried about lately?" Peter stammered, "No. I mean yes, I mean it's not what they're saying. May's brow furrowed with worry. Peter, if something is happening. It's lies, I cut in flatly from the corner, sipping coffee. Peter shot me a sharp look. You're not helping. I smirked faintly. Didn't say I was. May sighed, clearly unconvinced but unwilling to push further. She folded the paper with a heavy frown. Be careful, you two. Please. Peter muttered under his breath, we were careful. At Midtown High, it was worse. Students crowded the halls, papers in hand, phones out, voices buzzing. Spider-Man this, Spider-Man that. Flash didn't waste a second. He slammed the bugle down on Peter's desk, smirking wide. What did I tell you, Parker? Your heroes finally got caught red-handed. Peter snapped, they didn't do this. Flash grinned. Oh yeah? Then why does Oscorp say they did? Why does the bugle have proof? There is no proof. Peter yelled. It's fake. Flash leaned in close, smug. You sound guilty. I stepped in before Peter exploded. Flash, if brains were dynamite, you couldn't blow your nose. Laughter rippled through the class. Flash's face burned red. Shut it, freak. Original, I said dryly. Peter hissed at me once Flash stormed off. You're making it worse. For him, yeah, I said casually. Peter groaned. You're impossible. Correct, I said, smirking. At lunch, Harry finally snapped. He slammed his tray down at our table, his face pale and tense. Tell me it's not true. Peter froze. What? Harry's voice shook. The papers. Oscorp. My dad. Everyone's saying you two caused this. Tell me it's not true. Peter's hands tightened around his sandwich. It's not. Harry stared at him, searching his face. Then why is my dad so sure? Why does he keep saying the Spider-Man ruined everything? I leaned forward calmly. Because it's easier to blame us than admit his company made a monster. Harry glared at me. Don't talk about my dad like that. Then stop pretending he's innocent, I shot back. Shredder. Peter hissed. Harry slammed his fist against the table. You think I don't see it? I know something's wrong with him. But you're asking me to choose between my dad and you two, and I. He cut himself off, shaking his head. I don't know what to believe anymore. Peter's voice cracked. Harry. But Harry stood abruptly and left, tray untouched. Peter collapsed against the table, miserable. He's going to hate us. Good, I said flatly. Better than him knowing the truth. Peter glared. You're the worst. Best, I corrected. At the bugle, Jameson was jubilant. He stormed across the newsroom, waving a fresh paper. This is it. This is what I've been saying all along. Men in masks equal chaos. Vigilantes create villains, plain and simple. Robbie frowned from his desk. Jonah, the evidence came from Oscorp. Don't you think it's a little too convenient? Jameson scoffed. What, you think Osborn's lying? He's a respected businessman. He's got more credibility in his pinky than those masked menaces have in their whole bodies. Betty Brant muttered, if they even have bodies under those suits. Jameson jabbed a finger at her. Exactly. Mystery equals menace. Robbie sighed. One day, you're going to push too far, Jonah. Jameson grinned. Not possible. The people love me. That night, patrol was miserable. Every rooftop we crossed, we felt it eyes watching, voices hissing below. People shouted up at us, some angry, some afraid. Go back where you came from. You ruined Connors. Menaces. Peter's voice cracked over the wind. They hate us. Congratulations, I said flatly. You're famous. Not funny. Peter snapped. We didn't do this. We're trying to help. Doesn't matter, I said. Truth doesn't sell. Fear does. Peter's hands shook on his webline. We have to fix this. Then stop whining and start working, I said. He glared weakly. You're impossible. Correct, I smirked. Meanwhile, in Oscorp's penthouse, Norman stood at the window, the city lights gleaming against his sharp smile. Harry entered quietly. Dad. Why'd you tell the press it was the Spider-Men? Norman didn't turn. Because the public needed an answer. And I gave them one. Harry frowned. But it wasn't true. Norman's gaze shifted just enough for Harry to feel it. Truth is what people believe, son. Remember that. Harry swallowed hard, unsettled. Back at the Parker house, Peter collapsed onto his bed, mask still in his hand. His voice was low. They hate us. The city. The Bugle. Harry. Everyone. I leaned against the window, arms crossed. So. Peter sat up, furious. We're trying to save people. We're trying to stop Connors. And now they think we made him. I shrugged. Then let them think it. Peter stared at me like I'd lost my mind. How can you say that? Because while you're crying about headlines, Connors is still out there tearing through sewers. Focus. His fists shook, but he didn't argue. He just collapsed back against the bed, exhausted. I hate this, he muttered. Get used to it, I said. Chapter 47, Family in Danger. The Connors' apartment was quiet. Too quiet. Peter and I crouched on the rooftop across the street, watching the lights inside. Martha had put Billy to bed hours ago, but she still paced the small living room, curtains drawn tight, the television flickering faintly. Every so often, she looked out the window, her face pale and worried. Peter whispered, She knows. She knows they're coming. I adjusted my mask. She's smart. He shot me a look. This isn't funny. Wasn't trying to be, I said calmly. Below, a black van pulled up silently at the curb. 4 men stepped out, suits too crisp, movements too sharp, no hesitation. Oscorp's cleaners. Not police. Not hired thugs. Professionals. Peter's fists tightened. We can't let them. I know, I cut in. Wait for my mark. He swallowed and nodded. Inside, Martha froze when she heard the knock. Slow. Firm. Deliberate. She backed up from the door, her hand trembling as she clutched the phone. She whispered, almost to herself, Curtis, what have you done? The knock came again, louder. Mrs. Connors, a voice called, smooth and controlled. Oscorp? We need to speak with you. It won't take long. Martha's breath hitched. She grabbed Billy from his room, clutching him close. Stay quiet, she whispered to him. Don't make a sound. The knock turned into pounding. Mrs. Connors. Open the door. Now. From above, Peter tensed. They're going to break in. Then we break them first, I said flatly. We dropped. The suits were seconds from forcing the door when we landed behind them. They turned instantly, hands moving toward concealed weapons. Evening, gentlemen, I said casually. House call. Peter stepped forward, voice hard. Leave them alone. The leader smirked faintly. You shouldn't be here. Neither should you, I said, then moved. The fight was quick but violent. These weren't random thugs, they were trained. Batons cracked against my ribs, one man swept Peter's legs, another fired a taser that barely missed. Peter grunted as he slammed one against the van, webs pinning him instantly. They're professionals. No kidding, I said, ducking under a swing and breaking a baton across my knee. One man went down, then another. The leader swung sharp, knife flashing under the streetlight. I caught his wrist, twisting until the blade clattered to the ground, then slammed him against the van. Peter webbed him instantly. The last man turned to run, but I yanked him back with a web line and sent him into the wall. Silence. Martha cracked the door open slowly, Billy clutching her leg. Her eyes widened as she saw the men bound in webs on the curb. Peter pulled his mask off, breathing hard. They were here for you. Martha's face paled. Oscorp? Yeah, I said bluntly. They don't like loose ends. Billy peeked out, wide-eyed. Spider-Man. Peter forced a small smile, crouching to his level. Hey, Billy. You okay? Billy nodded nervously. Martha's hands shook as she pulled him close. What do we do now? Peter's voice cracked. We keep you safe. I promise. I muttered, safe and hidden. Peter glared. What's that supposed to mean? Means Norman won't stop, I said calmly. You want them alive, we move them now. Martha's breath hitched. Move us? Where? Somewhere Oscorp won't look, I said. Anywhere but here. We led them out through the back alley, Martha clutching Billy tightly, Peter keeping close at her side. They won't stop, Martha whispered. Why are they doing this? Peter's voice was low. Because if the public finds out what really happened to Curtis, Oscorp burns. She closed her eyes, tears spilling. He's still in there. I know he is. Peter's voice cracked. We'll bring him back. I stayed quiet. By dawn, the Bugle spun the story again. Spider-Man attack OSCORP security monster still loose. Jameson was practically glowing on air. See, folks? Not only did these masked freaks create this monster, now they're attacking honest security guards trying to clean up the mess. How much more proof do you need? Robbie rubbed his temples behind him. Honest security guards don't show up at midnight with unmarked vans. Details. Jameson barked. At school, Harry cornered Peter at his locker. His eyes were bloodshot, his voice raw. My dad says you two are making things worse. That you're protecting Connor's family. That you're interfering with the police. Peter froze. Harry. Tell me the truth. Harry shouted. Students turned to stare. Peter glanced around, panicked. Not here. Harry's fists shook. If my dad's lying, say it. I cut in. Your dad's lying. Harry's glare snapped to me. Why should I believe you? Because I don't care enough to lie, I said calmly. Harry's jaw tightened. He looked between us, his face breaking. I don't know who to believe anymore. Then he stormed off. Peter's voice cracked. We're losing him. Better than him finding out the truth, I said flatly. Peter glared. You're impossible. Correct, I smirked. That night, we hid Martha and Billy in a small church basement uptown. The priest didn't ask questions, just gave them blankets and food. Martha held Billy close, whispering softly to him as he drifted off. Peter crouched nearby, exhausted. They don't deserve this. Neither does anyone else. Connors is ripping through, I muttered. Peter's voice cracked. Don't. Don't what? Don't talk about him like he's gone. He's not gone. He's still in there. I sighed. You keep telling yourself that. Peter glared. I will. In Oscorp's boardroom, Norman stood before the directors, calm and composed. Damage control is handled, he said smoothly. The Connors family won't be a problem. One director frowned. And the Spider-Men? Norman smirked faintly. They'll burn themselves out. The public already hates them. All we have to do is wait. Chapter 48, Father and Son. Harry hadn't spoken to us all morning. He avoided Peter in the halls, ignored me completely, and sat through classes without saying a word. Even Flash noticed something was off, though his only comment was, "Osborn looks like someone stole his allowance." By lunch, Peter had worked himself into a frenzy. He paced beside our table, muttering under his breath. He knows something. He knows, and he's going to his dad, and if Norman tells him. He won't, I cut in calmly, biting into an apple. Peter spun on me. How can you be so sure? Because Norman doesn't tell the truth to anyone, I said flatly. Peter's fists tightened. That's not comforting. Not supposed to be, I said casually. Harry walked past us without stopping. No tray, no books, no glance. Just left the cafeteria. Peter looked at me, panicked. He's going to him right now. I smirked faintly. Good. About time. Peter's eyes widened. Good. Relax, I said, standing. We'll see what happens. That evening, Oscorp's penthouse glowed against the skyline. Norman Osborn stood by the window, phone pressed to his ear, his voice smooth. Yes, the board's concerns are noted. I'll handle it. No, the Spider-Men aren't a threat. The public already hates them. He hung up, setting the phone down with clinical precision. Behind him, the door opened. Dad. Harry stood there, pale and tense, fists clenched at his sides. Norman turned slowly. Harry. Shouldn't you be studying? Harry swallowed. I need to talk to you. Norman's gaze sharpened slightly. About what? Harry stepped closer, his voice unsteady but determined. About Connors. Norman's expression didn't flicker. What about him? Harry's voice cracked. He's the lizard, isn't he? Silence. Norman tilted his head faintly. Where did you hear that? Harry's fists shook. I saw it. At Oscorp. You were there, you knew what was happening, and you let it happen. Norman's smile was cold. You've been listening to the wrong people. Harry's voice rose. Stop lying to me. Norman's eyes narrowed. Watch your tone. Harry's breath hitched, but he didn't back down. You've been blaming Spider-Man. You told the Bugle it was their fault. But it wasn't. It was Oscorp. It was you. Norman's jaw tightened. You don't understand. Then explain it to me. Harry shouted. Norman's composure cracked for the first time. His voice dropped, low and sharp. Connors was weak. He failed. Oscorp did not. Harry froze, horrified. He was your friend. He was an employee, Norman corrected coldly. And employees are replaceable. Harry's face twisted. What's wrong with you? Norman stepped closer, his presence overwhelming. What's wrong with me? No, Harry. What's wrong is a city too blind to see what's being built for them. Oscorp is the future. Connors couldn't keep up. That's all. Harry's voice cracked. And you'll lie about it. To everyone. Even to me. Norman's eyes gleamed faintly. You'll understand one day. You're my son. You'll inherit all of this. Harry's stomach turned. I don't want it. Norman studied him for a long moment, then smirked faintly. You will. Harry turned sharply and stormed out, his hands shaking. Norman watched him go, his smile fading into something colder. At the Parker house, Peter paced the room nervously. He's talking to him right now. Norman's going to twist everything, I know it. He's going to turn Harry against us. I leaned against the wall, arms crossed. Then let him. Peter spun on me. What is wrong with you? Nothing, I said calmly. You don't care if we lose him? Peter shouted. He's already half lost, I said flatly. Better he hates us than finds out what we really are. Peter's voice cracked. He's our friend. I smirked faintly. Friends complicate things. Peter groaned, dragging his hands down his face. You're impossible. Correct, I said. The next day, Harry didn't sit with us. He barely spoke to anyone. He looked pale, exhausted, like he hadn't slept. Peter tried 3 times to talk to him. Each time, Harry brushed him off. By the end of the day, Peter collapsed against his locker, miserable. He knows. He knows, and now he doesn't trust us. I smirked faintly. Good instincts, then. Peter glared. You're the worst. Best, I corrected. That night, patrol was tense. The city buzzed with more lizard sightings, subway tunnels damaged, manholes bursting, civilians attacked. Police were stretched thin, barricades up across lower Manhattan. As we swung through, Peter's voice was tight. We're running out of time. We can't fight Oscorp, protect Connor's family, and save him at the same time. You're just realizing that? I asked dryly. Peter glared. We need a plan. Then make one, I said. Peter groaned. You're impossible. Correct, I smirked. At Oscorp, Norman met with his board. The lizard is a distraction, one director argued nervously. Public opinion is shifting too fast. Norman's voice was calm. The Spider-Men are already blamed. The police are hunting them. Connors is nothing but noise. And your son? Another asked. Norman's eyes narrowed faintly. Harry is irrelevant. Back at school, Harry finally broke his silence. He cornered Peter at his locker, his face pale but determined. You lied to me, he whispered. Peter froze. Harry. You knew. About Connors. About Oscorp. About my dad. Peter swallowed hard. I couldn't tell you. Harry's hands shook. You're supposed to be my best friend. Peter's voice cracked. I am. Harry's eyes burned. Then act like it. He stormed off before Peter could answer. I watched from down the hall, smirking faintly. Well. That went well. Peter glared. Shut up. Chapter 49, Harry's Fracture. Harry didn't show up to school the next day. Peter noticed immediately. He scanned every classroom, every hallway, his panic obvious. By lunch, he was pacing back and forth at our table, his tray untouched. He's not here. He's always here. Even if he's mad at us, he wouldn't just. He's fine, I interrupted, sipping my soda. Peter spun on me. How do you know that? Because he's a rich kid with a penthouse, I said flatly. When rich kids get upset, they sulk at home. Peter's voice cracked. He's not just sulking. Something's wrong. Of course something's wrong, I said calmly. You lied to him. His dad lied to him. Welcome to reality. Peter's fists tightened. I have to check on him. Then go, I said with a shrug. He looked at me like I'd grown a second head. You're not coming. I'll come, I said casually. But don't expect a pep talk. That evening, we swung across the skyline and landed on the balcony of Oscorp's penthouse. The curtains were drawn, lights dim inside. Peter hesitated before knocking on the glass. Harry? It's me. For a long moment, nothing. Then the curtain shifted. Harry appeared, his expression pale and exhausted. He opened the door slowly, eyes narrowed. "What are you doing here?" Peter's voice cracked. "We were worried about you." Harry's laugh was bitter. "Now you're worried." Peter flinched. "Harry!" "Don't," Harry snapped. I leaned against the doorframe. "You look terrible." Harry's glare cut to me. "And you're the last person I want to see." "Fair," I said, smirking faintly. Peter shot me a look, then turned back to Harry. "Please. Just talk to us." Harry hesitated, then stepped aside reluctantly. "Fine." Inside, the penthouse felt colder than usual. Norman wasn't there, which made it worse. The silence felt heavy, oppressive. Harry sank onto the couch, running a hand through his hair. "I can't do this anymore. Everyone's lying to me. My dad, you two, the whole city. I don't know who to trust." Peter sat across from him, desperate. "You can trust me. You've always been able to trust me." Harry's eyes blazed. "Then why didn't you tell me the truth? Why didn't you tell me Connors was that thing?" Peter's voice broke. "Because I couldn't. Because it's dangerous, and I was trying to protect you." Harry slammed his fist into the armrest. "Protect me? From what?" "From the truth." Peter flinched. "Yes." Harry stared at him like he'd been slapped. "You don't get to decide that." I spoke up calmly. "Actually, he does. Because if you knew everything, you'd already be dead." Harry's glare turned on me. "Shut up." "Make me," I said dryly. Peter hissed at me, "Stop it." Harry's voice cracked. "You think I'm weak, don't you? Both of you. You think I can't handle it?" Peter's face fell. "No. Harry, that's not true." Harry cut him off. "Then prove it. Tell me everything." Peter froze. I smirked faintly. "Yeah, that's not happening." Harry's jaw clenched. "Then you really don't trust me?" Peter's eyes were wet. "It's not that. It's—" "Save it," Harry snapped, standing abruptly. "I don't want to hear it." He stormed toward his room, then stopped in the doorway. His voice was low, sharp. "Maybe my dad's right about you." The door slammed shut. Peter collapsed back onto the couch, pale and shaking. "He hates me." I leaned back, calm. "Good. Better than him knowing the truth." Peter's voice cracked. "You don't mean that." I smirked. "Sure I do." At school the next day, Harry came back, but he wasn't the same. He didn't sit with us. He didn't look at us. He sat with Flash instead, letting the loudmouth rant about the Spider-Man while he stayed quiet, staring at his tray. Peter's voice was tight. "He's avoiding us." "No kidding," I said flatly. "We have to fix this," Peter said desperately. "Can't," I said. "Not right now." Peter glared. "Why are you always like this?" "Because I'm right," I smirked. That night, Norman returned to the penthouse. Harry was waiting. Norman raised an eyebrow. "Up late, son?" Harry's fists clenched. "Why did you lie to me?" Norman tilted his head slightly. "About what?" Harry's voice shook. "Connors. Oscorp. All of it." Norman's expression hardened. "I didn't lie. I told you what you needed to hear." Harry's voice cracked. "That's not good enough." Norman stepped closer, his presence cold and sharp. "You want the truth? Fine. Connors was a failure. Oscorp doesn't fail. That's the difference." Harry stared, horrified. "You don't even care." Norman's smirk was faint, but cruel. "Care is for the weak." Strength is what matters. Harry's hands shook. Then I don't want to be like you. Norman's eyes gleamed faintly. You already are. Harry turned sharply and left, his chest tight, his stomach churning. By the weekend, the distance between us was permanent. Peter kept trying sitting beside him in class, asking questions, begging him to talk. Harry brushed him off every time. I didn't bother. He was already slipping, and I wasn't going to waste energy pulling him back. But Peter couldn't stop. His voice cracked after the third rejection. He's my best friend. I can't just let him go. Then don't, I said. Peter looked at me miserably. You don't care at all, do you? I smirked faintly. Correct. Chapter 50, Central Park Clash. The call-out hit every radio and screen in the city by late morning. Central Park. Daylight. A monster in the trees by the lake. Peter heard it first on a cafeteria TV. His grip on the tray tightened until the plastic bent. I set my apple down and stood. We didn't say anything. We didn't finish lunch. We walked out of Midtown High, cut behind the gym, and climbed. Masks on. Gear checked. Web cartridges full. Wind in my face. The park opened ahead, green cut by flashing lights and moving crowds. Sirens lined the drive. Officers ran with rifles and shields. A helicopter hovered low enough that branches shook. We landed on a museum roof at the edge of the park. From here, the scene was clear. People running. Strollers left behind. A boat drifting near the lake's edge. Children crying near an ice cream cart. And near the tall reeds, something moved with heavy, dragging force. Peter breathed hard inside his mask. It's him. Yeah. He pulled himself together. I'm going to get people out first. You take point. Do it. We swung in fast. A trooper stepped in front of me and raised his rifle. I shot a web, glued the barrel to the shield, and pivoted past him. He shouted after us. The captain yelled orders into a radio. The helicopter dipped lower. The lizard broke the surface near the boathouse with a surge of water. Scaled chest heaving. Jaw set with jagged teeth. Eyes bright yellow and fixed straight ahead. Connors was gone behind that stare. The creature took 3 lumbering steps and chopped a bench in half with one swipe. People screamed. Officers opened fire. Bullets sparked against scales and dug into bark. I landed on the boathouse roof. Peter swung past me and dropped to the dock, grabbed 2 kids, and set them running toward a ranger who waved them behind a truck. He looked back at me. I nodded. He moved again. The lizard's head snapped toward Peter. A hiss ripped out of his throat. Tail up. Charge. I fired. 2 lines wrapped his shoulders. I yanked and braced. Peter hit the tail with a double web line and anchored to a mooring cleat. The lizard dug in and ripped both anchors loose with raw force. Wood screamed. The dock lurched. Tourists lost their footing and slid. I jumped down and shoved a woman back to short grass before the edge buckled. Shredder, Peter called tightly. On it. I hit the lizard high at the jaw hinge and the temple. Solid. His head snapped sideways, but his momentum held. He backhanded, claws tearing the top of my sleeve. Pain ran down my bicep. I didn't slow. Peter dropped from above and kicked the shoulder joint. The lizard stumbled, tail swept flat across the dock, and took out a stack of rental paddles with a crack. Move him off the crowd, I said. Peter breathed hard. North Lawn. Less people. We pushed that way. Hit and drag, hit and drag. 2 steps forward and 1 sideways whenever the tail swept low. The helicopter's rotor wash shoved air into our faces. I shot a glare up. The pilot held position. A SWAT team moved along the path and tried to box us in. I didn't like the angles. The lizard roared at the helicopter and hurled a splintered bench. It missed. The bench exploded against the trunk of an old elm. Peter, I snapped. Yeah. Tranquilizers. Find one. He understood. He veered toward a parked animal control truck, ripped open the side kit, and tossed a tranq gun my way. I caught it, tossed it back, and he loaded it with trembling hands. Headshot or torso, I said. Your call. His skin is thick. Peter nodded. I'll distract. You create an opening. I stepped right into the lizard's path. He liked targets that didn't run. His pupils locked on me. He lunged. His jaw opened wide. Now, I said. Peter fired. The dart hit the throat where the human skin met scale. It stuck. The lizard jerked and ripped it out immediately. The fluid dripped and vanished on the scales. No effect. Peter swore under his breath. We need a higher dose. We didn't have one. The SWAT line closed and shouted warnings. A net cannon fired from close range. The mesh tangled across the lizard's shoulder and tail. He tore through it with a single wrench. 2 officers rushed in. I shot webs to pull them back. One slipped and went down hard. The lizard reached for him. Peter slammed the wrist aside and webbed the officer's chest, yanking him into my arms. I shoved the man behind a tree and pointed him toward the road. He nodded, pale and shaking. Keep him on the grass, I said. No water. Peter's voice came steady out of habit. Copy. We settled into a rhythm. I blocked high. Peter pulled low. We guided him toward the sheep meadow edge, cleared by most of the crowds now, just a ring of police with shields and a line of mounted officers waiting behind them. Jameson stood on a news van with a microphone and shouted to a camera. I didn't listen. My spider sense didn't like the horses that close. I shouted toward the captain and pointed them back. He ignored me. The lizard swung at my head. I rolled under, slid, and shot 2 heavy lines across his knees. Peter stuck lines to both wrists and pulled in opposite directions. The lizard went forward a step and then straightened with a growl and walked right through our web tension. Peter's heels skidded ruts in the grass and he pitched forward. I grabbed the back of his suit and anchored him to me before the tail could find him. It smashed past our legs and took divots out of the lawn. Peter gasped. He's stronger in daylight. He's angrier, I said. He nodded once. We need a cure. We need time for a lab. Get a sample, I said. You've got the tranq dart. He had it in his belt. He looked at my arm. I nodded. He handed me the needle with unsteady fingers. I webbed it to my palm so I could punch and collect. We moved. I fainted high, let the lizard try to bite, and then snapped my fist into the thick ridge of scale at the lower neck while I dug the dart and blade up. The point sank shallow and then slid under a softer plate. Blood welled. I twisted hard, brought it out, and tossed it to Peter without looking away from the monster's eyes. Peter caught it with both hands, sealed it, and tucked it into a hard case on his belt. He tapped the case twice. I moved back. The lizard's claws scored the air where my face had been. Got it, Peter said, breathless. We can synthesize. We need Connor's old notes. We need a lab for 2 hours. Maybe 3. We don't have 3, I said. He shook his head. We make it work. The lizard's head snapped left toward the mounted officers. One horse stamped and snorted. The rider's hands shook. The lizard charged. The line of shields moved, but the angle was wrong. The tail cut left against a mare's legs. The horse went down and the rider tumbled. The crowd screamed. Peter sprinted past me. I reached the rider and hustled him up with a hard shove. He staggered and looked toward the horse. I glared at him. Out! Peter went straight for the mare and caught the saddle strap before the hoof could crush her own leg. He heaved the animal upright, braced, and let her find balance. A mounted trooper took the carbine away from clenched fingers and backed off. The mare trotted a shaky circle and then steadied. The lizard pounded down on us again, nostrils flaring. I shoved Peter sideways and took the shoulder hit. It felt like a car door slammed straight into bone. I grunted and shoved back. He slid one step, then swung low at my knees. I jumped high and landed on the glider-thick ridge of his back. He bucked. I crossed my legs and hooked both shoulders. He slammed backward against the grass to crush me. I rolled off as the ground cratered under his weight. At the edge of the meadow, a news camera watched with a long lens. Jameson shouted into the mic. His face was red. He pointed at us. The crowd noise climbed. A troop of officers broke off and tried to rush us. The captain shouted and waved them left. My spider sense pulsed again. I dragged Peter back 2 steps without looking. A tranquilizer fired from somewhere and cut through the space where his face had been. The dart buried in the lizard's ribs. He ripped that one out too. It didn't matter. Shredder, Peter said, breath short. I'm going to try a web dome on the next wide swing to slow the tail. You hit joints. Go. He set himself and fired a half circle at high speed. The threads flashed into a tight dome over the lower torso and tail. The lizard's sweep hit webbing and slowed by a third. I stepped into the edge of the swing, grabbed the webbing with both hands to anchor the force, and slammed my elbow down into the back of the knee. The joint buckled a little. The lizard dropped one knee. Peter slipped under the shield line and tried the other knee. His heel thudded and bounced. The lizard rose again and tore the dome off with a roar. 2 frightened teenagers ran in the wrong direction near the pond and froze at the sight. Peter saw them first. He ran for them. I kept the lizard on me. I threw a flurry at his jaw hinge and rode the rebound to keep him faced away from the water. He figured out the pivot and charged straight through me. He hit my chest with the flat of his skull and sent me back into the dirt. My breath choked off. I rolled and got my feet under me. He went for the pond. I shot 3 lines at his ankles and his lower back and anchored to the concrete edge of the path. He pulled me half the length of the green before I got traction. I dug my heels into soaked sod and dragged. Peter grabbed both kids and launched them toward a patrolman with a clean arc. He dropped and ran back. The lizard turned hard toward him. I switched anchors and threw all my weight opposite. He turned back to me. We kept the triangle long enough for the 2 kids to vanish behind a shield club. Back path, I said. Push him to the drainage tunnel. Copy. We used trees to block his line and forced him toward the grey concrete tunnel under the drive. Less sky. Less room to swing the tail. More line of sight for us. He hated the echo and the tight space. Good. We kept pressure on his flanks and aimed for the mouth. 2 troopers tried the same thing from the other side. I saw it too late. They didn't know how strong he was. He hit them both with one shoulder and they flew. One slammed into the wall and went limp. The other rolled and crawled away with a sob that hit hard in the stale air. Peter shot a line to the down officer and dragged him clear before the lizard's claws raked the place where his leg had been. Stop shooting, I snapped at the captain as bullets sparked and skipped off concrete into places they shouldn't go. He didn't listen. Peter's hands moved to protect faces between us and them. He threw a web shield with a quick triangle that saved a young officer from a ricochet that would have cut his cheek open. We're done here, I said to Peter. We have what we need. He looked at the case on his belt and then at the monster's face. We can cure him. We will, I said. The lizard slammed forward again, jaw open. I backed and held ground at the lip of the tunnel. Peter flipped to the top edge, fired 2 lines down the length of the lizard's spine, and yanked. The creature's head dipped low. I stepped in and drove my fist under the jaw. Not much effect. He threw me into the wall again. The blow ate the rest of the air in my lungs. Peter landed beside me and took a hard breath. His eyes behind the lenses locked with mine. He nodded once. He fired a wide net over the tunnel mouth and glued it with 8 quick anchor points. The lizard tore 3 of them instantly and pushed through. The delay gave us 1 breath to move. Go, I said. Lab now. Midtown Science Lab, he said. It's fast and I know the equipment. Then we go to Midtown. We peeled away from the mouth of the tunnel and swung out of the park. The lizard roared behind us and then vanished deeper into the dark. The helicopter hovered. The crowd noise rose again. Jameson's voice snapped through the line of vans. Officers caught sight of us breaking away and tried to follow. We were gone before they chose direction. We hit Midtown's roof. Nobody looked up. After school hours meant an empty building except for a janitor and a teacher grading papers. We slipped the window to the lab and moved fast. Peter set the hard case on the bench, then scrubbed his hands, then scrubbed them again. He set out vials, a centrifuge, a spectrophotometer, and an old battered notebook with Connor's name on the cover. I locked the door and closed the blinds. I moved to look out at the window gap and kept my ears on the hallway. Peter worked with sharp steps. His voice lost the tremble and settled into focus. Blood components are stable, he said, scanning the red in the bottom of the vial. We can separate the serum analog and the base. We need a carrier that will deliver through scale and then through skin to the bloodstream. He pulled one of our old test cartridges from a drawer. We can use a modified webbing solution as the carrier. It binds under pressure and carries materials into small crevices. You're saying you're going to hide the cure inside the web? Yes, he said. It'll stick to scales and seep in. I nodded. Do it. He worked without chatter. He spun the sample in the centrifuge. He ran the spectro and wrote numbers. He calculated ratios and set 3 small vials on a heat block. He mixed our web base and checked viscosity with a slow pull. He tweaked pH with a drop and then another. He set a microfilter and pulled the blood component down to a clean fraction. He looked at me. We'll need a field test on a small dose to confirm it infiltrates. If it does, we'll scale up. How long? 40 minutes for the full prep, he said. I can make a test dose in 15. I nodded. Make the test dose in 10. His mouth tightened. I'll make it in 12. The hallway stayed quiet. I heard a teacher laugh weakly 2 rooms down. A cleaning cart rolled on tile and rattled once. My shoulder throbbed where the claws had caught me. I flexed it. It held. Peter held up a tiny cartridge. Test dose ready. We need a scale sample near the park to test infiltration, I said. We didn't bring any. He reached into his belt and pulled a small shred of scale stuck in webbing. Tail swipe caught one in the dome. I kept it. I smirked. You're learning. He set the scale shard in a petri dish, loaded the micro cartridge, and fired a tiny web dot at the sample. It adhered and spread along the edges. The color change ran slow and steady. He watched it with a stopwatch. It's creeping into the gaps, he said. Carrier is moving under capillary action. Good. Now it needs to push through the membrane. He counted seconds quietly. The dot lost color and went matte. He took a needle and pierced the underside of the scale fragment, then tested the liquid. He checked for markers on a strip. Positive, he said. His voice shook for a breath and then steadied. It permeated. The active fraction made it through. Scale up, I said. He moved again. He loaded 3 full cartridges with the carrier and the fraction. He set 5 backups of raw fraction on ice with labels. He capped 2 into a hard case and stuck it to the inside of his suit with a small strip of webbing. Done. A shadow moved in the hall. I was at the blinds and had a line to the ceiling before the knob turned. The janitor opened the door 2 inches and peered in. Peter, he called softly. Peter answered without panic. Just me, Mr. Dillon. Extra credit. The man grunted, nodded, and rolled his cart on. I let the line go and dropped back to the floor. Peter exhaled slow. We need to find him again. He'll be back in the tunnels, I said. He wants water and dark. We can track from the drainage tunnel. He shed a scale near the mouth. The scent and trail will stick. We move now, I said. He nodded and pocketed the cartridges. We slipped back out the window and climbed. The city air was cooler here than over the park. The sun tilted toward late afternoon. The crowd noises from Central Park still carried. We hit the park edge again from the west. The police line was thicker. Sanchez, the captain, stood near a van with a radio and spoke with patience he didn't feel. He saw us on the building and lifted the radio but didn't raise it. He watched us go. He had a family face. He wanted this done. He didn't want to shoot kids in masks in front of cameras. We cut low along the tree line and then to the lip of the same drainage tunnel. The ground was gouged by claws and boots. Water ran muddy. The smell stung. Peter dropped low and scanned. He went east. Then we go east. We slipped inside. We kept quiet steps. The sound of water hid most of it. Peter held 1 cartridge in his left hand. I kept my palms free. The darkness ahead didn't feel empty. The echo came in pulses. I felt the tickle at the base of my skull for the first time since the meadow. The lizard wasn't far. We found him at a T-junction where a lower channel spilled into a larger one. He crouched near the water and breathed deep. His chest rose and fell like a bellows. There were scratch marks down the wall. He had tried to dig. There were flecks of blood on the concrete. Tranquilizer darts left small wounds that didn't matter. Peter took 1 breath and steadied his hand. I didn't speak. He fired. The web carrier hit the spine between the shoulder blades and spread. The lizard arched and tried to claw it away. He tore off half of it. The other half spread under the plates and into the seam. He twisted and snapped at his own back, teeth scraping uselessly against scale. He roared. The tunnel shook. He slammed his back into the wall to crush the irritant. It didn't crush. It bled into seams. Peter fired the second dose at the side of the neck, below the jaw hinge. It spread and disappeared. He loaded the third and we waited 3 beats to see the first signs. The muscles at the jawline twitched. The pupils narrowed and widened. He slapped at his own neck and stumbled forward 2 steps. Third dose, I said. Peter fired into the inner elbow where scale was thinner. The carrier clung under the fold and disappeared. The lizard staggered. He braced his hands on the floor and heaved in tight, broken breaths. His head dipped and jerked. His claws flexed. His tail twitched. We stayed out of reach. He swung blind at the air and hit nothing. Then his frame settled into a slow shudder. His jaw clenched and unclenched. His eyes rolled once and then fixed straight ahead again without focus. The scale didn't melt off. It didn't happen in seconds. It started, and that was enough. Peter's breath hitched. He swallowed and held himself still. He didn't step closer. He didn't speak. He kept his distance and watched like a scientist again. I watched like someone who had seen too many fights turn again after the first sign. 2 minutes passed. The tremors slowed. The tail lay flatter. The claws didn't dig into the concrete with the same force. Water ran around his hands and didn't boil. Boots pounded behind us. Lights flicked. Don't move. Officers in helmets poured in. Shields raised. Rifles angled. Sanchez was at the front and held his hand up. He squinted at the lizard. He looked at us. His jaw worked. Peter spoke tight and clear. We dosed him with a cure. He is reacting. Don't shoot. Sanchez swallowed and nodded once. He raised a hand at his men. Hold. The lizard stayed crouched. He didn't pounce. He didn't speak. He didn't change in front of everyone on cue for a headline. He just breathed. More doses are in the case, Peter said. We can make more. Sanchez looked at the case attached to Peter's belt and then to the men behind him. He kept his voice low and steady. Finish it. Peter nodded. We need time. You have 1 minute, Sanchez said. Then we pull him. Cameras are waiting outside. We didn't waste it. Peter passed me 2 more micro cartridges. We shot one into the other elbow fold and one behind the knee plate. The delivery spread and vanished. The tremor in the arms got heavier. The tail stilled. Water ran. Voices moved. The helicopter thumped somewhere overhead. Jameson's voice carried down the tunnel mouth with a broken line of words and then cut. Peter took a breath. His eyes were wet behind the mask. He closed them for 1 second and then opened them. He looked at the lizard's face. He didn't step any closer. He didn't speak his name. He kept his voice even. We will come back with more, he said to Sanchez. Keep the path clear. Sanchez nodded again and motioned his men to hold position. He didn't lower the rifle. He didn't move closer. He kept the space open. We pulled back out of the tunnel in the opposite direction to avoid the outer line of cameras. My shoulder throbbed again. Peter was quiet. He didn't complain. He didn't try to explain. He didn't say sorry for the crowd, or the officers, or Harry. He just moved. At the edge of the park, a small group watched with anger and fear mixed tight in their faces. A news van adjusted position. A camera turned our way and then lost us behind a tree. We reached the museum roof again and stopped. Peter put a hand to the mask and rubbed at his eyes. He let the hand drop. He breathed. He nodded once. We can finish it, he said. We will, I said. He said nothing else. He stared at the green line of trees and then at the gap where the tunnel mouth cut into the grass. We moved.